Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 minutes before short time. If you can please start making your way to your seats. We have 3 minutes before showtime. Please start making your way to your seats.
Hey, good morning, everyone. If everyone could move to the front seats, that would be great. We don't bite. Not yet, anyway. If everyone can take their seats, we're about to get started. Move to the front, everyone. There's some great seats up here. All right. Hey, happy Climate Week, New York. It's so nice to see you all. My name is Nierenberg. I am president and co-founder of Food Tank. For those of you who don't know, Food Tank is a research and advocacy organization devoted to highlighting stories of hope and success in our food and agriculture systems. We do this with the aim to inspire, motivate, and ultimately activate positive transformation in how we produce and consume food. We are thrilled to be here for this first in a series of events that will happen this whole week during Climate Week. Last year at COP28, which was the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Dubai, we saw tremendous progress for the food movement, a real understanding and acknowledgement that the intersection of food and agriculture and climate are important to solving what is the greatest environmental problem of our time, the climate crisis. I found it so inspiring, but what I also came away with was a sense of urgency. We have to keep going. So we are less than 50 days away from the beginning of the next climate change conference, COP29, which will take place in Azerbaijan. And by next year, before COP30 takes place in Brazil, countries will be submitting their national action climate plans. These NCDs, for them to be effective, They must take food and agriculture seriously and have them as key parts of their mitigation and adaptation strategies. So fortunately, farmers, fishers, ranchers know that the solutions are out there. They're already doing them. We know that regenerative agriculture practices can heal soils and nourish communities. We know that measuring and rescuing food waste can reduce greenhouse gas emissions while addressing the hunger crisis. And we know that we need an inclusive approach that really looks at the rights of women and youth and puts their voices forward. We know that we need farmers in the driver's seat, and we need action that is guided by communities who are most vulnerable and most impacted by changing climates. And needless to say, we need to rely on both science and traditional knowledge. We have a really wonderful agenda today, and it's great that these conversations around food and agriculture are finally at the forefront of climate conversations. And we will look at the important role that restaurants and farms play in this work. So we are going to be joined throughout the day by environmental and food system advocates, business leaders, farmers, policy experts, researchers, innovators, investors, and so many other experts on these topics. But before we start our programming, I have a lot of great folks to thank. First, a huge thanks to the entire team at the James Beard Foundation, especially Anne McBride, Anna Magnuson, Ellis Spar, Jeremiah Hansen, and Emily Solomon. They are fantastic, fantastic partners and hosts, and we could not have done this without them. So please give them a round of applause. They're amazing. Bigger, everyone. It's the morning. You have caffeine. We are so grateful to Brightly, Planet Forward, Protein Pack, Guggenheimer, and Astenor for making today possible as well. And I want to acknowledge the amazing catering team at Great Performances, especially Liz Newmark, Janelle Cruikshank, and Lauren Trigger, who have prepared a delicious menu. I hope you already ate some. Was it good? Was it great? Round of applause. Keep this energy going, please. And you'll get to hear from Liz Newmark a little bit later on. So I want to get some housekeeping out of the way. We have a really tight agenda, and to make sure that we cover as much ground as possible, the conversations will be very fast-paced and dynamic. And if I have to cut some sessions short, I hope you will forgive me later. We will be continuing these conversations, obviously, throughout the week, and there are so many Climate Week events happening, and Food Tank is really excited to be part of it. I also hope that you will share your reflections using the hashtag ClimateWeekNYC. Again, that's hashtag ClimateWeekNYC. You can also reach me directly with feedback or comments, critiques, suggestions, whatever you want, at Danielle at foodtank.com, and I will try to get back to you throughout the day. For those of you who are here in person, we do not have breaks built in, so please step out when you need water or air or to talk on your phone, whatever you need. And we do this because our live stream, we don't build the breaks in because we want to keep the live stream as exciting and lively as possible. So I'm excited to introduce my very good friend, Anne McBride, the Vice President of Programs for the James Beard Foundation. I am truly honored to share the stage with her. She's been such an inspiration throughout my career, and I really feel like we've been able to support each other. So thank you, Anne. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Danny, and right back at you. It's always such an honor, a pleasure, and a lot of fun to be doing anything with you. So we're so happy to be here for our second event together for Climate Week. We started last year with one panel, and now we have a full day with over 40 speakers. Who knows what 2025 will serve for Food Tank and JBF. So I'm the Vice President of Programs at the Foundation. I oversee our policy advocacy, racial and gender equity work, sustainability and industry support. And the foundation, for those of you who might not be aware, supports and celebrates excellence, sustainability, and equity in the independent restaurant community and its food system. So we are very thrilled to be partnering with Food Tank, and you will be hearing from our CEO in a minute also, who will go more in depth about some of the things I will be just mentioning briefly. I do want to also give a huge thank to my team, especially Anna Magnuson and Ali Spar, who have just been doing everything from program suggestion, working with speakers, to a million emails that I was able to immediately archive. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and to the team at GP here. At JBF, as you'll hear from Clare Reichenbach, our CEO, shortly, we firmly believe that chefs are central to change-making in the food system, and notably when it comes to climate change mitigation. We launched our Climate Solutions for Restaurant Survival campaign in the spring to educate and ask lawmakers to take action and support legislation that funds conservation programs and climate-smart agriculture. Chefs have been very vocal around these issues as part of the campaign, and it is not going unnoticed in DC and around the country. And they are uniting their voices with farmers, from whom you will also hear today. So today should be a day that both contributes to ringing the alarm as to the need for climate action, as you will hear not just today but throughout the week, but also gives you hope by hearing from great people doing meaningful, impactful things every day to make sure that, among other things, when we eat out, we eat in a way that doesn't further endanger the planet or the survival of independent restaurants and farmers. So I look very much forward to hearing what you all think of the program and then watching you in action afterwards, supporting the chefs and the farmers who are working so hard to make sure that climate change mitigation is real, is supported from everything from federal legislation through the operations that they run.
Woo! We're ringing the alarm, but with a hopeful sense of urgency. It is now my pleasure to invite Clare Reichenbach, the CEO of the James Beard Foundation, to the stage. Please give her a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you so much, Danny. Wonderful to see everybody in our space. It's exciting to have so much energy in the room so early on a Monday morning.
Right.
It's wonderful.
So, Clare, I've was saying to Anne how much I admire her. I feel the same way about you. We've been able to work closely together as part of the leadership committee. I can't thank you enough for all you've done for the James Beard Foundation. It's really done so much to elevate all of these issues. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Danny. You know, we really cherish this relationship with Food Tank. I feel ideologically we're so aligned, and these issues are so systemic that we all need to join forces to amplify the work that's needed. So thank you.
One of the things, Clare, that I admire so much about JBF is that you work so closely with chefs and farmers, but you help chefs become advocates in their own communities. And I'm not sure if everyone is aware about the chef boot camps that JBF runs. Could you talk a little bit about them?
Yeah, and just to echo some of the framing here in terms of the urgency and the hope, you know, the impact of climate change, it's not hyperbolic to say it's threatening the viability of the independent restaurant industry and the broader ecosystem that it supports. But we're hopeful, and we know that restaurateurs and chefs are a very important part of that solution. Right. So we have been a leading voice and force in terms of chef advocacy for over 12 years now as well. You know, we can talk a bit more about that. But we recognize that chefs and restaurateurs have real agency and real influence in this space. If you think about it, chefs sit at a very interesting and powerful nexus in society. Within the restaurant, they connect the farmer, the producers, the distributors, to the diner, to the consumer, to legislators, right, and to the media. They're a trusted voice. They are literal tastemakers. They can shape people's taste. So they sit at that powerful nexus, and we think they have a voice that we can help harness. The second thing I want to point out is the economic powerhouse that is the restaurant industry, and especially the independent restaurant industry. They're entrepreneurs, they're business leaders, they're job creators. They generate over 75 billion in wages. So in terms of the underpinnings of the economics of local communities, they're central to that, and legislators care about that. And then the third thing I'd say is they're a fresh new voice in this policy and legislation mix. You know, we've been taking chefs to DC for many years now, and you see they light up. They're like, I know this chef, I know this restaurant. When they're talking about a particular signature dish that can't be made anymore because the ingredients aren't available, they can relate to that. It's very accessible, it's compelling. So we feel those three things make chefs actually very powerful change agents, and they're motivated.
They are totally motivated, and I've heard from legislators myself that they love when chefs come to talk to them, because you're right, they recognize them, they believe in them, and that's a huge part of this, the trust factor. JBF launched the Climate Solutions for Restaurant Survival campaign. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Anne referenced it earlier on. So again, born out of urgency. This is a necessity. This is not a nice to do. We can see the very real impact downstream on restaurants, both in terms of the availability of ingredients, the price fluctuations of ingredients, and then operational challenges. With heat waves, floods, droughts, power outages, it's really bloody hard to run a restaurant.
Right.
So both those things have really brought this to a bit of a crescendo point. So in February, we launched a campaign really designed to unite and mobilize chefs, restaurateurs, and farmers to raise awareness, to tell these stories, to bring what's happening to life with our legislators at a federal level, all the way down to the local level. Educate them about what's going on, educate them around the economic impact as well as the social and cultural, and really galvanize policy change to mitigate this catastrophe around climate.
And I think that's something we learned during the pandemic, how big a part restaurants are of communities. And when we lose them, we lose so much of our sort of community interaction. And it's so important to make sure that they are not only addressing climate change, but they are, keeping communities going as well. I just think that's central.
You're so right, Danny. I think that was thrown into such sharp relief during COVID.
Yeah.
When our beloved restaurants closed, you're like, oh my God, I hadn't appreciated how much of a lifeblood these places represent in terms of gathering, whether it's to celebrate, to commiserate, to nourish, to take time away. They are central. They're also such an expression of the cultural diversity and richness of this country. And so socially and culturally, as well as economically, a vital element of our world.
I also feel like chefs and restaurants have been central, obviously, to highlighting the climate crisis and other environmental issues like food waste or the loss of fisheries. But I think there's a real opportunity that chefs and restaurants have taken on in the social justice movement and the anti-racism movement. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Again, I think it goes back to those earlier points in terms of the role that chefs play, the agency they have, the platform they have, and recognizing that they can influence these things. And as a group, they're very passionate about these critical justice issues, whether it's about equity, whether it's about climate. They're at the coalface of so much of this. I mean, the restaurant industry is it's defined by its diversity, for sure, but not by its equity. And we know that certainly chefs within our community, as I said, they're very personally driven and motivated to use their platform to drive positive change where they can. And it's our job to enable, equip, and support them to do that.
And the restaurant environment has changed so dramatically over the years, and there's a real sort of concern about mental health. You don't have chefs throwing frying pans at their a staff anymore. You have a concern about the mental health of both front of house and back of house.
We've seen a real cultural shift here from what has been seen as permissive, allowed, and in some regards kind of, the bad boy culture somewhat celebrated, to actually this is just not on anymore. And again, we're saying restaurants employ, independent restaurants employ 4 million people. This is a massive workforce. So positive change in encouraging, supporting better working environments, better treatment of staff, better benefits, etc., has a real ripple effect on society if you can make those changes there. And we see this next generation of chefs and restaurateurs who really want to be the leaders in that, who are not prepared to put up with those old cultures. And we're talk about hope. We actually see this so often and hear such impassioned, authentic leadership in this area, and recognizing the mental health dimension. And like, people want to come to work, be their best selves, produce the most beautiful dishes. They can only do that if they have that internal ballast.
If they're nourished internally as well. JBF launched its first policy platform. I would love to dig into that. And I know we've been talking about policy throughout, but why do that, and why last fall decide to do that?
Yeah, thank you, Danny. So again, we've been in the training of chef advocates for over a decade, really wanting to ensure that our community is equipped to be positive change makers. We've done it until recently in a fairly agnostic way. So if you're a chef and you really care about wellness in schools, we'll train you, we'll connect you with people who are motivated by a similar cause, and we will be the enabler. we decided to take a stance to say this is the time to put a stake in the ground, to say these are the policies that we as a foundation are going to get behind actively, not just in a training capacity, but really in lending our brand, our platform, and galvanizing our army of change makers that we've trained over the years around the policies that we really think are going to move the needle, really in terms of the survival and the flourishing of the independent restaurant industry. That's our bullseye. Policies that improve the working conditions and the viability of our community.
One thing that I've been impressed by JBF is in really investing in soil health and bringing farmers and chefs together to talk about that. Can you dig into that a little bit more? Why soil health for you?
It's so fundamental. In one of the end results we want from this, the Climate Solutions campaign, is to protect the 20 billion that's ring-fenced in the Farm Bill to support regenerative, these conservation practices, regenerative farming, crop diversification, more efficient use of water and energy, reduced waste from farms and beyond. And that the health of soil is such a foundational, literally, no pun intended, dimension of all of that. Right. And so that's why it's one of the priorities for us. And again, connecting the chefs to the farmers who see this, they're at the coalface of this, is why we make this a priority.
And there's real evidence that when we treat the soil better, the food that comes out of that soil tastes better. That's so fundamental to chefs, because all of this is, for chefs, it's ultimately about the taste.
It is. It's about delighting the consumer. It's about giving the diner beautiful food that is responsibly sourced and produced and is at a price point that's accessible. And again, we look at climate change and these escalating prices and fluctuating prices. And for the economic viability of restaurants, they're having to pass that on to the consumer. So the consumer is downstream of this too. So it's for all constituencies that this is important.
It really, really is. I wonder what advice, as we sort of wrap up, you have for the folks in this audience, the people watching online, and chefs. How do they get involved in these issues? How can they support what JBF is doing?
Thank you. Sometimes these big climate issues, they can feel intractable. I think we all have this I've got to do something, but where do I start? Right. This is where you start. Connect with us. Where's Anne? You just heard her. Sign up with our work. We have very pragmatic actions, toolkits, information about how you can get involved, how you can lend your voice, and how your individual agency can count. So I encourage you to get involved with us.
And there are lots of positive changes that we can see coming.
100%.
Right, yes.
This is. Campaigns, policy change doesn't happen overnight. It's systemic. It takes time. We're committed to this for the long haul. But there's some incredibly uplifting and galvanizing stories of positive change that's coming out of this work. So yeah.
Can't wait to hear more. Thank you so much,
Thank
Claire.
you, Danny.
Please give her a round of applause. Bigger. Thank you.
I feel this is going to be a running theme.
Thank you so much. We're now going to turn to a fireside chat with two leaders in our food and environmental movements. I can't tell you how excited I am for this conversation. Please welcome Anna Lappé, the Executive Director of the Global Alliance for the Future of Food and a longtime advocate for better food systems. It's literally in her DNA. She can't get away from it. And of course, Bill McKibben, an author, educator, activist, and the founder of Third Act. Welcome to you both. Big round of applause, everyone. I've known Anna for a very long time, but this is my first time sharing a stage with...
It's your first time meeting Bill?
It's my first time. So I'm really, really excited and a little bit starstruck. So I'll try to calm down. So Bill, I'm going to start with you. And it was another year of the hottest summer on record. Temperatures are rising. It was 50 degrees Celsius, which is near boiling for some cities around the globe this year. It's been a crazy year. And so I'm hoping you can talk about, sort of set the stage for us, ground us, that fossil fuel use has grown over the last 50 years. And what has that done to the planet? What are we doing?
Sure. What a pleasure to be here. I wrote the first book about what we now call climate change, what we then called the greenhouse effect back in the 1980s. And then we were offering warnings of what would happen if we didn't move off fossil fuel, and then we didn't move off fossil fuel. So now those warnings are coming true, and very quickly and very powerfully. The last 18 months has seen the steady ramp in temperature turn into a sharp spike. 2023 was the warmest, had the hottest temperatures on this earth in the last 125,000 years. 2024 has beaten those records, and the results are around us now everywhere. Massive, I mean, we could talk forever about the various things going on, but in the context of food and farming, the biggest are the remarkable disruptions to the hydrological cycle. If you want one fact to understand our century, it's that warm air holds more water vapor than cold. Arid areas get more evaporation and then more drought, and eventually that turns to fire in place after place. Once that water vapor is up in the air, it's going to come down, and it comes down in deluge and flood. I live in the state of Vermont. We've had the 2 worst rainstorms in our history, and pretty much all the valley bottom farms have gotten washed away. Fields covered with sand, place after place after place. That's at a global average temperature increase so far of about 1.5 degrees Celsius. We're on track for about 3 degrees Celsius on our current trajectory. If that happens, we won't have civilizations like the ones we're used to. That's too much flux and chaos. If nothing else, the UN estimates that that's enough to produce over the next few decades somewhere between 1 and 3 billion climate refugees. So something like 1 person in 4 on this planet having to somehow move, and the resulting political chaos across the planet. The good news is that we know the most fundamental thing now that we can do to change this, and it's slightly starting to happen. The dramatic fall in the price of solar power and wind power in the last 10 years is beginning to produce the possibility of a rapid, remarkable transformation on this earth if we can overcome the power of the fossil fuel industry and make that transition happen very quickly. Then we have a chance not of stopping climate change, much too late for that, but maybe stopping it short of the place where it cuts civilizations off at the knees. The timing on this is the key thing. And the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has told us that if we want to stay on anything that looks even remotely like the pathway we laid out in Paris in 2015, then we need to cut emissions in half by 2030. That's, by my watch, 5 years and 4 months away. It's on the bleeding edge of the technically possible, unclear whether it's politically possible or not, which is what draws us to New York this week.
Thank you so much, Bill. So, Anna, Bill sort of centered us in sort of where we are. It's a dire picture for sure. There is some good news, but I'm hoping you can sort of set the context in terms of how the fossil fuel industry and agriculture are so sort of intertwined.
Yeah, they're really one and the same. And thank you, Bill. Thank you for all your work for these many decades. And everything you said is so true and so sobering. And so it's, how can we kind of expand our hearts big enough to be able to hold the truth of what you've said, Bill, and to keep waking up in the morning and still fighting the good fight, which I know you do, and I know you're doing this week here. And I think part of that kind of expanding our heart is also expanding our mind to understand the systems effect of the fossil fuel industry and how it shows up across every single thing that we do, every aspect of our lives. And for me, a lot of that systems thinking has been about how it shows up in our food system.
Right.
And we see how, as the fossil fuel industry feels the kind of political pressure it's feeling from activists like Bill and many of you in this room, they're looking for other pathways for the oil and gas industry. As we're electrifying the grid, they're thinking about, well, what else could we do with oil and gas? What else? Well, we could make plastic. We could increase petrochemicals like pesticides. We could expand synthetic fertilizer, nitrogen fertilizer, and the incredibly energy-intensive fertilizer production that is. And so part of what I think many of us who are very concerned about the climate crisis are trying to do is make sure that all of us are really bringing that systems lens into our advocacy, so that when we win on solar, it doesn't create a kind of bubble effect where all of a sudden now plastics production is exploding. When we win in one area, we want to make sure that we're winning across all of our systems. And to me, when I think about what gives me a sense of, I wouldn't say optimism, but I would say possibilism, I think is a more appropriate word here. A sense of possibility is how much transformation I've seen just in the past decade or so around this conversation. I mean, Bill, you very graciously wrote the foreword to my last book, Diet for a Hot Planet. And it came out, researched it maybe 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And at the time, there were very few people, very few organizations, very few cities talking about the intersections between food and climate. New York City had just launched its climate action plan, and I remember standing on the steps of City Hall with then Councilman Bill de Blasio. This is in the Wayback Machine a while ago, 9 months pregnant, and a bunch of us were on the steps of City Hall calling to integrate food and farming into New York City's climate action plan that at the time did not have the word food or farms in it. Flash forward to today, and New York City has an Office of Urban Agriculture run by an incredible leader. It has an Office of Food Policy run by an incredible leader. So there is this sense, despite how much we are still up against really existential threats, there is a sense that there has been movement. There is a sense, from my perspective, that the conversation has changed. Again, thanks to many of you in this room, thanks to people like Bill, thanks to you, Danny. The conversation is changing for sure.
I am definitely an optimist, and you both took the time to mention good news. And, Bill, storytelling is such a powerful tool. It's a powerful tool for good, but it's also a powerful tool for the fossil fuel industry. And I'm wondering if you can talk about some of these PR campaigns. Anna alluded to them, but their storytelling is beating us some of the time.
Well, let me talk to you about a couple that directly relate to the restaurant industry. Your biggest use of fossil fuel is usually gas for cooking.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to use gas for cooking anymore. We now have magnetic induction. It works beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the cook in our house. Come visit. You can see me on my $60 induction hot plate doing just fine. The story that the gas industry in places like California have tried to ban new hookups for gas in new construction. And in truth, it's the restaurant industry that's sued to stop that and block those important laws. We now know that the fossil fuel industry launched a huge campaign with Instagram influencers and everyone else sort of standing in front of blue flames saying this has to, we need this in order to produce food. We no longer do. Similarly, one of the great stories that people are telling at the moment, that the fossil fuel industry is telling at the moment, is that solar power is a threat to agricultural land in America, and so we shouldn't do it. But this is nonsense. Our biggest crop in America is corn, and roughly half of the corn that we grow in America is just turned directly into gasoline, but unbelievably inefficiently. Let me tell you a quick story that I wrote about in the New Yorker earlier this year. I was at a solar farm in Illinois on former corn land, and the guy that I was with was driving a Ford F-150 Lightning, so the electric version of the most popular vehicle in America, the big pickup. And he said, this acre here of corn used to be turned into ethanol. If you make that ethanol, if you take that ethanol and put it in the tank of a Ford F-150 pickup, it produces about 25,000 miles of travel. So, not negligible, but if you take that same acre and cover it in solar panels, okay, it produces enough electricity in a year to drive the electric version of that same truck 550,000 miles. Wow. We could take the land currently used to grow ethanol in this country, about 1% of the land in America, and covering it with solar panels would produce more than twice as much power as America uses. We don't need to use all of that because we've got rooftops and parking lots and all sorts of other places where we can put solar panels too. But man, if I were running a restaurant, I'd do my best to, make it a fun experiment to see if I could stock everything from farms that were growing things between solar panels. I was just out doing some, again, reporting for the New Yorker on solar farms across the northern part of the country that have become the most important pollinator-friendly habitats because they're planting native species. And one result is that the fruit set on adjoining orchards is up about 30% because pollinators in desperate shape in our current system are flocking in. I asked the guy that I was with, we were counting, they have a system for counting, and in the 15-minute census they were finding about 400 pollinators on these solar farms as they walked down the fields. I said, what would happen if we were doing this same count? How many would we find in a cornfield? He said, that number would be about 0. That's an industrial landscape sprayed to make sure that nothing else happens there. So the possibilities to make dramatic change, and then the possibilities that you were alluding to and Anna's alluding to the long-term help that will come as we start to stabilize soils. That's not going to happen fast. That's not going to happen fast enough to change the actual atmospheric concentration of CO2 in the time that we have left to save the ice caps. But over deep time, that will be in the extraordinary part of this story. But the part that's here right now are these stories about energy and where we stand.
Yeah.
And can I
Go
just
ahead,
jump
please.
in, Bill, when you were telling that story about being on that farm, it just reminds me of, the hope that comes from being on land that's being restored. I mean, I remember going to visit a farmer in Wisconsin who had taken over what had been monoculture, highly energy-intensive corn production, had taken over the farm, and by the time I had visited his farm, it had only been 3 or 4 years, and you could hear, it was, if you listen to my tape recording, you can actually hear the buzzing of the pollinators. You could see it with your own eyes, the transformation that had happened. He was saying, in his pocket ponds, the frogs had come back, the birds had come back, and there was this incredible sense of nature's inherent abundance, and nature, when you let it and you create those enabling environments, you're not spraying it with toxic chemicals and you're not creating monocultures, that nature wants to come back, it will come back. And again, that to me is just part of when I have my really dark moments, I like to think back to those moments of hearing the buzzing of the bees in the farms and knowing that nature can come back that way.
You should have that on repeat, that tape recorder. But you talk about restoration and regeneration and the resiliency of nature, but agribusiness is telling a completely different story. And I'm wondering, the PR tactics that are used in the fossil fuel industry are used in agribusiness. Just talk briefly about that.
Sure. I mean, delay, deny, demonize. Those are the PR tactics of the fossil fuel industry. The same from those who are trying to prop up an industrialized food system. They often use the same PR companies. They often use the same PR executives. It's the same story. And I think that it's also, so the same PR executives, PR firms, same lobbyists. I was just looking at the latest data from Open Secrets. You can all check it out at opensecrets.org. And it was really interesting to note that since 2010, the amount of money every year spent by agribusiness lobbyists has gone up 44%. So in 2023, it was $177 million just in direct lobbying, not even all the other ways in which they influence policy. Interestingly, oil and gas industry lobbying had actually gone down during that same period, 10.5%. And still obviously huge amounts of money. So I think that one of the things that I think it's really important for all of us to do is to expose that kind of disinformation, expose the way these tactics are used to try to influence our hearts and minds. I mean, Bill, you talked about the natural gas industry, such a great example. So how can we support the investigative journalists that are going to expose those stories? I mean, I remember years ago, my colleague Tom Philpott, who at the time was at Mother Jones, wrote an amazing expose about how the gas industry had really pulled the wool over our eyes.
Right.
And I will confess here on the stage that I was one of those people who I thought one day, when I'm a grown-up, I'm going to get a gas stove, and I'm going to cook for my family and be a real grown-up. And I had to get a new stove, and I will confess, I was about to get a gas stove. Even I, with everything I know, I read Tom's article from the first word to, I think it was a couple thousand words. By the time I was done with the article, my entire perception of gas stoves had changed from thinking it was the pinnacle of absolute, sort of ultimate, great cooking, to really seeing it as a propaganda campaign by the gas industry. And I was done, bought an induction stove, never looked back. So I think it's, when we have these moments to pierce our perceptions of what we think is true and what we think is right, I think people don't like to be lied to.
Right.
And when they know they have been, their minds open up and they see a kind of possibility that they didn't before.
It's the power of storytelling. It's the piercing perception. I love that word. And it's the ability to change your mind. And I think that's also the power of storytelling. Bill, you looked like you wanted to say something about the natural gas.
No, I think you're on the right track here with the power of story. So let's talk about, we've been told a series at this point of lies by the fossil fuel industry, but let's talk about the other story that's possible here, because it's fascinating. We're on the edge of the moment of a just absolute shift in the human story, because we're on the edge of the moment when we don't need to set things on fire anymore. Human beings have been doing that for, the archaeologists tell us, 700,000 years, and it's worked well. We got cooked food so we could get the big brain. We could move north and south from the equator. The anthropologists even think that the social bonds that mark our species come from standing around the campfire all night. When we learned to burn coal and gas and oil, that was modernity, the Industrial Revolution. But the costs are now far too high, and they're no longer needed because we're at the moment when we suddenly can produce what we need thanks to that large ball of burning gas 93 million miles away that already provides us with light and heat and photosynthesis, and now is happy to provide us with the power we need for a modern world. That's an amazing story. The idea of turning back to the sun, which after all is something that farmers have in many ways at their best done for a very long time. That's an amazing story to tell about human beings. And the only question really is whether we're going to do it fast enough to matter or not. We will run this planet on sun and wind in 40 years because it's so cheap. But if it takes us anything like 40 years to get there, then the planet that we run on sun and wind will be fundamentally broken. So the reason that we build movements, the reason that I seem to keep ending up in jail over and over again, on and on and on, is because we need to force the pace of this reaction. We need to make it happen faster. That's what physics is telling us, and we can tell now a story that allows us to get there, but only if we move. And the gas stove example is just the most obvious and powerful of this, because compared with the changes that people are going to, having to make, having to leave their homes, having to, spending a couple of weeks learning a new cooking technology in your kitchen is really a pretty small ask to make, and such a powerful one, especially if it can get big political institutions like the California Restaurant Association or whatever back on side doing the right thing.
And the philanthropic movement has such a powerful story to tell, and I feel like the Global Alliance for the Future of Food is creating the hope that's needed, but also addressing these things with a sense of urgency. Can you talk more about that work?
Sure. So the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, we're a strategic alliance of about 24 philanthropic institutions, including some members who are here with us today. And we collectively support many of the kinds of efforts that we're describing are needed here to make food systems transformation happen. Our funders support policy change and markets change and grassroots advocacy and frontline leaders and indigenous leaders all around the world. And collectively for us, I think the other story that I think we all see that we've been sold on, that we're trying to expose, is this story that in order to feed the world, we have to rely on known toxic chemicals. In order to feed the world, we have to rely on industrialized animal factory farms that are horribly abusive to the animals. They have incredible exploitive labor practices. We've been sold this story that in order to feed the world, we need these things. And one of the things that's been so powerful that we've seen across the groups that the Alliance supports and research that we've helped to be part of is to show that actually what many around the world called agroecology, these principles of the science, the practice, the social movement of farming with nature at heart, or regenerative agriculture, which is again using natural ecosystems to raise livestock, to raise crops, that you can do all of those things and absolutely feed the world. In fact, that if we don't make this shift, we are only going to hurt ourselves even more. I mean, I think about the absolute insanity that we continue in this country to allow a chemical like chlorpyrifos, a known neurotoxin that, thanks to scientists here in New York City, determined decades ago has no safe level for children and infants. That's why it was banned for use in cockroaches here in New York City years ago. It is still allowed in agriculture. It is insane. It is insane that we allow the use of paraquat, a pesticide that if you were to drink a teaspoon of it, you would die, that we know is linked to Parkinson's. And I mean, I could keep going, I will stop. But the point is that have been sold this incredible story that we don't need to buy into anymore. The science tells us that regenerative agriculture and agroecology is what we need to create the kind of resilient farms that are resistant to the kind of incredible climate shocks that Bill was describing. We know that it's better for those who are working the land, who are then not exposed to those toxic chemicals. We know it produces healthier food. Many of our members have worked on the studies that show that when you use these practices into nourishing the soil, the food itself is more nourishing for our bodies. Again, I could go on, but it's an incredible positive story, and one that we don't hear as much of because of the deny, delay, and demonize tactics of an industry that's trying to protect its market share.
I feel like these two individuals have been so good at dispelling myths in the United States and all over the world. In the final few minutes that we have, we are coming upon what I think is the most important election of not just my lifetime, but all of our lifetimes. And so I'm interested in hearing from both of you what advice you have for this audience as we head into this election cycle, no matter what happens. What advice do you have?
This trip to New York for a day or two is my one foray into and mostly because Anna asked me to come, my one foray into the blue states for the past 6 months. I'm spending all my time in the swing states. We've started Third Act, which organizes old people like me, people over 60, for action on climate and democracy. We've got 100,000 volunteers. They've been going to jail. They've been writing 200,000 postcards a week into the swing states. Anything you can figure out how to do over the next 45 days to defeat Donald Trump and Trumpism is a huge help in this climate fight. The best analysis is that a Trump presidency would add about 4 billion tons of extra carbon to the atmosphere, which is equivalent to the annual output of the EU and Japan combined. So it's sort of like finding another continent to pour carbon into the atmosphere. And it couldn't be more important, especially because of that question of timing. We've got some momentum now. But that momentum can be broken, and the next president of the United States after this one will be inaugurated in January of 2029, which is 11 months before that 2030 deadline. So basically, this is the last election that counts in terms of whether or not we make things happen at the pace they must. So anything to beat back Donald Trump would be an extraordinary help.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. And I'll take my C3 hat off and put my Anna Lappé hat on and say that echo everything Bill said. I mean, I think that we can't stress enough that no matter where you are in the country, no matter kind of what you do, there's ways to get involved. I live in California, very blue state, but there's ways to still be engaged outside of the state. I also think we often hear this refrain to vote with your fork when it comes to food systems change. Well, we like to say you can also vote with your vote, and that we all please do that. So, how do you think about how you can live into your kind of rewriting this new story for all of us in the choices that you make, certainly in terms of the food you eat and the restaurants that you support, but also in terms of who you think will represent your interests in office, whether that's your mayor, your city council, your governor, or your president, and that however you can, try to be an influencer, even if it's just within your own family or your own community, or it's hooking up with organizations like Third Act or supporting groups like Movement Voter Project that's supporting grassroots organizers in swing states. So no matter where you live, there are tons of ways to get involved, and that to me is what gives me hope over these next 45 days. And to remember, no matter who is in office, we continue to need to speak up and continue to need to be advocates for the change we want.
Absolutely. You heard it here. This is the last election that counts. Vote with your vote. Vote with your fork, but vote with your vote. I am so honored to share this stage with you both. Thank you so much. I handled that better than I thought I would. I was so nervous. Thanks, everyone. So we have a great conversation coming up with how we can build more resilient local and regional supply chains. I'll say that again, supply chains from farmers to eaters. So I'd love to welcome our moderator Kiki Aranita, the owner of Poi Dog Sauces and a senior editor at New York Magazine, Curt Ellis, a co-founder and co-CEO of FoodCorps, Lotanna, Obodozie, the climate policy director for the National Young Farmers Coalition, Jeff Frank, the CEO of Organic Valley, and Ron Mardesen, a farmer with Niman Ranch. While they're sitting here, they already got settled. I want to take a moment to thank some of our in-kind partners, including Arrow Farms, Appeal, Adaraya, Beans is How, Bonterra Wine, Bowery Farming, Brooklyn Brewery, Certified Origins, Flora Food Group, Farmers Fridge, and Gotham Greens. Please give them a round of applause, and also our panel.
Thank you, Danny. All right, we're just going to jump right in, okay? We only have 25 minutes, right? All right. So, okay, moving along. So we're going to start off with Jeff. How can organic practices address climate change? How do Organic Valley's practices specifically tackle climate change? And how is soil health part of this equation?
You are going to jump right in.
Yeah.
I love it. All right.
We've got a lot to cover.
All right. Well, at Organic Valley, we're the nation's largest cooperative of organic farmers. And so our practices in our cooperative really abide by organic standards. And so the other thing that we're doing is we're putting a lot of energy into helping our farmers even get better. So in the scheme of things, organic farming is pretty good already, but we want to help them get even better. And so we've pioneered our carbon insetting program, which really is helping to fund projects on farms like solar installations or improved manure management practices, things like that, to help them get even better. And through all those practices, we do see a meaningful benefit to not only the environment around the farm, but also with the soil health overall.
Ron?
Yes.
So how has climate change affected Niman Ranch operations? What support network does Niman have in sharing new knowledge?
Okay, awesome. Before I get started, I was listening to the speakers ahead of us, and I have one thing that I totally disagree with. And actually, it was Danny that said it. Danny, where are you at? But she said that you no longer see frying pans flying across the kitchens. Well, folks, you obviously hadn't been at the dinner table at the Ron Mardesen house and made a comment about something the cook has prepared, because the frying pan still does fly. But that being said, no, that we are in a transition, we're in a time of change, and I think that I am grateful for the way I raise livestock. I raise livestock for Niman Ranch, and I can't describe Ron Mardesen and the way Ron Mardesen farms without bringing Niman Ranch into the picture. I mean, I never embraced the concept of cramming animals into concrete boxes or cramming them into wire cage and calling it humane. I don't care if you call it efficiency. I don't care if you call it productivity. I call it inhumane handling of an animal. I have never been able to embrace that. So my animals and the Niman Ranch animals are raised outside, either on pasture or in deeply bedded pens. Now, that being said, we have avoided the brunt of the controversy over liquid lagoons, liquid manure handling, and things like that. So from an emission standpoint, the farms and the farmers that raise livestock for Niman Ranch are cleaner that way. We do see issues and significance with weather moderations and weather changes, because our animals are outside, because we raise our animals that way. We see more extremes in the temperatures. We see more extremes in the water, the rainfalls we get. We see more extremes in the winds and the derechos. I was visiting with somebody before this started, and what Niman Ranch has done in terms of helping its farmers and its network of farmers has been to step up operations and help with deferring some of the costs for damages, help with deferring some of the costs for ramping up operations and programs to prepare, to apprehend, and to bypass or boycott anything that can come and will come that's associated with this. It's not a win-win situation. It's not an easy fix. It's not a blink your eye and it's going to be solved, guys. It took us generations to get to this point, so it's not going to go away overnight. But forward thinking and falling back on each other. I think one of the greatest strengths that farmers have got, and I would add one of the greatest strengths that Niman Ranch farmers have got, is the ability to share ideas, the ability to swap information with each other, and the ability to help each other and lift each other up.
Jeff, is that similar in terms of Organic Valley?
Very similar. Yeah, we really strive to work together as an organization. We believe that there's ongoing learning that's always happening. That's why we spend time at events like this, is while we're really proud of the work we're doing, there's always more we can do and always more we can learn.
So I'm going to switch things over to Lotanna now. You had previously told me that the top 3 issues that young farmers face include access to land capital, market access, and climate change. Can you tell me how young farmers specifically are affected by climate change?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we're a group of, people who are interested in land and food and ag, and so some of the ways that young farmers particularly are affected by climate change is through, unpredictable and extreme weather events. This can really change growing seasons. It can result in destruction of crops. And for young farmers, it's really hard to build back from that because young farmers struggle to access capital and do face really insecure land tenure and land access. If, a really big storm wipes out your crops, that could very well mean the end of your farming business, at least in the short term, likely in the long term. And so that's something that we're really seeing with our farmers throughout our network. We, every 5 years, do a big survey of farmers in our network. Our recent survey polled 10,000 young farmers across the United States. And yeah, like I said, land and climate are really rising to the top as issues that young farmers are facing. And as we know, without land, farmers can't farm, they can't implement conservation practices, they can't participate in conservation programs. And so land is truly foundational to the success of young farmers and farmers of all ages. And so that's something that we're really focused on at Young Farmers.
Ron, Niman Ranch's farmers, which span many states, are uniquely in a younger age bracket. I believe the average age of a Niman Ranch farmer is 43, correct? So are they facing the same concerns that Lotanna is talking about?
Okay, I'm a farmer, obviously. One of the most difficult questions I've ever been asked was from a young man about 20 years ago. He says, "Dad, I want to farm. Can I?" I have seen a lifetime of hardships. I've seen a lifetime of struggles, but I've seen a lifetime of successes. I think I told him he'll guess. You know, I mean, there's that internal optimism. But the fact that the Niman Ranch farmer is 43 years old says a lot about, first off, the kids that want to do it, but second off, about the company that's supporting them to do it. Then, when Mike and I had that conversation, that's my son, he said, Dad, I've got the ambition. And he said, Dad, we've got the ideas. We want to do it. We just need a chance. Man, that hit home. That was hard. That was heavy for me to get my head around. And earlier, we heard the word hope thrown around in a previous conversation. And I would equate chance and hope into the same meaning, at least in this scenario. Because if the young people see a way, can understand a way, and can fathom the concept that they can come home and farm, they're going to do it. I mean, there is so much benefit to being your own boss. There's so much benefit to raising your children on the land. And there's so much benefit to doing what you love, what you believe, doing it with integrity, without compromise, and doing it the way you want to. The reason that Niman Ranch's farmers are 43 years old is because we have in place a series of mentors to help beginning farmers. We have in place a series of grants and funding available to help these. We've got regenerative agriculture grants available. We help young farmers get their first set of gilts, which everybody knows are female pigs that have not had babies yet. We help farmers, when they buy a piece of property, to upgrade the facilities so that they can start to farm in those facilities. If you were to become a pork producer in today's society under the CAFO system or commodity agriculture, you would have to go to the bank and sign a note for $1.5 million, that's million, just to put up one building to put your pigs in. Most kids can't do that. You know, I'm 60 years old. I don't want to do that. But the point is, in the Niman Ranch system, or systems like that, you don't have to have those massive investments. 45,000 tops, and you can start and run. I mean, you can hit the ground running. It's real, it's doable, and it's achievable if we just give these kids a chance.
Lotanna?
Yeah, if I could just piggyback, I agree with everything you just said. Young people want to farm. Like, so many young people out there want to get into agriculture, but they face so many barriers. And so I think, echoing what you just said, you know, having, again, access to capital, being able to qualify for loans to help purchase their first bit of land, having mentors, learning from people who are doing this work already. And yeah, just +1 to all of that, you know, the average age of farmers in the US is nearing 60 years old. And so when the current generation of farmers transitions out of farming, who's going to take up the mantle, right? Like, we're so interested in making sure that there are farmers ready, the next generation of farmers is here and ready to take up the mantle, to begin and sustain careers in agriculture, and to do it sustainably, not just environmentally sustainably, but also economically sustainably. And yeah, so I will just end it there.
Can I just add quickly to that? Yes. I think the other thing that we're seeing too is the what is very clear here, but the how can be really complicated, as you said. And it's one thing if you have a family member and you can kind of navigate through some of that, although the laws and estate planning and things can get really complicated. But part of what we're seeing is sometimes there isn't the natural family succession or that kind of thing. And so one of the things we've been really trying to do is play matchmaker and try and find people, young people that want to farm, for people that maybe want to retire, and help them navigate some of the hurdles they have to get through. And, you know, the financial hurdles are big, but we've also seen some creative approaches where maybe over the course of 10 or 15 years, you buy the land first, then you buy the buildings, then you buy the livestock, then you buy the other pieces. And that's been very successful as we've seen it.
All right. So Curt, in terms of price points, a concern that you raised in one of our previous calls is that school systems cannot afford what Niman and Organic Valley are producing, but they do need access to products produced in these systems. So can you speak to the urgency of figuring out sourcing for schools, which you call the largest restaurants in the country?
Yeah, schools are the largest restaurant chain in the country. There's 7 times more school cafeterias in America than there are McDonald's. And as we think about what are the levers we can and must pull to build a more just and healthful and climate resilient food system, schools are the critical consumer to keep in mind. And schools are reflective of the fact that we've got to figure out how to do climate-friendly ag and food systems at a price point that can work for large populations. There's 5 billion meals a year served in our nation's school meal programs, and figuring out how to get minimally processed, locally grown, and high-quality food grown from regenerative practices into that system is critical to how we actually solve climate change from an ag standpoint at the scale of the problem.
So, as I was speaking to each of our panelists individually, it occurred to me that everyone is working towards similar goals. That said, they seem to be happening in parallel. So how do you guys all work together? How do we figure this out?
It's a good question. I mean, starting from the school standpoint, where we're seeing the greatest inroads really start, are in direct-to-farm relationships between school districts where there's a visionary school nutrition leader who is putting in the time and effort, often with the support and partnership of folks like our FoodCorps team. We have FoodCorps alums in the crowd here, AmeriCorps members who are putting their time and energy into building those relationships and starting to open up the pathways for supply chains to really move at scale. It takes government presence and partnerships to lower some of the barriers and hurdles for that kind of relationship to come into being. And then it starts taking just creative partnerships. Ultimately, the systems we're talking about, the food system or the education system or the piece of the education system and the food system that are bound up together, they're ultimately made up of people. And the key is for people to start establishing those human relationships and begin saying, what could it look like for us to open a supply line between your products and the kids who deserve to be fed nourishing, high-quality meals every single day.
Jeff, Lotanna first, and then I want to hear what ideas Jeff has.
Cool. Yeah. I would say for us, I definitely love the idea of creative partnerships. We're working in coalition with other, food access, climate organizations, other businesses, as well as our farmers, right? Like our farmers are the reason why we at Young Farmers are doing our work. And they are really the ones who are informing the policy decisions that we're making, the policy priorities that I then take to lawmakers and their staff and say, hey, this is what our farmers are saying, this is what they need, this is what you should do to help us achieve this. And so I think it's definitely a multi-pronged approach that takes all of us, right? From farmers to policy advocates to businesses to advocates. And so, yeah, I think, again, that creativity piece, because this is a huge issue, and it's going to take all of us to help solve it.
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, it's been both at a local level and at a national level. We've definitely worked with our trade associations to have the conversations in D.C. about what needs to happen in the school lunch program, and we've actually made some inroads in just the past year. But also at the local level, our consumers are great advocates for what they want for their own kids, and so we've found also a lot of strength at the local level with just consumer advocacy of what they want in the schools as well. So working on kind of both ends of that spectrum has been really helpful.
Ron, any input?
Yeah, I'll reiterate or echo what Jeff just said, but I think that the simple education, an understanding and appreciation of where food comes from, what the farmers can do in terms of interacting with the kids in the schools or the school lunch system, is a plus. The more that you know, the more you understand, the more you share common values and clarity with each other is huge. And another thing at the national level, it's been tiptoed around already this morning, but some of the major commodities that we grow are heavily subsidized right now already. It would floor you to find out how much money we throw at those commodities. And if a fraction of that were thrown at this issue, you would be surprised how much better off we'd be. You'd be surprised. I mean, the big four would almost disappear in terms of the diseases that we've got if we would do that.
Can you explain that?
Well, I'm talking about those that are associated with our eating issues. I'm talking diabetes, I'm talking coronary heart disease, I'm talking respiratory issues, and I am talking Alzheimer's. All of those could be significantly hindered or diminished, if not eradicated, with adequate and proper nutrition.
Curt, I'm going to throw things back to you in terms of nutrition.
Yeah. We know the costs that our current approach to farming and eating in this country have for us from an ecological standpoint and from a human standpoint. We've got a reality where every year there's a $1.4 trillion economic cost from the way we eat in this country. And a chunk of that, about 500 billion of it is the direct medical costs of the way we eat. But there's $1 trillion a year of lost economic productivity that comes from shouldering the next generation of people in this country with the realities of being out sick more at school and out sick more at work, progressing less in their careers, advancing less in their educational attainment, ultimately being forced out of the workforce younger. That's a result of the way we feed ourselves in this country. And so a diet that's good for the planet turns out to be a diet that is good for us. And getting kids excited, getting young people, getting the next generation excited about eating fruits and vegetables, whole grains, legumes, and alternative sources of protein beyond just meat and dairy, those are part of what need to be a daily part of a kid's experience in school for them to grow up to be healthy citizens.
You've also told me that the most impact has come from seeing culinary professionals, especially those coming out of larger scale hospitality work, shift careers into leading the school food operations at school districts. Historically, school food leaders have often been accountants or operations professionals, not food people. But having people who are serious about ingredients and flavor and who can apply those skills to feeding thousands of kids on a minimal budget can produce really amazing results. So here's looking at you chefs in the room. A huge part of sustainable food is making sure that the food produced is delicious so that it doesn't go to waste. And you're all in a room full of chefs and people who represent the restaurant industry. How would each of you like to encourage them to craft climate-conscious menus, make changes in their daily work? What would you like to tell them? And this is for everybody who would like to start.
I'll start with a plug for chefs in the room and joining us on the live stream to get involved in your local school system, not from a place of believing you come in with all the answers and telling people what to do, from a place of curiosity. Bring your resources to the table and come with questions and curiosity and ask the question of, are there ways I can help? Because we're trying to take this giant system, 100,000 school cafeterias in this country, serving 50 million kids, trying to take that system and begin thinking about it in a fundamentally different way and asking, what can we learn from flavor and from sourcing and from culinary practice that we can bring alive for kids in a way that honors their cultures, lifts up what they eat at home and at their grandparents' house, and reflects the diversity of our food system in local places around the country. That's work chefs are uniquely great at. Please bring that energy and creativity and spirit to our nation's schools.
Yeah, I think for me, support your local young farmer. They are in your neighborhoods, they are in your states, your cities, your regions. And I think that is something that's super important because in order to create a more sustainable food system, it needs to start with local food system resilience, like supporting local food sheds, buying local, again, supporting this next generation of farmers. Young farmers really struggle to access markets, and so by connecting with the young farmers in your area, I think that's a great way to, support farmers that are doing really cool work and farming in really sustainable and innovative ways.
And I think I agree with everything you both have said. I would add that I think chefs have a really great opportunity to engage more with schools directly because I think the education of kids that are at young ages is really important. They don't really think, like we were all kids once, right? We didn't really think about what we were eating in those days. But I think if we teach them more about it, I think they will start thinking more about it. And I think, sometimes if maybe you're in an urban setting, it's harder to engage with your local farmer, although I encourage it 100%. But then I think that's where the role of the chef can be even more important and impactful is just really trying to educate at a young age of why it matters and what you're putting in your body.
I'll build off of that. I mean, who in this room when they were little didn't like getting their hands dirty? Who didn't like get your fingernails dirty, you know? And I think little people are the same now as they were then. I mean, I think it's instrumental that we not only tell them where their food comes from, but we show them where it comes from, and we let them get dirty seeing how it's produced. I think that's huge, because once you've done it, once you've got a little sweat equity into it, you have a whole different idea about sliding that salad off and putting it in the trash can so nobody can see it. And one more thing. I have touted for years, it always amazes me, how a chef can take one of my pigs and turn it into magic. But that being said, you're all talented, you're all gifted, but at the end of the day, let the food source flavor come through on its own. I mean, you do a phenomenal job of making it better, but don't do such a phenomenal job that you don't recognize what it was.
So I'm a former chef, or I'm trying to be a former chef. I'm easing my way out of chefing. I used to have a restaurant, so I'm very familiar with issues in sourcing and wrestling between like choosing the cheapest product, so that that affects my bottom line. Like, I feel all rosy and hopeful at this point, but I know that we all face these challenges of trying to make this entire system work. So I'm also curious, like, what are the biggest challenges that you see in your corner of the world, your corner of the food system, starting with Curt?
Sure. I mean, I think the biggest challenge is how do we galvanize public momentum, a real movement to push for the policy change that needs to be in place. School meals should be free for every single child. There should not be an income test where kids have to pay money at the lunch line but not to get on the school bus. Additionally, we need to give school districts the resources they need to upgrade their infrastructure. When the National School Lunch Program went into effect in the 1940s, most school buildings were already built, and so schools in this country don't have adequate kitchen facilities. Give them the money they need to put in the induction stove, to move out the warmer oven, get set up to cook high-quality meals from scratch. And we need to support the kind of infrastructure for food education to happen so kids can get out, get their hands in the dirt, learn how to cook. That looks like school garden infrastructure, food educator positions, teaching kitchens for schools that are ready for that. So to me, it is a policy investment that needs to come next in our country, and that really is going to take all of us to make school food, feeding kids, and a more just and healthful and regenerative food system a priority that rises to level of state and national importance.
Yeah, I think in my small corner of the world, definitely the policy change is hugely important. Like we know, this next election is can be very consequential, but at the same time, we're in the middle of the process of creating a new farm bill, and this is really our last best chance to get really significant investments in equitable land transition for farmers, climate action, making it easier for farmers, especially young farmers, to implement conservation programs and practices on their farms, breaking down some of the barriers that I've talked about. And so I think for me, really just continuing to advocate for our policy priorities. Young Farmers is working on a few marker bills that we're hoping to be included in the Farm Bill that will directly address some of the issues that I've mentioned here.
We have actually a couple more minutes now. Do you want to tell me about those?
Sure. So we're working on 3 bills primarily. The first one is called the Land Access, Security, and Opportunities Act. This is a bipartisan bill, and basically its function is to facilitate land transition, making it easier for young farmers to access land, really supporting resilient food sheds, and helping farmers access markets, access capital, all the things I've been talking about today. The second bill that we're working on is the Farmer to Farmer Education Act, also a bipartisan bill. And this bill really, what it does is it supports farmer-led education. Through research that we've done and through conversations with our farmers and through our work, we have found that farmers are learning best from other farmers. They're not going to USDA necessarily for information about farming or best practices or conservation practices. It's really going to other farmers, or they're going to other farmers farmers. And these farmer mentors are often doing this work unpaid. And so this is a way to support farmers for the work that they're already doing. And really, again, just build this mentorship, build these farmer networks, build these resilient local food systems. And then the final bill that we're working on is the Small Farm Conservation Act. And this bill basically creates a scaled down version of the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, which is the most popular USDA conservation program that our farmers use, despite facing many barriers to using this program. And so this basically makes it so that small farmers and young farmers are competing only against each other when submitting applications to this program, because as it stands right now, they're competing against much larger operations, which makes them less competitive and less likely to receive funding and programming. And so this just is a scaled down version of that program to just make it really easy for these farmers to access this conservation money. So these three bills are truly what I live and breathe. I am talking to lawmakers and their staff all the time, really pushing for our policy priorities, and really hoping to see these in the next Farm Bill.
Yes, absolutely. I think back to your question on how we can work together in the movement and really galvanize with one another. I think, tying even back to your previous question around the food service industry, I think the origin story of food used to be way more tied to like the white tablecloth segment. But I think increasingly we're seeing quick serve restaurants or fast casual restaurants start to tell the story really well. And we know that food service tends to be a precursor of consumer behavior. So I think continuing down that path is going to be really important because people do pay attention to those things. And then I think we do have a tailwind that is growing that we didn't always have, which is consumers are caring more and more about where their food comes from. And the more we talk to each other about that, the more we make it a topic at the table, I think is going to be really important for all of us.
Thank you. I would add, we've left out one group here when we've talked about school lunch programs and stuff. I come from a town of 392 people. Proud of it, by the way. I know everybody. But that being said, the little people aren't the only ones that we need to worry about from a nutrition standpoint. We don't want to forget the folks that are a little bit older, that maybe their money's a little bit tighter. We need to address the issue of everybody who needs that nutrition program. The inner core of the Midwest and the inner core of rural America is eroding. It's hollow. It's a shell of what it was. When I was a young man, I could have stood up here with 10 of my best friends and we would talk about how optimistic we were and how bright-eyed we were about becoming farmers. Well, here I am a few years later, and I would be the only one left. That's how many farmers have left the Midwest. They've gone on because they either couldn't do it or the markets were gone. In my lifetime, I have seen and I have heard one agricultural department after another say, get big or get out. It's all about efficiency. We don't worry about the environmental hazards. We don't worry about the welfare of the animals. We don't care about the individual family farmer. That needs to stop. That needs to change. Because guess what? Because every farmer we keep on the land, we have a reason for a gas station to stay open in town. We have a reason for a school to stay open in town. We have a reason for a church to stay open in town. We have a reason for the Midwest to become what it was once. We need that. You were talking about the Farm Bill. Now is the time to hammer that down. I'm personally very passionate about the EATS Act, which is still up in the air within the Farm Bill. And the EATS is the Eliminating Agricultural Trade Suppression, which is nothing more than a glorified way for the national pork producers and the Farm Bureau to try to get Proposition 12 off the books. Proposition 12 was a law that was passed in California by a majority of the voters that said that mama pig should not be crammed in a cage 2 foot by 7 foot long for 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days. They said it's not humane, and we're not going to buy pork from folks that think it is. So don't be afraid to stand up. Don't be afraid to support people like that. Don't be afraid to let your congressmen or your senators know exactly what you think about this Farm Bill.
Or your congresswoman.
Congresswoman. Sorry.
All right. That wraps things up for today, at least for us. Not for the rest of the day, I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Applause. Thank you so much, Kiki. What a great conversation. I love all of these panelists. They're doing incredible work. Round of applause as they leave. Thank you. Thank you so much. As we move to our next conversation, we're going to talk about the incredible efforts of our food producers and how we can better support them. I'm really excited for our next panelist because I was afraid she wasn't going to get here in time, and I love her, Daphne Ewing Chow, who is a food and environmental journalist for Forbes. And I want to welcome the panelists, starting with Seneca Edwards-Heron, the founder and executive director of the Friedman Ayers Foundation. Yemi Amu, a founder and director of Oko Farms. Leo Garces, who is the CEO and president of Mercy for Animals, who I've known for such a long time. And an incredible leader that I truly love, Karen Washington, who is a farmer, an activist, a mentor, and co-owner of Rise and Root Farm. So please give them all a round of applause. And Daphne, over to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for being late. I'm glad I didn't hold anybody up. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be among these women revolutionaries who are changing their communities and the world. And today, as Danny said, we're going to be talking about producers and restaurateurs and what these ladies are going through as revolutionaries within these fields to make a change. So first of all, I just wanted to set the stage about, I guess, what the problem is. And I want to start with you, Karen. You've become famous for quite a few things, one of them being coining the term food apartheid. So I want to understand better, what does food apartheid mean as it relates to systemic inequalities in food systems? And if we understand this concept better, how can it help us in the fight for climate justice and food security?
Well, thank you for bringing that up, because when the term food desert was out there, I said, food desert? Like, who coined that term? And then I heard food mirage, and then I heard food swamp. And I said, wait a second, these are outsider terms designating the place that I lived. And it was that, I didn't have enough food, I have access to healthy food, all this. And it says, wait a second, I do have food, but I don't have healthy food options. And so I coined the term food apartheid because what was missing, first of all, food desert is a location. It didn't get at the heart of the problem within my community that was based on race and the color of the skin, was based on where people live, demographics, and it was based on how much money you made. And so no one was talking about that. And so I coined the term because I wanted people to start talking about the food system that has for so long left so many people out. We talk about food that has now become commodified. We talk about food where it's supposed to be healthy, but there's a population of people that don't have healthy food options. Yes, we have the junk food, the processed food, the fast food, but we don't have healthy food options. And as a result, food has become a weapon. And you're starting to see diet-related diseases, illnesses. You're starting to see, even as a farmer, this wealth gap that we have. And so, folks, we need to sort of tear down the food system and look at it, because for so long we said the food system is broken and needs to be fixed, and a lot of you believe that, and I know a lot of, but I say no, it needs to change. And that change is shifting power back into the hands of the people who have been for so long left behind.
It's an amazing answer. Thank you. And speaking of these structural issues, I wanted to jump across to you, Seneca. The Friedman Ayers Foundation really specializes in bridging the gaps between Black farmers and the marketplace. And I wanted to ask you, what are some of the challenges faced not only by Black farmers, but also by all historically marginalized farmers and smallholder farmers in getting to markets, in the marketplace? And what would if we had a better understanding and rectified these issues, how could they create more equality in our food systems?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone, and I'm super excited to be here. This is my first New York Climate Week. So when we're thinking in terms of Black farmers, I grew up in Mississippi from an agricultural family, and the same problems that Black farmers, historically marginalized farmers, faced over 100 years ago, they're still facing them today. Please do not think that things are any different. They just look different. And so from the perspective of what we do at Freedman Ayers, or just to give a little bit of level setting, when you're looking at what the numbers say based off of USDA Census of Ag, so of course there may be some margin of error there in the numbers. However, Black farm numbers have declined 95% over the last 100 years. We were almost at 1 million Black farmers in 1920. Now we're at 41,000 if you think about farmers that said they were Black only. You gain 5,000 if they said they were Black in combination with another race. If you look at it from the land aspect of it, in 1920, we were around owning 41 million acres. Right now, Black farmers only own 5 million acres in this country. That is down 80, well, close to 90%. So we still have a structural problem that is still centered around the same areas. Number one being access to capital or funding. That's pretty much an issue for all farmers, especially marginalized farmers. Access to what I like to call culturally relevant technical assistance, meaning technical assistance that is geared and directed towards the needs of those marginalized and underrepresented producers. They are not all created the same. It is not the same. What Black farmers face in the South is different from what Hispanic farmers may face on the West Coast, or what farmers may face here in the Northeast. And so we need to think through how we can create culturally relevant and have cultural competence in administering that technical assistance. And lastly, for me, I'm an ag economist by training, and so I'm always thinking about the market aspect of things and what that means for producers. Being denied access to markets over the last 100 years has been absolutely crucial and critical for the decline and loss in the number of Black farmers and the land. If farmers don't have access to markets in order to sell the goods that they grow, what are they supposed to do with that food? And how are they supposed to make a living? So when we're thinking about how, or thinking about structurally changing that, and I think Ms. Karen made a great point, it's not about trying to fix it. There needs to be a new paradigm shift, or a new way of thinking about it, and new ways to integrate these farmers, Black farmers as well as other historically underserved farmers, with access to capital, access to new market opportunities, access to technically sound technical assistance. And so a lot of the work that we do at Freedman Ayers are around those three topical areas, and working with different stakeholders across the supply chain, other nonprofit organizations, and working directly with farmers in order to understand what their needs are and how we can help meet those needs in the way that is best suited for them.
Amazing. Those numbers are quite astounding. I had no idea. Yemi, your farm, Oko Farms, you specialize in aquaponics, which is still a relatively niche area in farming. Can you tell us more about aquaponics and how it contributes to environmental sustainability?
Aquaponics might be niche, but it is certainly not new. People have been farming in water for thousands of years. I visited the Chinampas earlier this year. I was in Bali last year, and I saw the sawatambecs, which are the fish and rice cultivation ponds in Peru, in Guatemala, in different parts of the world. You have this synthesis of fish and plants growing together. It developed primarily either as a way to hold on to water when during times of drought, or being able to grow food during times of flood. So both environmental extremes you cannot farm in. How do we figure out how to grow food when our country is flooded or our area is flooded? In Bangladesh right now, there are floating farms everywhere. Not everywhere, but they're becoming increasingly more popular because Bangladesh is facing unprecedented floods. And 90-something% of the population are farmers. So now the country and nonprofits are trying to figure out how to keep people farming, keep people fed. And in other parts of the world where there is drought and people are trying to hold on to as much water as possible, this system of food production actually allows you to recycle water indefinitely. So you're using about 80% less water to raise both fish and plants, and still be able to provide food security for your community. In the West, it's seen as niche and fancy, and it's done indoors using controlled environment technology. But what it is just farming. You're farming fish, and instead of dumping that fish wastewater, you simply mimic what nature does, which is you make that fish wastewater accessible to plants. Plants' roots take up that waste as nutrients. The water becomes clean for the fish, and you're able to grow food. And you can grow everything from rice to sweet potatoes to sorghum, all types of herbs, peppers, eggplant. Whatever it is you want to grow, you're able to grow, and also be able to raise freshwater fish. And what makes it advantageous in urban environments is because we have very limited access to space for production. So it can be done in a way where you're also like you're utilizing space, you're raising fish, which is a local protein source, and you're also able to provide food. Can be done indoors, and it can be done outdoors. We've put aquaponics in classrooms, we've put them in backyards, we've put them on rooftops. It is very adaptable and scalable for your environment, and also the types of vegetables that you can grow and fish that you can raise are also very adaptable.
Amazing. And thank you for bringing in the global aspect. I'm from Barbados, and of course, as a small island developing state, we also have issues with land, and aquaponics is definitely something that is being explored by the government. So that's really useful to bring in that global aspect. Leah, two-part question for you. First of all, I wanted to know what is animal agriculture and just industrial agriculture doing to our environment and our communities by extension, and how can consumers and restaurants and producers work together to drive environmental change in their own animal-friendly practices?
Thank you for that question, and thanks for having me here today. It's also my first New York Climate Week, so I'm excited. What is industrial animal agriculture? Well, in the context of why we're all here this week, the most important takeaway is we won't reach our climate change goals unless we address industrial animal agriculture and unless we address consumption of animal products. And we need to reduce the consumption and production of those things. That is because of the detrimental impact on the environment, on communities, and on cruelty to animals. For example, a third of our arable land is used just to feed animals in factory farms rather than ourselves. That's just, if you look at the math and you do a trajectory out, we're gonna run out of land. So we have to address that. We're having really important biodiverse areas, ecosystems being burnt down, being destroyed, habitat destruction. In my lifetime, the number of individual reptiles, birds, amphibians, and mammals has halved. And that is absolutely related to our overconsumption of animal products. And so this is critical for us to address. It's also having detrimental impacts on communities. In North Carolina, communities of color are having to breathe in pig feces that is sprayed onto their land, that comes into their keyholes, that's on their microwaves, that's on their stovetops. And also in slaughterhouses, the majority of people working in slaughterhouses are immigrants from Central and South America. And our immigration policy sort of enables that. And so there's abuse throughout this system. So in the context of this week, we can't reach our climate change goals if we don't address this problem. So what can restaurants, what can we as consumers do? And I think one of the most for the people who run restaurants in this room, who are chefs, one of the most underutilized and powerful tools we have is the nudge effect. Has anybody read that book? Right. So really, we have to encourage more plant-based eating. And one really effective tool to doing that is the nudge effect. And so we're leveraging the psychology of menu architecture in order to encourage other choices, to encourage more plant-based choices. Not taking away the choices, it's encouraging a choice. And so there's proven tools on how to do that as folks running restaurants, designing menus. So some examples, right? One of them is creating more exciting descriptions of your menu. So instead of saying vegan burrito, nobody wants that. You say the Southwest Smoky Sizzler, right? Yum. Gonna eat that. Other options include training your staff to be excited about those plant-based options. And when they come in, they're introducing that with excitement. Introducing things like the chef special, the chef recommendation. Other things like placement in the menu. So putting it at the top of the menu where your eyes naturally go. So there have been studies that show that when we do a vegan default, so there's a salad, there's a pasta, and you have to add the product, that there is a drastic reduction in people choosing to add it. So there are things we can do through this nudge philosophy, through the psychology of menu architecture that can really help focus folks toward a more environmentally friendly diet, because climate change does mean diet change, and we can really help shape that path.
Fantastic. And actually, that's perfect segue into some solutions. That's such a really cool idea for how to structure menus. And I wanted to move into a discussion around solutions. And of course, the first pillar around making change would be education. And I know all of you are involved in education in some way, shape, or form. And I just wanted to start with Yemi, because your aquaponics center is not just a food center, but it is an education center. And I wanted to hear your perspective on how this education within your community has contributed to a more secure food system, more balanced food system.
Aqua Farms does a lot of different types of education. I really believe that urban farms are an outdoor classroom. It is the point of contact for both young people and adults to understand what it actually takes to grow food and the environmental impact of food production. And also the impact of food production on the people who are growing the food. There's a huge disconnect. We talk a lot about chefs and, and glamorize food production from that perspective, but farmers are at the forefront of climate change most of the times. We were on that farm this summer when it was like 113 degrees. And people would come out and say, how do you do this? And I'm like, well, how do you think food gets on your table? Somebody has to do this. So just because we exist, and we exist in an urban environment, and we are, just right there outside, people walk by, they see us, they chat with us, that is a form of education. People get to see every day what it takes to grow food. We have children who come onto the farm. Many of them are seeing a farm for the first time. They ask for horses. We don't have them, but we have fish, and they love that we have animals. And it is a great opportunity for us to also engage visitors on animal welfare. We actually work with NYU Environmental Studies program on trying to create some sort of, foundation or something for fish welfare, because there isn't really one that exists. What does it mean to raise fish in a humane environment? What does it mean to raise them in a way where you're thinking about their psychological health? So square tanks with edges rather than round, because fish need edges. It makes them feel safe, giving them a place to hide when they need to hide. Little things like that that make a big difference to their psychological health, which also reduces or increases their immune system. Most fish farmers add a lot of antibiotics to the feed. We cannot add antibiotics because our entire system runs on microbes. We need beneficial microbes to convert the fish waste into plant food. So antibiotics is not an option for us in any way. So how do you create a safe environment for psychologically and healthy, safe environment for your fish? So not only are the NYU students learning that and working on that, they're also engaging the public in that conversation. We teach people how to grow their own food. I personally don't think we can fully address food security without also giving people tools to be able to grow food for themselves, especially in urban environments. We saw what happened during COVID-19. Not everyone will want to grow their own food, but as many people as possible who have the tools and the knowledge and the means to grow their own food, the better. That is why we go into classrooms. That is why we go into, we work with nonprofits. We work with residential spaces, anywhere where people have a community and they're interested in growing their own food in their own way and growing food that is culturally relevant to them. We try to do that because we can't always depend on food being brought to us. We have to be able to grow food in our own communities. And then we cannot, we're here talking about the climate. Everyone's been saying it, the way we grow food, and not just the way we grow it, but what we also grow makes a huge impact on the climate, So what types of crops are we growing? How are we contributing to an ecologically diverse environment? Are the crops you're growing bringing in birds and different types of pollinators? As an aquaponics farm that's outdoors, we get to see all types of native bees and birds and creatures come in because we have water. That's something that a lot of people do not think about. I used to work at a farm years ago in Bed-Stuy where I would turn on the hose and I would literally be attacked by thirsty bees. You know what I mean? So having this mineralized water outdoors is a wonderful place for bees and other types of pollinators, and they come in to drink water. All these little things matter. And we should be eating food and eating a wide variety of foods that also contribute to a healthy, biodiverse climate. So when I think of food security, I also think of climate justice and climate security, and all of those things come together. And it is what we teach. We even try to engage folks who are not necessarily thinking about food, but maybe are thinking about art or thinking about fashion and textiles. We know that the fashion industry right now is contributing to an enormous amount of pollution. We work with people on growing natural dyes and fibers. We work with artists who teach people how to make natural paint with the flowers we grow. We work with textile artists who teach people how to dye, gently used clothing so that they can extend the life of their clothes. So this is what education looks like to me.
That's
is
amazing.
Being able to engage people in different types of ways.
That's fantastic. And I know, Karen, you're also very passionate about education. You have Farm School NYC, which focuses on educating people around agriculture with a sort of a grassroots social justice approach. Can you tell me how this empowers communities to be a part of change and climate justice?
Because in order to educate people, the educators have to be part of the community. And for so long, we have been in silos. We've gone to conferences and looked around, and we always say, well, how many people look like us? And if we could count on our hands how many people were Black. We could also think about, again, on the stage, when people were talking about, food systems, our voices were not heard. And so we decided to bring out the people in our community, the elders who had so much knowledge because they grew up on farms, to come and also with our partners, to come and build a curriculum build a curriculum that would reach out to the everyday person in our community. And so farm school is now, I think, 15 years old. The teachers are community people. The leaders are community people. And so you have that reciprocity, which is so, so important. I also want to bring to the forefront the conferences. In 2010, we've had the first Black Farmers in Urban Gardener Conference because, believe it or not, people didn't know that Black farmers existed. They didn't know Black farmers existed, and the narrative around farming has been co-opted so that a lot of people really in their minds were thinking that farm work was slave work. But no, wait a second, why we were brought here? We were brought here because of our knowledge of agriculture. And when you tell a young Black and brown child why your ancestors were brought here, that they were the ones to provide this food for this nation, cook for this nation. And so when you start telling that story, that strong narrative, all of a sudden that thing about slavery disappears because now you are engaged. You have a purpose of forming the agriculture and dining experience here in America. We still have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go to break down barriers. Education is the key. And I just saw my friend Tony Hillary walk in the room, who is a pioneer in educating young kids exactly where their food comes from, but also to be the next leaders in the dynamics of agriculture.
Wow. Thank you for that. And we just have less than 2 minutes, so I wanted to ask a two-part question for you, Leah and Seneca. So, Leah, you could take part A, and Seneca, you take part B. So, Leah, my question for part A is, what are some global best practices that food producers and restaurateurs can use to create more environmentally sustainable production? And Seneca, part 2 would be for you that you can think about till I get to you, is as an agricultural economist, what are some of the economic impediments that food producers and restaurateurs face when trying to be more environmentally sustainable? So we'll start with you, Leah.
Yeah, I am going to have to repeat myself from last time because the global best practices around the world, from Mumbai to London to LA, restaurateurs are practicing this nudge effect. So I know folks in Mumbai in a restaurant that are testing, and they are working on and measuring, which is fascinating, measuring what happens when their staff are trained and encouraging this. What happens when they call it this, A/B testing. And so I think around the world that restaurants have this incredible ability, and then they can work with farmers on increasing those options and providing a market for alternatives. I'm keeping in my 30 seconds. Go. Go.
All right. So quickly, I would say number one is rising input costs. Rising input costs for farmers, as well as rising input costs for chefs, restaurateurs. That is something that is a huge economic impediment since we're in this era of an inflationary period. And then also, I would think that another economic impediment is working with distributors that are engaging minority farmers on one end, and also from a restaurant or a chef perspective is engaging with those specific distributors. Because in my research, what I found is that a lot of chefs or restaurateurs, as you said, Karen, they don't know where the Black farmers are to source the food. And so when we're thinking about economic pathways in conjunction with food pathways that Karen laid out for us so eloquently, is that those are impediments that if are not overcome, we lose out. And so the farmer loses out, the restaurateur and the chef loses out as well. And so in thinking of ways to collaborate and work together to also provide economic viabilities for these small farmers, as well as bringing out the historical relevance and importance of these specific types of foods. Because a lot of foods that we eat and enjoy are not indigenous to this country. They were brought here with enslaved people. And so there's a story around that restaurateurs and chefs can make sure that the public knows and brings education along with it. But it starts with engaging these underserved farmers, particularly, specifically, Black farmers.
Amazing. I find you ladies to be just so inspiring, and your energy is so infectious. I think the points that come across are social justice, justice for animals, education, traditional knowledge, and it all comes back to climate justice, and you can't have climate justice without any of these ingredients. So thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. Amazing panel. Thank you so much, Daphne, and to all of the panelists. Nice to see everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Washington. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. You were great. Thank you. All right. In our next conversation, we will get to hear about some of the solutions that are being introduced to improve local food and agriculture systems right here in New York City. For this conversation, we have Food Tank's longtime friend, Chloe Sorbino, who leads coverage of food, drink, and agriculture at Forbes. Joining her will be Tony Hillary, the CEO of Harlem Grown, Cheryl Durant, the board president of Just Food, Kana Mickey, the executive director of the Office of Urban Agriculture in New York City, and Ora Kemp, the senior policy advisor at the New York City Mayor's Office of Food Policy. Over to Chloe and the panelists. Give them a huge round of applause.
Wow. Wow, I mean, I've just been already so inspired just from, just the urgency we heard from Bill and Anna earlier talking about why now is so important for change. And, as the ever-inspiring Karen Washington set us up perfectly for this panel, there is a food apartheid in this country. It has been getting worse, and there are many who have been left behind. This panel is about how that's starting to change and what's been working, what can be realistic, and where the impact really is. So, to kick it off, I'm just so honored to be here with all of you incredible people. There's a real difference between food security, food justice, and food sovereignty. I'd love to, start this off. Maybe Kiana, we can start with you, but if everyone can share how you think about those three pillars and how it really impacts your work.
Thank you, Chloe. Thanks again, everybody. I'm so excited to be here and so nice to be in a charged room. Yeah, I think it's important to kind of talk about, I kind of see it as a spectrum between food security, food justice, and food sovereignty. In food security work, oftentimes that is food that is donated. Oftentimes it's trying to address access, but most of that food is being dropped in. And a lot of times the communities that are receiving that food are really seen as end consumers, and they're getting the life cycle of food at its end. So when that becomes the condition, when that becomes the norm, people then start to feel that. The loss of dignity also starts to set in. So it's not that we don't need emergency models and we shouldn't, and we should find ways to disseminate food, but I think when that is very different than food justice. So when we're talking about food justice, there's more of a self-determination to decide if you're growing food, and kind of like what Yemi was saying, being able to be equipped to grow food in your space, but also making the choices around what food comes in and out of your community. Are you building relationships with your regional partners and farmers and producers? Are you, as community, deciding what are culturally relevant crops that are grown here, whether they're seasonal or whether they're attuned to the microclimates that we come from? And we're thinking, a lot of our work in food justice speaks to indigenous pathways of food, indigenous cultures of food. So going even beyond colonialism, how did these foods, these crops, keep our ancestors whole and resilient throughout all that they went through? And how do we bring that back to our urban climates now, or our rural climates? And then, there has to also be policy in that and economic mechanisms with that. Again, driven by the stakeholders and community as well. So they're deciding the models, they're deciding the levers. And then food sovereignty to me is really in the global north where we're not at. I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, not just on policy, but also how do we connect and resource in our existing systems land to folks equitably, resources more equitably, where folks are now the most impacted are the ones driving agrarian reform. The folks that are most impacted are making the decisions around their ecosystems, the natural and the built. I hope that helped a little bit.
We love that. Yes, Aura, you want to take it from there?
Yeah, in hearing it described, it reminds us that our system is very linear. And coming from a policy perspective, when you have a system where all of the power has been funneled to the top, and it becomes a very paternalistic system that is also very controlled, the idea of being able to go out into your own community and seek foods that nourish your person, but also your community and your culture, it requires that we're not looking at our system in a linear fashion, but really associating it more with a circular fashion where it's feeding back into itself in a sustainable way. So right now we have a very linear system. There are a few companies at the top who get to dictate how much and what variety of our food is being produced. We have a government that is funding into these systems and sustaining very unhealthy systems through things like subsidies, making a pound of beef more affordable than a pint of blueberries. And on the other end of that, we also have this excessive amount of waste that doesn't really have a way to reconnect or go back into feeding soil and feeding land and feeding people. So as Kiana was saying, this idea that food security is often seen as like a residual part of like, okay, what can we throw back into the system, without realizing that the reason that food insecurity exists is because our system is not holistic in and of itself. It requires a constant reimagining and reintegration throughout the process, and policy supports in that. But it's getting back into more of the understanding that we as people, as eaters, and as part of a collective system, we need to be thinking about how to approach this as more of a companion or a partner in the production of our food, and less so as an object that is needing to be consumed. We are an active part of this, and that needs to be represented in how we're supporting it through policy.
Tony, let's take it to you. I want to talk about really what's happening on the ground with your work. I mean, I think we all could use a little optimism and inspiration right now, but I mean, your work is so impactful. Can you share more about how it's really working and why?
Sure. I just want to start out by thanking everyone for being here, and me being here, more importantly, in this esteemed panel. But we're talking about food, guys, in the richest city in the world. There's such a disconnect. I love policy. I love it. I understand the necessity of it. But I work in Harlem, New York, a few miles north of here, a few minutes on the subway, and it's a totally different world. I work with elementary school children who are all hungry. They all go to school for their basic nutritional needs in schools with no art, music, or gym. And then you sprinkle in like 30 to 40% of them are homeless. I mean, it's a mind bender, right? Food. I don't have the luxury of the high level policy. So we started our own. We're trying to change the system to disrupt the system. Can you imagine 55 fast food restaurants in a 3-block radius of anywhere? And you put a elementary school in the middle of that? 29 pharmacies, not one affordable food option, and I go in there and tell a kid, just eat healthy? Just telling the kid, just be president of the United States, right? It's that simple. So we take unused space, and we created urban farms. What started with 1 13 years ago, now we have 14. We produce tons of food that's given back to the community free of charge, with nutrition education, cooking demonstrations, recipe writing, but that's all the hook. There's a lot of mentoring layered and programming layered on top of that. I'm proud to sit here and tell you that we've gotten 22 children, first generation in the 4-year universities through this method. Wow. One in the University of Pennsylvania, 2 in NYU, and it's not a clap. I'm here speaking for them because they're the voiceless. They're the ones, those are those kids that we don't put the resources in. We expect something when we give nothing. How do we have any school in New York City and anywhere in this country with the conditions I just opened with? So there's this thing about food apartheid, food deserts. They say, oh, they don't want nutritious food. They don't want organic produce. Here's a newsflash, guys. I've been doing this for 13 years. I've yet to meet one parent who doesn't want 3 organic meals a day for their children. But where do you get it and how do you afford it? So that's where I am. And I'm not trying to diminish the other points here, right? But sometimes I wonder why I'm invited to these panels. But that's
there's a
where
lot of
I
work
am.
to share.
Yes, but I am there, and I implore anyone in this room who hears my voice to come up and see what we're doing. We have a series of farms spread over several blocks of Central Harlem. We have some of the most innovative ways to grow, from in-soil, hydroponic, vertical. We hire locally. We have 50 full-time employees where we pay living wages in New York City with health care and dental care and 401k, 4% match. Yes, I'm a nonprofit. Yes, I'm a nonprofit, and I want you to come see how this works. Thank you.
Cheryl, I'd love to hear more about how your work really supports all of this, especially, just in terms of how resources can be better leveraged to make more get into the hands of folks like Tony and organizations.
I don't want to talk about that. I want to piggyback off what everybody else said.
Sure.
That's where my strength is. I don't want to make up anything. And I was moved by the previous panel because a lot of the stuff resonated with me. And Tony, like you, when I got the email, I was wondering why people invited me to be here. But my work touches many spectrums. I am the board chair of Just Food, and I am also an urban farmer, and I'm approaching 15 years of doing this work. I live and work in the poorest congressional district, or one of, in the United States. It's the South Bronx, and I see trauma and insecurity every day. And over the years of my work, I've developed a motto which is indicative of my connection to this food landscape, is that food is the gateway to all things justice. Without justice in food, there is no justice anywhere else. And I feel like spiraling from that, we can't just think about food, we need to think about our broader community. How does it connect to our broader community? Because we need to have justice everywhere. We need to have justice in education, we need to have justice in housing, and we need to rethink what our neighborhoods and our communities look like. And the people who live in our neighborhoods and communities, they need to be empowered and given the power to decide, just like the original Native Americans when the Europeans got here, decide about their individual freedom, decide how they want to engage with authority, and decide what their communities look like. And that goes down to how the land is stewarded. That's another big picture, because before we can have a food security, food justice, and food sovereignty, we need to think about how we engage with land. We have to solve that problem. What does it mean to own land versus, as human beings on a planet, to steward land? And until we can solve that conundrum, there will be no food security. There will be no food justice, and there will be no sovereignty. And in the work that I do, I see that every day. I see how people become empowered when they put their hands in the soil. I see how people become empowered when they can grow their own culturally relevant food. I see how people become empowered just through the education. They do not have to plant anything, they just need to know. Because unless they know, they cannot affect policy. They cannot tell elected officials what is needed and what they want. They are separated from that, and it is deliberate. Our system is operating exactly the way it should be. And until we solve that problem, we're going to be talking in spirals about food forever and ever.
I'm so happy you went there. Let's keep on talking about land. I mean, I think that's really where the crux of all of this is. Kiana, I've known you for years. You're in my book, and we talked a lot about actually land and food sovereignty. And I know now that you're at the mayor's office in this new role that you've actually been doing a lot of work. What's been going on?
Oh, yeah, thank you. The Mayor's Office of Urban Agriculture is one of the newest offices in the city. We were established in 2022. The impetus for the office was to help. One of the main issues is really identify how to, we've made it a mandate to identify how to identify underutilized land, but also what are the models and policies that will support that work to be here, as well as, increasing economic power throughout the breadth of urban agriculture and minimizing, climate crisis. But when thinking about land, and Cheryl brought up a really good point, we know that New York City is one of the most expensive places to live. It's certainly one of the expensive places to afford land or afford property. That doesn't mean that we don't have active green spaces. What we do have is a need to increase those green spaces. So not just in parks, which are great, and not just in community gardens, which are also great, but we need to be a city that's being innovative about our underutilized land and finding a way to address issues of capital needs of a city like housing and both and with needs around food justice, food security, and land stewardship. So one of the things that the office has been exploring is, one, identifying those actual underutilized land that happen in the city, where, in particular, the ones that are owned by the city. What is the current state of that land? Is there a building? Is it not? What is the underutilized status of it? At the same time, we also have to not just identify that land and the quality of that land. We also have to identify and support land stewardship models and agreements that the city will build in order to bring in practitioners like Cheryl, folks that come from the alumni of Harlem Grown and some of our other great nonprofit work. Cheryl is a part of the horticultural training group. They're a great example of supporting, with Jason, building a horticultural training program, agricultural training program, where students are learning how to grow food, how to steward land, and how to do it in different models. So to me, I feel like it's important for our office to support the breadth of urban ag stakeholders, from soil-based growers to commercial growers to innovative models like Yemi's work and Oko Farms. How do we bring in different models, from gardens to farms, on soil, on rooftops, that are increasing the opportunity for land stewardship in a city that most people will not be able to afford it? And are these also agreements that are for nonprofits, where they're able to activate in their constituents? But we also have to be really realistic about creating procurement opportunities in the city for businesses. And not just existing businesses that already have those relationships. For us, what we found is there are a lot of folks that are trained in the work, that have gone to programs like the agriculture training program that Cheryl is doing, could finish projects like Green City Forest or Harlem Grown, but don't have a place to actually get a job. Or they're still working, they don't have a place to work, or they're leaving the city because they can't steward land. So our office is looking at building agreements that are within the city to create climate resilient activity, as well as food and scaling food production. The majority of our growers here in the city are doing it under volunteer work or sweat equity. So that means what they do goes right back into the land. However, they're not able to make that livable wage. And yes, there are great nonprofits that are able to afford a livable wage, but again, for some folks, that's not their option. What we've realized is that there are folks that are trained to do this work. The city needs more skilled folks in the green economy, but we have been leaving out agriculture as one of those options in that sector. We don't really talk about agriculture in the city in our green economy. We don't really talk about food. We don't really talk about culinary. So what we've been doing is building within our stakeholders, but also on the city side, is identifying procurement opportunities, creating trainings and opportunities to encourage folks to consider if they should and can be a business, connecting them to MWBE certification, but in particular in our food, climate, and ag system, creating workshops that connect them to the pipeline of getting that certification, because that can definitely help start or sustain a business. It's a lot of paperwork. Anything working in the city bureaucracy is going to be a lot of paperwork, let me tell you. But at the end of that paperwork can be a contract. And we need more feasible contracts where we're getting folks that are trained to do this work, stay in the city, be a part of the fabric of the city's success. And some of those avenues have to end in sole proprietorship, LLCs, cooperative businesses. So for us in the office, it's not just supporting our existing community gardeners, but are we creating more tangible ways for the breadth of small businesses to mid-scale businesses to have a better opportunity to be a part of the city's success?
Yeah. Oh, wow. It's huge. It's really, I mean, that's really huge work. And so, really what you're talking about is re-regionalizing this food system, but with community, collective at the center, with dignity at the center, which is huge. To kind of transition from that, Tony, I'd love to take it back to you. Re-regionalizing the food system also has to come with, a lot of economic changes, right? Alternative systems, but CSAs, community-supported agriculture shares, have been hit or miss. You've talked about how it hasn't worked for your organization. Can you share why, that model maybe should be considered? I think other people on this panel might feel differently, but I think that's a healthy place to have a little conversation.
Okay, yeah, again, from where I stand, I mean, I'm working with people who are living in poverty. They don't have the luxury of prepaying for next month's food. All their food dollars come off of their SNAP benefits, so whatever they buy has to be used now. So that's what kind of pushed us into our model, that we have free farmers markets. So the children do the planting, the community tends it, we harvest, and we share the harvest together. But we only grow 6,000 pounds of organic produce. Already to date, we've distributed 58,000 pounds. How do we do that? We work with food rescue organizations that go to Hunts Point, where they throw out 40% of the food. We know the deal about how much food we waste. And they bring it to us, and we sprinkle in our little bit to the tons that we get from there. And guys, I gotta tell you, back to that narrative about communities like that not wanting produce, right? We just love fast food, right? We get 300 people online 2 hours before distribution on Saturdays for our free farmers markets. It's all fresh organic produce that's laid out, not prepackaged, to give them. It's with dignity. They come in with their reusable bag and take what they need. We limit the amount, of course. And it's 100% sold out, quote unquote, no money, but it's sold out every week, and every week it grows 5 to 8% in people. I don't know how we're gonna keep up with this. We gotta talk after this panel. But that's what it is. But what good is the food without the education? What good is the food without access to it constantly, right? So I work with elementary schools who grow all this beautiful produce. They eat it, and then, oh my goodness, they like it. But then where do you get it, right? So this is our conundrum. We're in this vicious cycle, and I really got to talk with these panelists later on how do we sustain this. We're going into the winter where we stop growing. Our production goes down 75% because now we're indoors with hydroponics, and that's a drop in the bucket, but I don't see that line of people for distribution going down in the winter. Right. So we got some talking to do, guys.
Cheryl.
I wanna piggyback off what you said, and I wanna try and connect some dots, because first with the CSA, Just Food's mission is to help community members develop their own food models, and one of those are CSAs, community-supported agriculture, championed by Fannie Lou Hamer. There was a reason for that. And part of community-supported agriculture is to support our farmers, our homesteaders, our family farms, not large industrial commercial farmers, so that they can live. Because as we know, most of our farmers, they don't have health insurance, They can't afford sometimes to eat the food that they grow. And a lot of them rely on transigent peasant farmers from the global south who, from my experience, they know how to grow food. And they bring resilient and sustainable practices with them, and we steal it from them.
Yeah.
So how do we connect those dots that while we're doing the food security work, we're also spiraling to food justice and food sovereignty? Exactly. We need to connect those. Those are very, very important, and I will continue to hammer on them. So our model is similar to yours, where we have a free market, where people who are food insecure, no questions asked, even if you're not food insecure, because the end game is food is a right, and we should not be paying for something that the planet gives us for free.
Right.
So that's the end goal. So when we have our free market, anybody can come to that free market. But farmers need to be paid, okay? So therefore, that's where the CSA comes in, where those who can afford to pay the top tier in CSA dollars need to pay the top tier in CSA dollars to support those farmers. And in retrospect, and as a result of that, subsidize those who have SNAP benefits who can't pay the farmer, because they are also the working poor. And sometimes they are working in jobs to support our lives, our benefits, and they don't get enough pay. And we need to recognize that in America. So therefore, those who have more have a responsibility to subsidize those who have less, because no job is better than any other job. We need to recognize that first.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
And many CSAs
And the farmers who I work with in CSAs, I wish some of them were on the stage, they are on SNAP too.
Exactly.
And they don't have health benefits, and they grow our food. And that is a shame in the richest country on the planet. We need to pay our farmers. We need to give them proper housing. We need to give them health care. And they need to be able to grow to eat the food that they grow.
Absolutely.
And there's no excuse for it.
No.
And we can't keep having these panels and not move to the next stage of how to solve the conundrum.
Yeah, absolutely. Shameful.
Can I? Well, as always, Cheryl dropping the mic. That's right. I'm going to do my very limited best to try to piggyback on what she's saying, because I do want to highlight some of the economic mechanisms that she's talking about. Just Food was on the vanguard of building, creating opportunities to make healthy, culturally relevant, seasonal, local food by small and mid-scale farmers accessible and affordable in our region, less than a day's drive away. And through those economic measures, the models that people had asked for, the farmers that they wanted to connect to, but even some policy measures like advocating so SNAP dollars can be used at CSAs. And they've built models where they're working with farmers to become the SNAP retailer themselves, so folks can use their SNAP dollars at their CSAs. As well as additional work around subsidies. So there, and again, this is why I think from food security to food sovereignty, it's a spectrum, because there's elements in these different words, but there's also very clear, unique differences. So these are two great examples of nonprofits doing social justice work, even in the root of food security and the elements of food justice that come in. But we need to continue to see more of that. I mean, a quick raise of hand. How many folks know that you can use your SNAP dollar to buy seeds?
Seeds, yes.
Thank you. Yes. I like the 3 people who said that. These are the kind of things that we need to continue to share more.
You can also use your SNAP dollars to buy CSAs from our CSA.
Yes, right.
At 50%, it's subsidized at 50%. So you can get a share of 8 seasonally grown vegetables for $15 on your SNAP card.
Yes.
And you do not need to pay in advance. You
Right.
come to our farmers market, you get a free share,
Yes.
and you pay with your SNAP card at that point.
Yes, because there are measures to help support that work, which is different than using your SNAP elsewhere. So, in New York, we need a mix of work. But I think what you continue to hear is the need for direct ag education. So folks, in particular students, are learning what food is grown here and how they can grow it themselves, but also how important is it to support your regional farmers and your hyperlocal farmers.
We are a little bit out of time, but I want to give you a chance to wrap up, if that's all right with you.
I love
maybe also take it to a little bit of right to food, because we were going to get there, and I know you wanted to talk about it.
I want to definitely touch on that. It's great for me to be in a space where I'm not the one doing the most talking. I get to hear directly from people, because honestly, like a lot of times with policy folks, it's a lot of being spoken at. and not having enough opportunity to just listen. So I'm very grateful to be able to listen today. And there's a through line that I've been picking up on. I'm currently reading this really incredible book called Ruin Their Crops on the Ground by Andrea Freeman, and it talks about how food has been manipulated as a tool of power and oppression, specifically within the United States context. And a lot of that is like the stripping of knowledge that it was typically passed down through generations and understanding of our connection to the earth, and we have been robbed of that in the way that we currently farm and tend to and care for land and ourselves and our communities. And like it was stated before, by the time you get to the point of manipulating your food, you've already experienced things like housing insecurity. You've already experienced insecurity around transportation. So our need to address food is not just siloed to food. It is every single thing that touches us as part of a comprehensive and cohesive system. So one of the things I'm really excited about is that there has been a movement for integrating right to food as part of constitutional amendments across the country. And the first state that has done it is Maine. It is currently the only state that has enshrined a right to food into their constitution. And New York, I'm very excited to say that we have been able to draft a policy that has been presented at the state level to update our state constitution to integrate a right to food. And this is one of those things where policy does not move until it's enshrined in something written and signed. There's like not enough excitement about really protecting our rights as people to consume food that we are growing and producing ourselves. We have a right to that inherently. To put it into policy means that we are now putting dollars behind it. The city spends $500 million a year in food procurement. If we are able to align that with right to food policy, it now does not just become like something that we're aiming for, it becomes a requirement for us to center people's needs to gain access to nutritious, healthy food in every single community. It becomes our responsibility to provide that, and it's long overdue, but I'm very excited to see that we're moving back into the direction of centering people and providing from them within a more supportive and caring political system.
Yeah, I think it's great to end on that optimism. I think we could also have an entire conversation about how economic realities still need to change for both these things to come into conjunction together and actually make real change. But, you know, it's just super exciting. I just want to thank each and every one of you for being on this panel, sharing your truth, and really, inspiring us to keep making change and really thinking more seriously about how we purchase food and how communities can be centered in that.
Thank you, Chloe. Thank you.
What an amazing panel. Bigger round of applause, everyone. Come on. It was fantastic. Thank you, panelists. Such a fantastic panel. I'm going to ask Chloe to stay where she is. Thank you again to the panelists. Round of applause as they exit. Thank you. And no matter what Tony Hillary says, he always needs to be on food tank panels. And I want to reiterate what Cheryl said, that food is the pathway to justice, and I think we all know that. So in this next conversation, we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about how grocers and brands are working to support farmers and healthy eating. So again, Chloe is going to be the moderator for this conversation. I love Chloe Sorvino more than I can tell you. Joining her is Brandon Lombardi, the Chief Legal Officer and Chief Sustainability Officer at Sprouts Farmers Market, Dorothy Shaver, the Global Food Sustainability Director for Unilever, Stephen Jennings, the Stakeholder Relations and Brand Lead for Health and Sustainability at Ahold Delhaize USA, and Paul Lightfoot, General Manager of Patagonia Provisions. Just a reminder to all of you as panelists, hold your mics close to your mouths because the live stream audience is listening. They need to hear you. And again, use the hashtag ClimateWeekNYC. Thank you all. Round of applause, please.
Okay. So this panel, we're set up perfectly, really, to transition from my work with my book, Raw Deal, which centers these food justice conversations and specifically around climate change and meat, to my work with Forbes, which is really talking about how corporations can actually do their job and make real change, be scalable, and be held accountable. So it's gonna be great though, don't worry. I want to start off, we just had an amazing day with so many ideas, so many real exciting things being talked about. Why don't we each hear a little bit about your work, to introduce yourself and tell us about what's bringing you the most hope these days. Why don't you start off?
Thanks so much, Chloe, and thank you everyone for being here. I'm Paul Lightfoot from Patagonia. I'm leading a relatively new food business. And the mission of Patagonia is the same for food as it is for our apparel. We're in business to save our home planet, and we feel like we can't solve the climate crisis without solving the emissions from food. I mean, in America, it's largely fossil fuel based. I'm optimistic in that the sense that we're here talking about this, which we probably wouldn't have been 5 years ago. People are becoming aware of the role of food in the harm to our waterways, to our soil, to our biodiversity, and particularly to the climate. I'm also the board chair of the Regenerative Organic Alliance, which is focused on these matters.
Yeah, if you we'll talk about that a little bit more, but that's pretty much one of the strongest labels I see out there. And so I think if you don't know about it, listen in.
Hi, everyone. My name is Steven. I'm with Obodozie USA. And if you do not know who we are the largest East Coast grocery retail group stretching from Maine down to Georgia, over to Tennessee and Kentucky. So we have 5 great local brands that all operate locally. Stop and Shop is in this area, if that helps anybody. So we're doing a lot. And what inspires me is all these conversations that we've had on all the previous panels actually applies to the grocery retail business. And what's exciting for someone, so I started as a bagger 28 years ago, and I've seen the evolution of literally doing probably nothing, I probably shouldn't say that, to where we are today, and it's making large-scale impact, whether it's from regenerative ag practices, but I focus more on the dignity of the shop. And we heard a lot about that in the previous panel as well, is we don't know what our customers, ourselves, anybody in this room is going through on a day-to-day basis. The face of hunger is faceless. It's everybody, right? So the things we focus on are 4 strategic pillars, and it's feeding families, not landfills. That should be an obvious, right? But it involves a lot of education at a store level because, unfortunately, that's where a lot of the waste occurs. So that's that piece. Then it's moving into traceability and where's the food coming from, resiliency, water usage, all the things we've been talking about today. But then into that waste reduction, food waste reduction, removal from landfill, and then ultimately the really big one, which is climate action, scope 3 emissions reduction, and so on. So that's the start.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Dorothy Shaver. I lead food sustainability at a relatively old company called Unilever, of course. Most of you probably know their brands. Famous food brands, of course, are Knorr, and Hellmann's. Those are probably the 2 largest ones that you're aware of. And I lead our whole strategy from a global perspective. So I'm located in the Netherlands, which is where our global team sits, and I lead our strategy across the world. The areas that I focus on, of course, are climate, nature, plastics, livelihoods, and diet and health. I'm a dietitian by background, so diet and health is also a passion of mine. And I'm hopeful because I'm seeing more systems conversations happening. So I think for a long time, it was, all the food companies sitting together and talking about one thing, and then in a different area, the suppliers are doing something, and the retailers are someplace else, and the farmers are someplace else. And I think I'm really hopeful, and thanks to Food Tank for doing this in most of their panels, for bringing people together from across the system. Because I think for a long time, we were doing a lot of blaming and naming, shaming, blaming of food brands or of retailers or of one little group for doing the wrong thing or rewarding them for doing the right thing. So I'm very hopeful that we're now talking at a systems change level. So happy to be here with all of you.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Brandon Lombardi. I run sustainability for a company called Sprouts Farmers Market. Many of you may not know who we are because we're not in New York, but I'll give you a quick context of who we are. But first, let me say thanks to Food Tank for putting this together. I mean, it's been incredible watching the panelists, very talented, intelligent, passionate people doing important work. So thanks again for hosting this. So Sprouts Farmers Market is a natural and organic specialty retailer. We focus on really specialty diets, very fresh, focused, paleo, keto, plant-based, gluten-free, vegan, really try to get narrow and change the food system through, focusing on a health enthusiast customer. We're very fresh focused, so 20% of our business is fresh produce, and we're in 23 states, and we focus on local as much as possible. We've got 7 distribution centers, and we self-distribute produce. And why that's important, to give you a little bit of context, is if you think about a conventional grocery store, they may sell 6-8% produce. And that's where they make their margin because they're competing in the center store for CPG items. We flip the script and we make the center store produce. So sell a lot of produce and we do a lot of local. In our distribution centers, we employ people who focus on going out and finding small farmers. And because we do it ourselves, we can take 1 truckload of strawberries that a local farmer has. Because as many of you may know, local farming has a really difficult challenge with distribution and scale. And it's tough to supply large grocers like Sprouts, 23 states, 425 stores, $7.5 billion in revenue. It's difficult to get farmers who are local based and support local economies unless you do it in a really, really different way. And so that's kind of how we go to market and how we think about it. And I'll just touch really quickly on our foundation because our charitable arm focuses on food insecurity and food education. We build school gardens and partner that with nutrition curriculum. Last year we touched 3 million kids, kind of where they are, teaching them how to cook, where their food comes from, building the gardens, growing the food. So really trying to change their relationship to food. And we do it in Title I schools, traditionally underserved. So that's kind of how we think about approaching some of those areas. So that's what we do.
Thanks. Okay, let's turn it back to Paul. I want to talk about some success stories you've seen from the ROC, but also from Patagonia Provisions. I mean, changing supply chains is so hard, and I think some of the power of the storytelling you can share is how you've been able to actually change what you're sourcing at scale. Can you speak to that a bit?
Yeah, and we are a storytelling organization, but I'll talk about just what's happening in the market. So we think about one of our roles being in the food business as being a demand anchor for farmers and fishers and ranching that are making food in a way that we think is the most responsible. So a couple examples, we make crackers from a regenerative organic certified wheat coming from a multi-generation family farm in the Skagit Valley of Washington. We basically gave them demand signals and incentivized them to convert their farm to regenerative organic certified. We have done the same thing with a terrific grain that's a perennial, not an annual, called kernza. It's a little bit like wheat. We're making beer from that now. We're making pasta from that now. And we basically recognize how hard it is for farms to change things. They only have so many seasons. They're sort of entrapped in a system that forces them to do things a certain way. So we tend to give them very strong signals, advanced contracts in some cases, guaranteeing a price, guaranteeing a volume, and it's working and getting them to convert their practices.
Because it takes a while.
Yeah, well, yes. Put yourself in the shoes of a farmer, and there's a lot to worry about and a lot of pressures. Some of it social pressures, right? But there's tons of other businesses out there that are also converting to ROC, and you've got sort of long-standing multi-generation companies like Dr. Bronner's. Mm-hmm. You've got startups like Simply. I think Sorella is going to be here today, and Little Bucks, and all of the ones that are doing this. And I think there's now about 60 brands in the United States that are ROC. They're just thriving. If you look at SPINS data, they've got strong pricing power, very strong demand, and growing quickly, which is part of why I've got some optimism.
Good. So I want to actually, I wanted to make this point on the last panel too, but I think just to underscore it, soil health is so important for so many reasons, obviously for all the climate reasons that we're all here to talk about today, but also from that health perspective and also bridging some of these nutritional gaps, because we know that when soil health is at the forefront of farming, that produce, those grains that are produced are healthier, they are better for you, they have more nutritional content when you see the data. And so I think that's really kind of important to hear. I also on the last panel, but I'll ask this panel too, because I think it ties in. To the grocers on this panel, I would love to hear your perspective. There's been this recent movement to use Medicaid, Medicare, even some HSA, FSA dollars towards, buying produce, either through alternatives or just through grocers. I mean, how is that working on the kind of big scale that you all work with, especially from Adhold?
Yeah, for sure. So there's been a huge rise, not that it's new, but a huge rise in healthy benefits or access to healthy benefits provided by healthcare providers and Medicaid, Medicare. We're talking millions of dollars that have been put into the system to provide accessibility for primarily fresh but healthier options. So there's a couple of things. So like these kind of just flooded the market, and the grocery retailers weren't really engaged in the process. And in some cases, which is a whole other panel, cards were being declined because they actually weren't being accepted in retailers. Because they just thought if they put a Visa or a MasterCard logo on something, that it would just automatically work. Well, unfortunately, it did not work. So we got that corrected in our stores. But then what happens is the education and awareness around what's accepted, what's not. Because if we're going to be transparent and talk about affordable and accessible, unfortunately, produce isn't always affordable and accessible for everybody. We want it to be, right? And that's where scalable partnerships with our CPG partners and farmers all come into play. But and I can speak to this from experience, as one of the most influential roles, impactful roles of my career was being a cashier. Why do I say that? Because when you have that mother with 3 kids and they're on government benefits, whether it's SNAP, WIC, etc., and they come through the line and you have to tell them that they unfortunately do not have enough benefits for their order, they have to remove things. And guess what? The first things being removed are? It's the fresh items, it's the produce items, because they tend to cost a little bit more money. In some cases, a lot more money. So one of the things we really hyper-focus on is, one, that nutrition, education, and awareness that I mentioned. So we have a nutritional rating system. Every single thing in our store is rated through a program called Guiding Stars, which rates by 1, 2, or 3 star system, good, better, best, what is more nutritionally dense than another. It broadens the spectrum. So one of the things we're working with folks that are providing these healthy benefits is expand what is better for you so that it's accessible for everybody. Because as a retailer, our goal is to meet everyone where they're at. And unfortunately, switching from Doritos to kale isn't on everyone's plate, right? And that's a little harder transition. So we want to meet them where they are. And I heard nudging on the last panel. I love the word nudging. What we are doing, our role now is to nudge our consumers to these better for you choices by also trying to make them scalable as far as affordable and accessible for everybody.
Yeah, sure. So we try to go to the core of the issue around fresh. So we price our produce lower than everybody else in the market, pretty much. I mean, I'll take any challenge if you can show me some pricing that beats our produce, and we do that on purpose. Like I said earlier in my opening remarks, we kind of flip the script and make produce the center of the store, and we do that as our loss leader is not the right term, but we're 25 to 30% below, other specialty retailers, 10+% below conventionals, and half of what we sell is organic. In terms of produce. So huge volume of organic, and we do it at an entry point that allows access for people who wouldn't otherwise be able to access organic produce. And so we just go right at it in terms of how do we provide access for people who wouldn't otherwise be able to afford it. Of course, we accept SNAP and everything else, but we think just access means affordability around fresh, and that's how we approach it.
From the Unilever perspective, I want to bring you in. I know you've done a lot of cage-free for Hellmann's. I think that was a very large effort. But I wanted to talk realistically. How long are you looking at for timelines to make some of these big changes that we're talking about here? I mean, how much can be enacted kind of quickly?
Okay, so just a couple of things. I'm just going to make a couple points on things that have been said. So I think the first one is in relation to changing the way that we're farming and looking at nutrients. I do have a call to action for those of you in the room who are really working in research, because there isn't enough research in that space for us to actually make that claim. And we just published, actually about a year ago, a piece of work where we did a meta-analysis on every single study that's out there on changing the way that foods are grown in relation to nutrients. And what came out is that zinc and iron can potentially go up in tomatoes and in rice, which are 2 staple crops, which is great, and 2 nutrients that most people, particularly females, are actually deficient in. But what my fear is that we're putting everything kind of in this bucket and saying that regenerative agriculture does all these things. And I just want to make sure that we're really checking our sources all the time. So I'm happy to share that piece of work with you through any type of medium that you want. But it's also scary because those studies aren't financed because nobody's making money off of them. So we need to make sure that we're pushing collectively as researchers to make sure that the right research is being done in the right places so that we get the right answers for our consumers. So I think that's one that's just a little bee in my bonnet, that I have to just make sure that we're on the right line on that. And also the other thing that I was thinking about as we just sat here was we're utilizing these words like helping farmers transition to regenerative agriculture principles or helping them maintain regenerative agriculture principles. And I think that in the face of climate change that we can't really say that the transition happens and then they maintain. And I think that's something we have to be really careful about, especially those of us who are working for companies that are financially supporting the transition and the maintenance of regenerative agriculture. Because we've been working with farmers in Iowa. Practical Farmers of Iowa is a big group of farmers we work together with who grow our soybeans for Hellmann's and they grow corn for PepsiCo. And we've been working with them for about 5 years, and we've been funding the transition. And just last year, they had a bad weather year, so then they went to do different practices that we probably wouldn't call regenerative and didn't prove to be regenerative when we looked at the impacts. But the challenge we have here is that we have to guide farmers and have long-term contracts for a long time. So we all want everything to happen really quickly, but we actually have to work together collectively for long-term. And I think I really would like for us to try to push ourselves to stop saying transition and maintenance, because the agility of farmers is what we need to be able to watch as we support this transition and support farmers as we go through climate change, which is going to become more and more and more prevalent. So my answer to how long does it take is going to be a long time, because we've been working in sustainable agriculture in Unilever for about 12 years, and about 3 years ago we moved to implement regenerative agriculture practices and principles with a lot of our suppliers we've been working with for a long time. Some of the practices are having positive impacts, like rice in Arkansas, 50% less greenhouse gas emissions, pretty huge, about a third less water used, and they're really happy with it. Other projects are much more challenging, and we have to be closer to them. So I think those are kind of my critical points, I would say, is one, let's make sure that we're checking our research before we get consumers to purchase things for certain benefits that we're not certain about. And the second one is let's make sure that we're supporting our farmers and not acting like let's pay for a 3-year transition and then be like, okay, see ya, keep moving with your farming practices, because we're going to need different equipment over time, different types of seeds over time, different education over time. So we have to make sure that we're collectively supporting that.
If I can add one thing, what I would say in response to that is, so yes and no. So one is we do need to move towards, regenerative practices and things like that. I think that's very important. However, and I attach this back to plant-based, it's a lot of times commercially it's used as marketing tools. And then what happens is then we put a premium on it. And then it becomes, again, not affordable and accessible for everybody. And I use plant-based as an example because I think we can all agree that, reducing, animal proteins and things like that are obviously better from emissions reduction, all that fun stuff. But the plant-based alternative, I don't know if anybody's looked at the facts, the nutrition facts on the back of those products. They're high in sodium. They're high in fillers. So they actually are not, and not all, of course, but the ones being mass-produced are not nutritionally better for you. So you have to be very, very careful. And so, I do agree that my fear is that I don't want these things to turn into, marketing tools so that we can raise prices on customers.
Yeah, no, a very good fear. I mean, a third of my book is about the plant-based craziness and just how much really was fake about that, no pun intended. But, Paul, I want to give you a chance to respond to some of this. I will just say I hear you on, that we need to all have a better understanding, just like be more flexible with understanding with the constraints and the demands of farming, especially given how much climate crisis is going to be getting worse and how extreme weather will be disrupting things. That said, I mean, I still have seen a lot of interesting studies about carrots, spinach. I don't need to mention those two, but there is something real to be said about the phytonutrients and other nutritional content that's in produce from healthier soils. Paul, did you have anything else you wanted to share around there?
I do. Yeah, the question of nutrient density, I think, is super interesting, and one that I agree with Dorothy that we don't have enough data yet. I think you can all sort of check your own guts on this. Most farmland in the U.S. is growing crops, most of which, by the way, aren't to feed you. They're for ethanol for cars or for feed for CAFOs. But most of it is grown with synthetic fertilizer. The growth is happening because natural gas-derived fertilizer is growing food. It's growing quickly, right? But it's not growing it with the minerals and the other nutrients in the soil that eventually find their way into humans, right? So it's true that we don't have the data yet, but I don't think it's a stretch to imagine we're going to get the data. And at Patagonia, we've made an investment in a company called Educator that's trying to create the data sets to be able to prove that. And I think it's going to be an amazing unlock for consumer demand when we can make those claims, although I agree that we can now. The one thing, I'm going to switch topics if I can, the one thing I think we haven't talked about enough today is that most of our farmland is being used to essentially convert natural gas into crops.
Yep.
And it's a catastrophe if you think we need to take fossil fuels out of our economy. When we talk about the transition, which is a word I'm fond of, in the electricity generation industry, you talk about saying, hey, we need to transition away from coal. It's been going pretty well so far. We need to eventually convert away from all fossil fuel-based sources of electricity generation. And I think we need to start developing the vocabulary for food as well. If we're going to be serious about solving the climate crisis, we have to take fossil fuels out of the bedrock of the way most of our farmland is used. Now, luckily, most of it isn't used to grow food. There's a lot of capacity.
Okay, so we only have a few minutes left, and I'm not sure if Marion Nessel is here yet, but hi, Marion. I would be remiss not to ask her favorite question, which is, just to end this panel, how does shareholder returns work at your organizations and in your corporations? I mean, these are publicly traded companies. Not all on this panel, but I'd like to hear how you guys balance climate and health and nutrition concerns with the overwhelming need to increase shareholder returns.
For
you, it's a little different.
So at Patagonia, we would put health and the environmental crises and the welfare of people ahead of everything, including our financial returns. And by the way, the mission was we're in business to save our own planet. We're very clear about being a for-profit company, but all of our dividends flow into a purpose trust whose only purpose is to fight the climate crisis. We're also never going to be bashful about charging what we think is a fair price for responsibly produced products, from our ski jackets to our pasta. We're always thinking that the cost of externalities have to be based in, and producing things responsibly is going to be more expensive today, and that's okay. All movements started off as a niche. We don't mind being in small segments of markets that demonstrate to the world where we need to go in the long run, and we're hopeful we'll get there. And if not, that's too bad.
The short answer is our investors are demanding it from us. So specifically, we have three metrics that are tied to financial incentive, including all the way down to store level, which is increasing what we call healthy sales, which is those Guiding Stars rated products in our stores. It's reducing food waste, which the only way that we can do that and impact that metric is by either selling everything and or donating it directly to people. And the third thing is the Scope 3 emissions reduction. Those are all tied to financial incentive. Although I would love to sit here and tell you out of the goodness of everyone's heart that this all makes sense, if you don't tie it to the language of the business to where it reverberates across all of our leaders all the way to the store level, we're not going to see true change. We have that in place, and it is driving performance, so I'm really excited about that.
It's actually quite similar, but so I'll go relatively quickly. I think first and foremost, we've gotten more questions from investors about sustainability over the past few years than literally anything else. They were completely drilling me 2 weeks ago on every single thing that we're doing. So I think that goes to show that the interest in it is absolutely there. The second thing is we report our annual report financials together with our sustainability commitments and where we've gone with progress. This year, we have really streamlined our commitments to be really around climate. nature, plastics, and livelihoods, diet and health, and food, of course, as well, so that we can really get that story together across the entire Unilever business, which, of course, goes far beyond foods. The other thing is that all of us, every single person that works in Unilever, has a financial incentive for us to meet our short-term sustainability goals every year, including our leadership executives. So therefore, the way that they get paid with their bonus or with their incentives or shares, it's directly aligned with how well we do with sustainability.
And my answer is probably the easiest. Our consumer expects it of us. And so we deliver, I mean, we've been doing this, it's in our DNA. So we source better, we have better practices, we source grass-fed meat that's not on deforested land. I mean, you know, again, organic, as much ROC as we possibly can. I mean, a whole pillar of our business is, we call it foraging. And that's to go find, you know, young, diverse, you know, women-owned, veteran-owned entrepreneurs trying to bring new and more responsibly grown and raised food into the food system. Paul and I work together. I think we were one of your first retailers. You know, we go out and we try to find these products that are better for the planet, that are better for people. That resonates with our customers, so that drives revenue, that drives our share price, that makes investors happy. But we get to, it's easy for us because that's what we do. So, you know, I'm in a fortunate position to be able to say that. Not many companies can say that.
Well, thank you so much. If I'm just going to end this, I'll say, everyone, urgency, that is the key here. We need real change, real scale to happen. And yeah, I'll end with quoting Anna from earlier. Vote with your dollar, but really vote with your vote. Yeah.
Thank you, Chloe. Doing a lot for us today. Thank you so much, panelists. So nice to see you all. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you all. Give another round of applause for the panel and Chloe, please. They did a great job. I'm going to do some housekeeping and get this out of the way. Thank you. So I'm really excited for this next panel. We've had a little change to the schedule. We are all about going with the flow during Climate Week. But I'm so excited to invite my favorite food power couple on stage. So let me sit down and have them come up. I'd like Kathleen Finlay, the president of the Glenwood Center for Regional Food and Farming, to join me. Give her a round of applause. And the amazing Mark Bittman, the founder of the Bittman Project and Community Kitchen. He's also a best-selling author, in case you didn't know. I don't know if you remember him. And a former New York Times columnist. Thank you both so much for being here. Give them a round of applause, please. Kathleen, my friend, I'd love to start with you. I'm hoping you can talk about why regional food systems are so important. We heard a lot. I mean, people who'd never heard of regional food systems heard a lot about them during 2020 until now. Why are they so important to resiliency and to helping solve the climate crisis?
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Danny. Thanks for having us here. You're doing a great job, as usual.
Thank you.
Yeah, our organization is really out to prove that regional is the appropriate scale for agriculture, in stark contrast to the centralized commodity big ag system. And you heard a lot of the reasons why that's important on this morning in the talks we've been having. So you can't have food sovereignty. You can't have people have agency over food with their food system at a centralized large scale. So lots of social reasons to have a regional food system, but also all the reasons that we've also heard about in terms of stewarding land well, having community, having farmers farm land with dignity, getting that dignity into the neighborhoods where they are. So I think, you know, a whole variety of reasons. And what I hear a lot in response to what we're out to prove, you can make a regional food system that's not only possible, but it's critical in order to steward our land and our human health and our communities well. And I get some skepticism about the possibility of doing that at scale. And I just think that that's crap.
Isn't it bullshit?
It's total bullshit.
Didn't we used to do that?
Yeah, exactly.
And not that long ago,
Yes.
right?
So,
Talk a little bit about that, of the history of how our food system shifted from that to the crappy place we are now.
I think when people ask me, can we feed the world with regional food system, what they're really asking is, can we continue to make a couple of people rich by if we transition to regional food system. I don't think they're asking a question about actually how we feed folks. I think they're asking a question about capitalism and commodities and markets.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Do it.
And so, if we want to imagine a system that is going to feed and steward our health well and steward our land, and where community members have agency, have a place, have a voice in our food system, we have to re-regionalize it.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark, if I can turn to you, I mean, you've been looking at the food and agriculture systems in this country and around the world for so long. How have you seen the conversation change over the last 10 years? We talked a little bit about the pandemic and how regional has become more a part of the vernacular. What else is changing?
Well, can I say that I'm really gratified that the climate movement has finally realized that agriculture is as important a part of this issue as anything else, and that this should be called Food and Climate Week.
Yep. Yeah.
So that's a change that's happening. I can remember when it started to happen, probably 7 or 8 years ago, but it's accelerated quickly, and I think that's a really big deal. The conversation around food, Kathleen basically just said this, but the conversation of food really does need to shift away from can we make industrial agriculture even more efficient to how do we move to something that works to serve people rather than corporations. And there's a lot of talking and a lot of dickering that needs to be done around that. But the first thing is to sort of shift that conversation. I mean, especially at the UN, but elsewhere, certainly when you're talking to global leaders and when you're talking to corporate leaders and when you're in rooms like the rooms that are happening all over the city this week, you hear a lot of talk about technology and innovation and da-da-da, and you don't hear nearly enough talk about traditional wisdom, about food sovereignty, about, so, I mean, the question is, what are the achievable goals that we can do short term that demonstrate that there are models that show another way of doing things can work, and they're not going to work to feed the world. They're going to work because you're going to see communities where there are increasing numbers of farmers, there are new people coming onto the land, those farms are supplying their neighborhoods and their communities, there starts to become sort of a cyclical local economy. Those we can model what we think things ought to look like 50 years from now, and we can talk about how to get from here to there. But we can't say, well, next week we need to do this, because that's not going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I like that the conversation is shifting from less, how do we make agriculture less bad? How do we make food systems less bad? To, these regenerative, resilient, regional food systems that, show us that they have worked and that we rely on traditional knowledge and community-based agriculture. But I don't, you say that things can happen next week, and I get that, but the urgency is so great. So I wonder from both of you, how do we, and I talked a lot about this last year, this idea of hopeful urgency. Like, we know what we need to do, but we're not doing it quick enough, and the world is on fire. So how do we accelerate things so that it doesn't have to happen next week, but it does have to happen?
I mean, I think the philanthropic sector has a huge role to play. Policy is slow moving, and just as Mark said, we need these examples of how to do food right. We need them now, and to make that kind of innovative change or that paradigm shift, we can't rely on federal dollars. We really need to raise money from the private sector, and so. I feel that philanthropy is in understanding the important role that food is playing in the climate crisis and how we need to get it right, and is betting on nonprofits like we've heard from this morning, on programs that are helping to get food access more predominantly available in many neighborhoods. All of those efforts take investments, And I'm pleased that the investments seem to be coming from the Philanthropic Center, but we need a lot more of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Philanthropy is changing, just, again, not for me quick enough.
Yeah.
Mark.
You know, when I said things couldn't happen next week, I meant the big things couldn't happen next week. There are a ton of things that could be happening now, and I don't think I'm disagreeing with you. But
you can.
I know I can, but I think you'd agree with this. So it's just a sort of different way of putting things. We should still work on making industrial agriculture less bad. So to the extent that we can, let's say, subsidize farmers or encourage farmers to use integrated pest management and fewer pesticides on their farms, that would be an immediately good thing.
Yeah.
And of course, to the extent that we can prohibit or limit the use of antibiotics in industrial production of animals, that would be a good thing. Doesn't mean we don't want to end the industrial production of animals, but in the meantime, we can make it safer. And a third example would be to subsidize farmers, to encourage farmers to produce better food rather than simply to produce more of the same corn and soybeans. So these ways of sort of like not that challenging changes in industrial agriculture that could make a difference while we're figuring out how to do things much better are meaningful.
Yeah. This idea of a just transition, which I love, it requires, investing in farmers, investing in the land. But given, and I was going to get into this later, given our current political situation, is that possible even? From both of you.
I mean, depending on what happens. But, right now, I'll just talk very transparently about what we're seeing as we're, relatively small nonprofit building a regional food system in New York, dedicated to food access and food equity and training next generation farmers in regenerative agriculture. And this year, I would say the past 18 months is the most dollars that we've received from the U.S. government for the work that we do. So I'm seeing that there are incentives that are coming from this administration, at least, that are really going directly into the hands of farmers, the kinds of farmers that we work with.
Right.
For example, we were talking about at an earlier panel using SNAP dollars to purchase a CSA subscription. So we had a grant a while ago. They took a little hiatus, but they're back now. So with federal funding, we're going to get into almost 1,000 households that are able to use their SNAP dollars, point on sale, to purchase a CSA at 50% off. So those incentives, the Climate Smart Commodities Act is helping us transition farmers in the Hudson Valley to have more regenerative practices, and created a fund for those farmers to tap into so that when they do have to adopt those practices, if there are costs associated with it, there's a fund that they can dip into. So I'm seeing some progress. I've been in this role for about 12 years, so most dollars I've ever had. And so, I'm a little scared about what's down the pike. And there's a lot on the line.
What does your model, the Glenwood model, which is so awesome, what does it need to succeed? What does it need to do better? Like, what if you had your dream from the next administration, what would you need to make it even better than it is today?
I think more federal dollars coming into organizations like Glenwood, like from the organizations that we heard about, that are actually resourcing farmers, especially marginalized farmers, and that are doing farming right, and those programs that help make sure that food is made accessible to everyone, not just wealthy people who can afford to pay for it.
Absolutely. One of the reasons I love this couple so much is they are both so creative. And so, Mark, I want to give you a chance to talk about the cool project that you've been working on, Community Kitchen, and why you think it can be transformative.
Can I just follow up on one thing
please.
here? I mean, not that I should pass up an opportunity to talk about Community Kitchen, but we have 14 minutes left. So, we're at the beginning of a period where things could go very well or very badly. I think everyone in this room is aware of that. But let's pretend for a minute that they're going to go well. There hasn't been a period of real stability under a sort of, to use a hackneyed word, progressive government in a long time in this country. But if we had 5, 10, 15 years of consistent government that was looking at programs and evaluating them and funding things that made sense and not trying to tear things down or being forced to rebuild the stuff that the previous administration tore down, or be on the defensive around things like SNAP or abortion, but could just work on making things better, I think we would really see that things can get better quickly, that there's opportunity to make things better, that there are programs in place that are already working on that just need to be attended to and funded properly, and so on, that there are agencies that can be strengthened and rationalized, like USDA and FDA and EPA and so on. And that, I mean, that's just the opportunity that we have now. I mean, the difference between a Democratic president and Congress and Donald Trump in the 6 weeks from now or whatever is the difference between everything we're talking about thriving over the next period of time and everything we're talking about being under attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Please clap. In the absence of the model that you just described, do you feel like municipal governments, cities, towns, villages can fill in that sort of what you're describing? You know, have their own food and farm bills, have their own, things that really maybe trickle up at some point?
Sure, but it's playing defense.
Yeah.
And it's time for us to build. It's not time for us to it's not time for us to build firewalls or seawalls or whatever you want to call them. It's time for us to build programs that actually work and help people. And you can see that some of that has happened during the Biden administration, but imagine that with a democratically controlled Congress. And imagine that without a 4-year interruption by some maniac who's going to try to tear everything down, and then we have to start again.
Yeah.
Okay, enough. I'm sure everybody.
Talk about Community Kitchen for me for a minute.
I'm sure everybody here is sympathetic to that. And now for something completely different. So Community Kitchen, we did talk about it on this stage in a different location last year. And since then, we have built an awesome team. I have to start. I'm sorry. Community Kitchen is my idea to form a restaurant that does everything right. I'll back up even a little bit further. I was a cook and a cookbook writer and a writer about food, and still am, but was doing exclusively that for many, many years. And I really believed that the way to make a lot of change was to get people to cook. And of course, that is a way to make change, is to get people to cook. But there's got to be a recognition that not everybody is going to cook. Not everybody wants to cook. Not everybody can cook. Not everybody can afford ingredients. Not everybody even has a kitchen. And increasingly, the culture is changing so that people think that it's normal to not eat at home. And I don't know that culture is going to change back. We need public eateries that serve us. There's something to be learned from almost every restaurant you look at, but mostly what there is to be learned is how things could be done better. So what's the way that a restaurant could do everything right? Well, it could source from the kind of farmers that Kathleen's been talking about. It could pay workers dignified living wages, workers up and down the food chain. I'm sure someone has already said here this morning that 7 of the 10 worst paying jobs in the United States are food related. It doesn't have to be that way. I had later for that. I'm distracting myself. So we can source great food. We can pay workers what they should be paid. We can make great, healthy, appropriate food, and we can serve it on a sliding scale. That's a nonprofit venture because that sliding scale is it's not a buzz killer. It's a great thing, but it makes it a nonprofit. I started working on this 3 or 4 years ago. Last year, we built a pretty powerful team, and we are now, I'm just going to be as quick as I possibly can. We're working on these 4 things. 1, raising money. Every nonprofit person will tell you that. 2, we are building alliances around the city. This is going to be a New York-based city thing at first. We are building alliances around the city. We're also building alliances around the country and around the world. But we are building alliances in neighborhoods in the city and trying to figure out where we are most appropriately sited for our first operation. The third thing we're doing is trying to understand sliding scale better than anyone has ever understood it, which, believe me, there has not been a huge research project funded with millions of dollars to figure out sliding scale, because you don't make money on sliding scale. And then the fourth thing is we're going to do a pop-up in the winter or early spring. So that's what we're working on now, and we hope to have an actual physical presence less than 6 months from now.
And just very quickly, it's clear that over the last several years, the restaurant industry is changing. Do you expect allies from, JBF and others who are, in the traditional sort of restaurant business?
I mean, increasingly, I think the short answer is yes. There will be conflicts, of course, but I think everybody has to acknowledge that we need public eateries.
Yeah.
So where the profit motive comes in, where the nonprofits come in, that's something to be decided down the road. Community Kitchen intends to be, and I think it's viable and I think it's needed, a model that says, here's a way that you could do this as well as possible. Mm-hmm. And people are doing it. This is what we're calling a public restaurant movement around the world: Mexico, Brazil, the UK, Poland, Japan. This stuff is happening elsewhere, and it's going to keep happening everywhere. And it's a model for what the restaurant of the future ought to look like. It doesn't mean people can't make a living by owning restaurants. It does mean that workers need to make a living, farmers need to make a living, eaters need to eat well. Those things need to be taken into account.
Absolutely.
They're not in most restaurants.
Absolutely. Now. Thank you. Thank you for all of that. I'm excited to see how it progresses.
Me too.
Kathleen, if I can turn to you, and I just have to say this bluntly, and I'm sorry, Mark, but for too long, older white men have been at the center of these conversations. And I think what you have done, and maybe to some extent what I have tried to do, is bring different voices, especially the voices of women and others, into these conversations. And I wonder, why is that so important? Why do we need more diversity of voices? And how do we continue that? How do we continue to bring youth and folks of color and others into these conversations when they are so often left out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I at the start of my career was frustrated that the women and women plus folks that I knew who were really passionate about a range of environmental issues didn't see women in leadership positions at most of the NGOs. So it's predominantly white guys, and just started to worry that we're leaving half the talent and skills and ingenuity and creativity off the table. Like, we need all hands on deck. And so these, structural, cultural and social forces that have kept that talent, that creativity, that ingenuity from solving some of the world's hardest problems, we need to deal with that in order to solve the problem. So, I just started gathering folks, women and non-binary folks that are interested in having more say, more agency in how to address these problems, how to find the solutions, and more creativity in how to get there. So I'm really dedicated to doing that in the environmental space writ large. This is Dandelion Project. If you don't know about it, look it up. It's aimed to highlight the important role women play in the climate crisis, both as solution providers, but also how we're affected globally. And a range of organizations that are focusing on gender equity in this space. And what I want to say is that if you look at environmental NGOs, that it's still dominated. The large-scale NGOs are still dominated by white men. But the exception is in food and farming NGOs. And so that's where women have really been taking on leadership, and that's being modeled and replicated and is really meaningful for the future of this country.
And that's thanks to people like you. So thank you for that work. Give her a round of applause. She's amazing. In the few minutes we have left, I have two more questions, but Mark and I have been emailing about this. I wonder if you're both surprised about how some of the big greens who got into food maybe pre-pandemic and during the pandemic, and by big greens, I mean the big environmental organizations, are now saying, oh gosh, I don't want to work on food anymore. Mark?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
We were talking about a particular organization that I won't name. That is let me just write it down for you. Is letting some of its food staff go, its food and ag staff go, and how disappointed we both were by that, and that we're seeing a pattern.
I mean, food is tough. I don't know why that decision was made. And, it's sort of like we're talking inside baseball where we're not even saying what we're saying. So I don't.
Sorry, I can't say it.
There's more people working on food now than there ever have been before. And there's so much energy for this stuff.
Yeah.
I teach really young people, and they are, or young adults, and they are so into this stuff. And so I think this is the best thing I could say. I teach this class called Food, Public Health, and Social Justice. When I named that class 9 years ago, that was like a radical notion to put those three things in the same sentence. Now the students walk in, and they know everything I'm going to say before I say it.
That's cool.
That stuff, the fact that food is the lens that can help you address climate, for sure, but social justice, the environment in general, the economy, land, environmental justice, racial justice, gender justice, all of that stuff you can address through food. There are other things that you can address those issues through also, for sure. But food is really one of the key core issues of our time, and more people are recognizing it. Listen, last year, I mean, you've always been really great to me, and I appreciate that. But, 2 years ago, I had nothing to do with Climate Week. Last year, there were a couple things. This year, it's like overwhelming, and it's because the climate people want people who can talk about food.
Yeah, absolutely. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, I guess I hadn't thought about it too much, but I wonder if it's a bad thing. Just as our work is really about having communities have agency in their food system, the efforts that are proving successful, some of whom we heard from today, are quite regional, smaller in scale, innovative, working within communities. So if the big guys don't want to do food, maybe that translates into more philanthropic dollars, more energy, more support coming into decentralized efforts that are all hopefully working together, sharing their successes, their challenges, what they got right, what they got wrong, and replicating. Our models are boots on the ground here in New York, but we're talking nationally and internationally about the programs that we're doing that are working and what didn't work, so that other folks can take that and build on it and modify it to their own special circumstances. So I think if the big green organizations feel like, they don't need to address food, if that support can then translate into a more grassroots, community-based level of innovation and sharing with the sharing, hurrah.
Exactly. Thank you so much. I love that kind of description of it. It makes me feel better. Final, you each get 30 seconds. I'm putting more time on the clock. I need one more minute. 30 seconds for a call to action to this audience. So Kathleen, go first.
Mine's really easy. Find your regional farmer. If you haven't already, find your local farmer. Join a CSA. If you're in New York, we have a website that can help you find your CSA. If you just go to glenwood.org, you can just support your local farmer. That's it.
Thank you. Mark, you get the final word.
I think, first of all, I think it's vote and work to get out the vote to the extent that you can. Second, I think the thing I just said, that food is the lens through which we can view everything else. No matter what you're working on, you can tie it to food. And it's just about justice. It's all about justice. So if you're working on the environment, if you're working on food, if you're working on gender issues, if you're working on, just tie it together and yeah, do that.
Amazing. Thank you both so much. Please give them a round of applause. Wonderful to see you both. Thank you. Thank you. I can take that from you if that's. Thank you again. I love them. They're the greatest. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Another round of applause. So it's been a great morning so far, and it's continuing. We're now into the afternoon. So I'm really, really thrilled about this next panel because I've spent a lot of my career looking at factory farming around the globe, at livestock systems. And so I'm, thrilled that we can explore how livestock play a role in contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, as well as how ranchers, scientists, and companies are working to create solutions. So I'm joined for this discussion by a group of panelists that are really amazing. Evan Fraser, is the director of the Arrow Food Institute at the University of Guelph. Give him a round of applause since it's getting noisy in here. Thank you. We have Eric Mittenthal, the Chief Strategy Officer for the Meat Institute. Round of applause, please. Jess Spanzo, a professor of climate and the director of the Food for Humanity Initiative at the Columbia Climate School. Round of applause. And my very good friend, Ambassador Ertharin Cousin, the president and CEO of Food Systems for the Future. Thank you all for being here. So, Jess, I'm going to start with you. And we heard a phrase, and I don't know if you were here earlier when it was said, but it says, climate change does mean diet change. And I was wondering if you agree with that.
For some. There's a great article by Sumini Sengupta in the New York Times the other day, and she was talking about how she went on a trip to Darfur, and she was with a couple of men, and they saw a chicken, it was some kind of wild bird, and they hunted it and captured it and enjoyed the meal. And in that moment, she said, there's those who take meat for granted and those who do not. When it comes time to meat, millions of people around the world get very little of it. So obviously in the United States, we consume a lot of meat, Brazil, Australia, other places, and there's other areas where they just don't get enough. So it's the inequity juggernaut is the animal source food and livestock piece, not only from the producers, but also the consumers. So there needs to be a shift. Now, does everyone need to change their diets? No. So some people are just eating too much meat. Some people are not getting enough. They're not getting their micronutrients. So to me, the conversation is not that the world needs to become vegan. There needs to be an adjustment made, an equity adjustment. So I won't go too much because I want us to have a rich conversation.
Of course. I just want you to give us some context of where meat trends have sort of gone over the last 20, 30 years, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the animal industry for meat consumption has increased. It's quadrupled since the 1960s, and that's really to meet the demand for meat. As incomes rise around the world, more and more people want to consume animal flesh. It tastes good, it's aspirational, it's nutrient dense. And so there's been a huge demand for meat, and it's not just beef, it's chicken, it's pork. So there's been a huge demand. In the United States alone, we've gone to eating about 100 pounds of chicken per capita per year. It's a huge amount, and that's about half of the meat we consume. So there's a big demand for it.
Yeah.
But again, in some places in the world, depending on where you live, who you are, you just cannot get access to those foods because of insufficient supply chains. It's expensive. It's a challenge.
Yeah, thank you for setting the context. Ertharin, I'm hoping you can talk about the environmental impacts of livestock production, both good and bad, because livestock have a huge impact on the environment, but they can also have a tremendous, really positive impact.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in today's conversation, because I think it really is important. And if I can just pick up on something, though, that my good friend Jess was saying about consumption, we need a diversity of solutions. We need solutions, and we need to acknowledge, as she noted, that the solutions that are required are different in different parts of the world. And when we, as I sit here and look at my friend Krista from the Dairy Association sitting here, it is important that when we talk about livestock, we remember that it's beyond just meat, it's also dairy. And so when we think about, to your question, the impact of livestock and on the environment, these are numbers that those in this audience are quite familiar with. We know that the food system consumes about 70% of all the freshwater draws on an annual basis, and we know that much of that is in support of growing corn and soy, which are primarily the food stocks for our livestock and dairy industry, our meat and dairy industries. So that's significant. We know that the food system is the number one driver of biodiversity effects, the loss of biodiversity, and that's directly related to increased production of those commodity crops, again, that support our meat and dairy industry. We know that the challenge of methane is even greater than that of carbon, and that 25% of all the methane emitted on an annual basis is from the same industry. But here's the other side of that. We also know, as Jess was starting on the health side, that dairy and livestock, meat in particular, provide a significant amount of the protein that is consumed by those across the globes. And we can talk about a diversity of solutions. We do need complementary proteins, but we also need animal proteins. And we know that when we start a conversation in the food community and the food and agriculture community about the transformation of the food system, it needs to be for environmental health, to address those issues that we were talking, but also about human health.
Yeah.
We don't have the luxury in our sector of just looking at adaptation and mitigation for environmental purposes when 3.1 billion people can't afford a diverse, nutritious diet on an annual basis, and 45 million of those are right here in the United States. And so as a result, we know that the livestock industry has an opportunity to help us solve those problems, but that means sustainable management of livestock. It means addressing the consumption issue and reduction in some parts of the world, but it also means ensuring that we have the financial capacity to support what is necessary for the companies to do that doesn't increase the burden on the consumer from a financial standpoint that limits the access to affordable, nutritious food.
Thanks for all of that. I really appreciate that sort of context. No, it was great. It was great. Evan, that makes me want to turn to you because Earthworm brought up methane, and you have said, and I have to read it, that reducing methane emissions is something that we can do today to help mitigate the climate crisis in our lifetimes. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, it's a fascinating one, isn't it? So, as for those of you who don't have atmospheric chemistry backgrounds, which I assume is most of us, methane is far more potent than carbon dioxide in terms of its global warming potential. That's the bad news. The good news is it doesn't last in the atmosphere for all that long. It breaks apart and turns into other stuff that doesn't have global warming potential in it. Whereas carbon dioxide, once it gets up in the atmosphere, typically sticks around for many decades, if not hundreds of years. Methane breaks down in a small number of years or up to a few decades. So if we can mitigate methane, today, as a 51-year-old, there will be a a benefit within my lifetime, at least I hope within my projected lifetime. So addressing the ruminant issue, and in particular the methane coming off of ruminants, becomes one of the things we can do as a society that will pay a short-term climate crisis mitigation benefit.
And there are solutions there. There's feed options. There's all of these things.
So there's three big sources of methane from agriculture. One being the ruminants, the chewing the cud by the cows and burping up the methane. The other is manure management, and the third is rice paddies. As sort of three big drivers or sources of methane. And in all three, we can imagine best management practices which will take those numbers down significantly. Happy to get into the details of that, but I think we can just assure that there are strategies to address all three sources of food system-related methane.
Yeah, we can get into that later. Eric, I want to talk to you because one of the things that bothers me when we talk about the meat issue is that farmers and ranchers get blamed, no matter if they're sort of on the sustainable agriculture side or if they're on the industrial animal agriculture side. How do we break that sort of cycle of blaming farmers who are often stuck in a system, whether we like it in this room or not, and don't know how to transition out of it, and who want to do things the right way, but simply don't have the resources to do it?
Well, I would look broader than that and just think about, rather than focusing on blame, focusing on solutions. And I think that's the one thing that we've been trying to do is, what are the solutions that we can work towards collectively as an industry to benefit farmers and ranchers, to work with meat companies who we work with, to make sure that we're improving what we do, to work with retailers and restaurants as well, to work together as a supply chain to find the solutions. And so I think the farmers and ranchers are a very key part of that solution, and making sure that they have the resources that they can implement on farm is a key piece of that. But I think too often we're stuck in a world of blame, and we really need to be focusing on the way that we move forward with solutions.
Absolutely. So I guess, Eric and Jess, because we were talking about nutrient density before, if we're talking about livestock, beef in the United States, they're fed a diet of corn and soybeans. And I'm wondering, Jess, I don't know if you can talk about this, the nutrient density part. If we want nutritious meat from animals, it depends. It matters what they're eating.
Yeah, I think to a point. Beef is nutritious no matter what. It's high in iron and zinc and lots of micronutrients. Obviously, there's a lot of epidemiological evidence showing that if you eat too much red meat, it has risks of some non-communicable diseases. Feed matters. I think it matters more about how it's sourced and the environmental sustainability of that. I think food safety is a bigger issue sometimes with meat and vegetables and the whole food supply, as our guru Marion Nussel knows so well. So I think Eric can probably talk a bit more about the feed and what that means for the quality of meat, but I think that's a bit of, I don't want to say it's a minor issue, because I think it could be a major issue from an environmental sustainability piece, but I think it's less of an issue from meeting nutritional needs perspective and consuming enough but not too much. And this is just beef that we're talking about. And there's a whole different conversation when it comes time to chicken and pork and dairy, etc.
I mean, it really is the whole of the supply chain, and feed is one solution that can help us make improvements. There's been a great deal of work looking at various ways to feed animals that reduce methane. There are more technologies that are coming out to really help us with that. One was recently approved in the dairy sector, and so we're looking at that as a solution. There's solutions in genetics, there's solutions in vaccines. There are many ways to approach it, and it really takes all of the above. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution, and that includes, specifically on farms. Some farms will be able to do certain things, others may not. We have to identify the variety of pathways that really help move the needle on a holistic level.
Thank you so much. Evan, when we last spoke, you talked about why it's important not just to focus on the outflow of greenhouse gas emissions associated with animal agriculture, but also to pay attention to the inflow. And I don't know if I quite understand that, so I'm hoping you can help unpack it.
Happy to. So, I mean, I'm very glad to get this question, because one thing this panel hasn't talked about yet is pastures. And a vast proportion of the world's terrestrial land surface grows grass, and that's what it always has done. That's what it probably always should do. And the ruminant animal grazing on the pasture land provides vital ecosystem services. They provide wildlife habitat, and critically, and this is where we talk about the inflow of greenhouse gases, as the pasture lands are maintained and grazed upon, they absorb greenhouse gases from the atmosphere and build up the soil organic matter, which creates soil health. So one of the trade-offs that we have to be thinking about is the utilization of our pasture land, creating economic value for our pasture land, which cows do a very good job of, against the methane that they're producing. And then when we move cows off of pastures and into feedlots or confined animal feeding operations, CAFOs or CAFOs, the dynamic changes, and we use all this corn and soybeans, and we feed the cows that way. But whereas the first year approximately of a cow's life in North America is spent grazing on pasture, which provides really valuable ecosystem services in many contexts. So I just don't want to you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater,
Sure.
get rid of the grazing animals, and then think, whoa, we've just lost our economic rationale for our pasture management.
Right. And this is for the whole panel. Based on that, can we have this mixed crop livestock production and still feed people adequately, especially in the global south, where a lot of folks like Jess think that people could benefit from increasing their animal protein intake, whether it's eggs, milk, or meat?
Sure, we can increase the sustainable livestock management. The reality, though, is that change comes at the nexus of policy and finance. And the question that you hear, we just finished a set of interviews with over 30 operators in the space, is who pays? And the reality is, when things like there was the conversation before us about the climate community and the ag community, the IRA had $50 billion in it for agriculture. There was money for methane reduction from the petrochemical community, but not for enteric methane reduction.
Right.
And there's a significant opportunity for government to catalyze what is necessary to support the change that is required.
Thank you so much, Eric. I'd love. Oh, go ahead, Jess.
Can I just add one? So on the production side, though, I think we have to talk about what kind of system, because there's so many different livestock systems. So if you go to India, it's a much less efficient system. There's tons of cattle. I think they have the highest number of cattle heads in the world, but it's incredibly inefficient. So their greenhouse gas emissions intensity is much higher than, say, the American system. So while America holds a lot of cattle, it's a very efficient system. So their greenhouse gas emission intensity is much lower than, say, the Indian system or their Kenyan pasture. I'm glad the Dairy Council said, the pastoralist system is much less efficient. So I think you do see these mixed systems, and they're important, but I think we have to really be specific. On the consumer side, it's also important to get more specific. Depending on, again, who you are. If you are in a resource-constrained setting living in deep rural Malawi, and you don't get access to animal source foods, and your environment, the milieu of your ecosystem, you're exposed to a lot of infectious disease, and you don't have access to nutrient-dense foods, and you're a young child or a mother, and you need those nutrients, that is a very different situation than being an American with lots of choice, lots of diversity of plant-based foods and animal foods. So it's all about, this room is not good for the menopausal woman. I'm dying. Are you dying? Is anyone else hot in here?
I'm too old.
Jeez, am I having a hot flash? I never know the difference. But yeah, so it really depends on this.
I love you so much.
Jesus. It really depends on the system and the context and who you're talking about and which livestock herder.
Sure, sure.
You know, so it's so hard to talk about this in a very blanket approach.
It's okay. I'm the climate in here we can't control it. A big company that shall not be named controls the climate for the whole building. So I can't do anything about it.
Google.
But feel your pain. Eric, my friend, there's a huge opportunity in methane. Can you talk about that for the big livestock producers in this country, and if you can, what it means for other parts of the world when we're talking about methane?
Yeah, and I think to add on to Jess, which I can't follow her entire sentiments there. It is warm in here. It is not a one-size-fits-all approach. I mean, I think that is really critical, that local contexts matter. And too often we try to put one-size-fits-all ideas into local contexts, and it doesn't necessarily work that way. And so thinking about how things might apply in local settings is really important. The FAO came out with a report just last fall during COP that looked at what is the number one thing, what are the things that we can look at to reduce the impact of livestock production. The number one thing, looking worldwide, is to make livestock production more efficient, to get more out of the animal using less resources. And so we've really done a lot of that here in the US. I think it's something that we can work worldwide to improve efficiency. Methane is the piece that in the beef and dairy sector there's been the most focus on. I mean, that's where the biggest impact is, and I think I touched on it a little bit, where looking at feed additives and things there, looking at genetics, looking at vaccines, there's a variety of approaches, but again, it's going to take all of the above. It's going to require lots of research to determine what fits where, and making sure that all of those are applied in the right contexts.
Eric, if I can stay with you for a minute, and thank you for explaining all that. All of that makes perfect sense to me. I think for some folks, they might be skeptical of the commitment made by big meat companies and consider it greenwashing. So I just need to give you a chance to address that, because I personally need to know how we hold companies accountable for, the things that they want to do that are right and the things that they're not doing that are not so good for the environment or for communities, as we heard on an earlier panel.
Sure. Yeah, so we've been working over the last few years to begin to collect data from our members and look at what the industry is doing as a whole and work towards targets as a group across our industry. At the Meat Institute, we represent about 95% of the red meat that is produced in the U.S., the majority of the poultry as well. And so we're able to get a good sense of what companies are doing and what opportunities there are for improvement. We set a goal that our members set targets and try to reduce emissions. We're working very closely with them to do that. We were the very first association to join what's called the supplier locked effort, which is meant to help companies measure and reduce their emissions. We've had about 25 of our members that had previously not gone through that go through that this year. Several others had previously gone through the program with other partners. We're working on resources to help them measure the first ever meat-specific tool to help them measure greenhouse gas emissions and reduce them. So, it really takes the resources and the focus collectively as an industry to be able to do that. Certainly we look at where we have opportunities to improve, and so that's a piece of the data that we utilize where we see that maybe we're not doing as good at measuring Scope 3 emissions right now, where it's really hard. How can we bring resources forward as an association to the entirety of our membership, which is large and small companies, to bring them the education and resources to do that? We've invested this year in the Value Change Initiative, which is an effort that works with the Science Based Targets Initiative and Greenhouse Gas Protocol to help improve Scope 3 measurement and management over time. And so we can do that at a broad industry level to help companies and provide them the best practices and tools to be able to apply that within their own companies.
Can I just say here, though, that I want to applaud what the Meat Institute is doing, but I think that we would be less than honest with your audience if we did not admit and recognize that all of this is nascent. We're nowhere near the work that needs to be done to scale it up to the level that it is actually making a difference. And that is part of the problem that we have is directly related to consumer demand and institutional demand for meat that is produced in a more sustainable manner that has additional cost. And that is an issue that requires a significant amount of work.
Well, that leads me to policy then, Earthren. Like, if we want a meat system that works for everyone, an animal agriculture system that works for everyone, we need policy to regulate some of that. What kinds of policies are needed? And Evan is shaking his head, so maybe I'll turn to him first.
Well, I'm just reminded of big chunk of my life living in the Yorkshire Dales, where I taught at the University of Leeds for many years. And, I lived in a bucolic, hilly environment, dry stone walls, little old historic dairy barns, and sheep everywhere. And the farmers in the area were great, highly productive, used good quality genetics, improved pasture management, sold into local markets, and we ate a lot of good lamb chops those years. A lot of good lamb chops. The sheep was actually a small part of the farmer's income. They were receiving income for ecosystem services, wildlife habitat, stormwater attenuation, maintaining the cultural heritage of those old, completely useless but pretty dairy barns. And the world that I can imagine, the system that I can imagine, is enabled by policy which provides multiple streams into a farmer, and in particular, say, a rancher's pocket. Some of that money comes from selling meat on the market, which is good quality nutrition. Some of that money comes from maintaining cultural and environmental heritage. And I think a stackable series of benefits that a farmer receives, a diversity or a portfolio of things that they do for the landscape and the community, all directing some income into their pockets, is the model. And it's not science fiction. It's called the European Union, and you can see it in effect. At least you could before Brexit in Northern England, where I lived.
Well, and it's also a good reminder, Evan, that farmers are more than just food producers. They do all of these other things that they don't get credit for or paid for, like ecosystem services. Is this a model that can work, Earthren?
It is definitely a model that can work. And I don't want to proselytize here, but elections do matter.
Preach.
It is going to be critical. The next farm bill is coming up. And the opportunity to get some of this language that we're talking about into that farm bill to support the economics on the farm, that change the ability, that give farmers the financial wherewithal to support the change that is required, is going to be critical to us moving beyond that's something that happens in the EU to something that happens here.
Yeah, Jess and Erica, thank you. Please give her a round of applause. Please. Jess, do you think there are enough policies in place that emphasize the nutritional benefits that can come from animal agriculture and make that happen for people?
And I think in low and middle income countries, animal source foods predominates in these nutrition policies and the food systems approach. I don't think we see it as much in high income countries. There's more of a directive, not in policies, but there's a lot more motivation to try to reduce animal source food consumption in high income countries. But I think in low income countries, particularly those countries where livestock is still important as part of livelihoods, in sub-Saharan Africa, you have Ethiopia, Kenya, and places where I work, livestock's part of the story. And when you have 50-60% of the population dabbling in agriculture and mixed livestock crop systems, it's important. I think it's interesting though, because this is such a fraught issue. I think this is the most fraught issue in food systems, where there's so much disagreement. And I was on the Eat Lancet Commission, and when we put that out, which is a very contentious report,
to say the least.
I still get hate mail for that. But if everyone moved towards the Eat Lancet diet, the world's livestock sector would have to contract 65%. That was not a really positive message for some, for some, right? So it was a very scary proposition. So it brought into question all of these other issues of, would that ever even happen? Would everyone move towards a plant-dominant diet? there are already people who already consume the Eat Lancet diet, even not by choice, but they consume it.
Right.
But what would that world look like? What would the alt protein industry look like, or whatever we want to call it, lab-grown meats?
Complementary protein.
Yeah. So I think there's just still really stark differences of opinion on the science, on cultural values, on high versus low income.
Yeah.
It's so, and even when we talk about policy, Danny, I find it so difficult because it depends on where you're starting, right? And how are animal systems and animal source foods valued in a country, right, or a community?
Yeah.
So to me, it's a really hard conversation because anytime we talk about food systems, livestock is the piece that's the most contentious, and you don't get consensus in a room on it.
But that's why diet diversity and a diversity of solutions is so critical to us coming together around the policies that are necessary to support us as a community moving forward. If we cannot demonize any solution that we know has some health value. Cigarettes are different. Okay, it's fine. But when we're talking in the food industry, it's about moderation. It's about diversity. It's about context. It's about culture, and that, as advocates in this community, we have a responsibility to respect as we define what is the policy that helps us both nationally as well as globally to move forward.
Sure. Diversity of thought, diversity of practice, diversity. Okay. Call to action is how I'm going to end this. Eric, what's your call to action to this audience?
My call to action is to work with us in the meat industry. I think, piggybacking off of Earthrin's point, we too often go to the extremes of either or. We see meat is part of a both and solution, and we want to partner with groups that will help us find solutions and make positive impacts. And so my call to action to you is to work with us and help us do better. We know we can do better and make sure that the 98% of households who eat meat in the U.S. and other places around the world, have the best meat that they can enjoy and know that they are eating meat to contribute to their health as well as a healthy planet.
Evan, call to action, please, sir.
Yeah, it's got to be a policy-driven approach. Jennifer Clapp wrote a few years ago in the New York Times about how all this emphasis on individuals making choices was probably just giving governments a pass and really was the wrong sort of mode of engagement. I say work on the policymakers.
Thank you so much. Dr. Fanzo.
So I, as a nutritionist, I am going to say that we probably don't need to eat so much meat at every meal. So I would say a call to all of us Americans. Maybe you don't need to have meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Maybe be a vegan by day, as Mark Bittman would say, and a carnivore at night. But we don't need to eat so much meat. It's good to expand your diet portfolio, some fruits, veg, legumes, nuts.
Back to diversity.
This diversity thing, because Americans blow everyone else out of the water on how much meat we consume, which is taxing on the world. It's inequitable, and we need to have more of a social contract with the rest of the world and share these valuable resources that are very finite.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ambassador, you get the final word.
Well, first of all, sitting in this room, you're helping make change. It's caring about the issue. Because too many politicians think people don't care, that consumers in particular don't care about these issues, particularly when it's not about health as much as it is about environment. Recognizing you cannot separate health from environment, particularly as we move forward and the environment continues to have an impact on farmers first. And farmers will tell you that, whether it's the production of meat or the production of crops. And so sitting in rooms like this, having your voice be heard, caring, and that voice needs to carry over into your vote. Because it is not just what happens in the White House, it's also about what happens in Congress to determine what happens with the policies that are necessary here in this country. And not just, even if you're not an American, it is important that you are working with your governments, because we are 5 years and 3 months away from 2030. And we have never been so far off track on meeting the MDGs as well as the Paris Accord. And unless we step up the action by consumers driving governments to drive the policies, to drive, and the community to drive the financing that is necessary, we will be sitting here 5 years from now talking about not what is it that we need to do, but what is it that we must do, because people will have even more than the 250 million people who are acutely hungry today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank the panel, please. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. I know these are difficult discussions, and this was a perfect panel to have these discussions. And I know it wasn't easy, so thank you all for making. You can hand it to me. That's great. Thank you, Eric. All right. Thank you, Evan. So if we can get people to come up to the front, that would be awesome, because there are seats available up here, and I won't continue going unless you come up to the front. I don't get this. I don't understand. Okay, so now we're going to turn to our the first of the day's lightning talks, where we will have the chance to hear from some incredible change makers in our food and agriculture systems. So for the first of these presentations, I want to invite Stacy Dean, the Executive Director of the GW Global Food Institute, to the podium. So please give her a round of applause. So nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. All right,
I'm going to stay right here.
Okay, fantastic. Well, hi, everybody. I just thought I'd take a second to introduce you to the George Washington University Global Food Institute, which was founded in partnership with a chef, Chef Jose Andres. It was founded with the ambitious goal of transforming people's lives and the health of the planet by changing the way we view food, food's integral role in creating a better world. So totally aligned with all of you in today's event. You know, I thought Mark Bittman did a great job saying that food is a through line across so many of our problems: health, environment, racial and economic justice, national security, climate change. But it's also a unique and powerful way to gain traction for needed solutions. So we're trying to make change through 3 pillars: educating the next generation of global food leaders, being a hub of interdisciplinary research, and convening leading experts. So one such example of the research that we've taken on, and through my well-worn copy here, and it was written by Dr. Tara Scully, who is in the audience, and I hope she waves and says hello. Oh, there you are, great. And down in front, and a joint effort with the James Beard Foundation. We could not have undertaken this without them. The report's called The Climate Reality for Independent Restaurants. And it's an example of how we can highlight the serious threat of climate change to restaurants being a local entity so well known and beloved to the public, and use that as a means to reach policy makers about the harmful effects of climate change at the business and community level. And it's also a way to put research into the hands of restaurant owners and chefs to help empower their advocacy. So let me run through some of it for you. Look, we've heard today running a restaurant is not for the faint of heart, and the data backs that up, right? The profit margins are incredibly tight, around 4%, and there are just constant challenges, including having to compete with large-scale restaurant chains who have many advantages given their size and vertical integration. And unfortunately, climate change and climate events are just heightening these challenges and adding vulnerability to the independent restaurant industry. So let me run you through some of those. First is food costs. In an industry where purchases count for about over 40% of your costs, food costs is an incredible vulnerability for independent restaurants. How a restaurant supply chain is impacted obviously depends on where they're located and what they're serving. But just, what we hear from the experts and the scientists is that they are forecasting that every 1 degree Celsius increase in global temperatures will see extensive losses in the production of wheat, rice, maize, and soybean, 4 key staple grains that account for 2/3 of the world's caloric intake. Now, that's devastating for a lot of reasons, including in terms of what Ambassador Cousins was talking talking about. But reduced crop yields increase the price of food, bottom line. And for many of these crops, as well as other climate-sensitive foods, there's just no easy alternative, right? So it's just going to make access to needed supplies difficult. And we've seen the kind of disruption that can occur from much more modest issues, which is the reduction in grains from Ukraine, difficulty in accessing food during the pandemic, and then other disruptions from climate action. I think we also have to talk about unnatural disasters. Climate change has already been associated with major weather events that disrupt food production and supply chains. And even though they look like natural disasters, we call them unnatural disasters because they're the result of human activities leading to climate change. So prime example is drought, hurricane, wildfire, and rising temperatures, for example, that can affect seafood catch. Record-breaking temperatures in the Southwest aren't just causing crop loss, but they're also affecting whether or not people even want to go outside. Restaurants in San Antonio, who we interviewed for the report, they're designed for outdoor eating and outdoor spaces. They told us now that it's challenging to attract the customers that they need who just don't want to sit outside in extreme heat. Hurricanes are another example, all right? They're notoriously damaging. One recent hurricane in Florida, wind damage alone caused $4 billion in damage. So the crops were affected, the aquaculture was affected. But think about this from the restaurants. Fishing industry gets put on hold as the hurricane is coming. Restaurants then have to shut down during the hurricanes, understandably. And then when they reopen, can't get access to their the regular sources of fish that they might otherwise be serving. And warming waters are also resulting in changes to seafood habitat. From lobster to sea bass, these species have very specific temperature requirements and habitats, and it's shifting where they are and affecting the fishing industry, which then makes its way to restaurants. And think of wildfires. Again, incredibly devastating in terms of the human impact and also the loss of to producers. But they also can impact restaurant attendants. No one wants to go outside if they can't see a few feet in front of them or don't trust the air that they're breathing. And this isn't something that's just being experienced out west. The wildfires last year in Canada had a huge impact here in New York, where the air pollution as a result of those fires ranked as some of the worst in the world. Outdoor eating is just not an option, right? Or let alone going out. Okay, so that's a lot, and you don't want to bring people so down. I mean, I think the issue is what can restaurants do, and that's why we're here. And I'm really inspired by all of the conversation. So listen, adopting sustainable food policies and practices within the agricultural community and restaurant industry can play an absolutely critical mitigating role, right? We should be leaders. And that's a lot about what you're hearing about today, and I'm inspired. So thank you for pulling together such an incredible group of folks. But the reality is it's not all on restaurants and farmers to shift and build a sustainable food system, and that's what you're hearing too. We need policies and government investment that supports sustainability and drives a more resilient food system and a healing food system. And that's a big part of why we wrote the report, but it's not just a collection of data and insights on the impact of climate on restaurants and chefs. We hope the report is a rallying cry for chefs and restaurant owners and food producers and all the other actors across the food supply chain, including policymakers, to seek change. We need to decide to change the food system so that it better serves everyone, but the independent restaurant industry are just critical leaders and voices. So I can't convey to you enough about what powerful messengers I think you are. First of all, independent restaurants are just incredibly special places in so many communities, right? This is where we celebrate our family and personal moments. You're part of the identity of a place, and your owners are just naturally community leaders. But you're also an important economic force that the report goes through. You're part of the broader restaurant industry, which is one of the largest in our country. You're major employers, paying out over $75 billion in wages last year to a very diverse workforce that represents our country. And so simply put, both because of how we hold you in our hearts, but also because of the bottom line that many policymakers' brains require to, you're just really powerful voices and have extraordinary opportunity to be change makers, to carry forward how the food system and climate are integrated. And so we're so pleased to support the James Beard Foundation in their work in engaging all of you on that. There's just, bottom line, a lot to do, and we are thrilled to be in the fight with you. So thank you so much, and please take a look at the report. I hope it helps you all.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you so much. So nice to see you. I want to thank Stacy for the important work that she's doing. If Food Tank can help amplify that, I hope you'll let us work with you in the future. But such great work. It's now my pleasure for the next lightning talk. Please join me in welcoming Chef Kelly Whitaker, who is the recipient of the 2024 Outstanding Restaurateur Award from the James Beard Foundation. Please give Kelly a round of applause.
Thank you. So really appreciate this time with you guys. I'm actually have a dual purpose for being in New York this week. I'm doing this 7-minute real brief talk, but I'm also was invited from my friends over at the NED to participate in a climate change dinner. And for the last 20 years, 15 years, we've had this company at Est, but really my entire career, I was always looking for impact in the chefs that I was working for, leaders like Michael Cimarusi at Providence, and just his way with looking at oceans and deeper into that. But now I live in Colorado, and I'm very involved in the grain movement. We have restaurants that are at the tasting menu sort of Michelin conversation, and we run a local bakery and a grain mill. So just wanted to give you, when someone asked me, said, hey, do a climate change dinner, I was like, oh yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been thinking about this for a long time. But actually, as I started kind of mapping it out, it dawned on me that it actually isn't the same muscle. It wasn't the same thing the way that I approached it. So much if I'm doing something at Outstanding in the Field or, doing something that had to do with trash fish with Chef Collaborative, these are all issues around sustainability, but when it was specifically climate change, I wanted to kind of take a different look. So up on the screen, you don't have to read all of this. We don't have time to dive fully into this. There are actually tickets available. This dinner's Wednesday at the NED, so if you want to come experience some of it, you can. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to present each course as something, somewhat of a problem that we're seeing in our kitchens in the restaurant, and then let the food be the solution. So I would like to just kind of breeze over the titles and talk about this. The first one being degeneration, with obviously you're going to hear a lot today about regenerative and what that means, and I know it's continually trying to be redefined right now, and we've been trying to define it for ourselves. But this goes back to our work as a small restaurant group, independent. We're now working with at least 5 farmers growing on over 200 acres, and kind of approaching this idea around regeneration, which is what is giving back. So again, are the bivalves cleaning the water? Is the grain? Are the root structures helping the soil? So that's where we put a lot of our work. But as you go down the list, eat them before they eat us. So again, I actually wrote an op-ed piece in the LA Times once about trash fish, and this is something different. If you've been looking at any of these issues like rising water temperatures in Southern California and purple uni, so this is and lionfish and tiger prawns, and there's species of things that are growing and also living in the waters that are very much being impacted by that. So we're having that conversation. Natural order is obviously the balance between sustainable farming and nature. Displaced was fun. A lot of these, any of the deeper conversations, I am lucky enough to work with organizations like World Central Kitchen. So I just started calling everyone and being like, hey, how do I approach this course? Hey, how do I, think about this, and let the experts speak to it, because I'm just the chef, which is my next course is climate change has to be delicious, and how we approach that. My newest project, Hey Kiddo, is something that I constantly talk about, good and fun, because a lot of good restaurants aren't fun, and a lot of fun restaurants aren't good or sustainable. So I really think that at some point, the idea of like, if it's New York, if it's Cruffin, if it's these things that we're seeing in in this popularity contest, it's like sprinkling some rye in there and getting Sonora and getting these beautiful grains and getting this work from our farmers into the cycle of mainstream is something that, I feel as a chef and a restaurateur, this is immediate impact today. It doesn't have to be full. You have to figure all these things out, but there's a lot of things that, can kind of play into this moment of pop culture and what we're all seeing around food trends. And then the last being, this idea of zero waste. But when I think about climate dinner, I was thinking, okay, we spent a lot of time in, fermentation, preservation, all these ideas around food and whole techniques and stuff. But, I wanted to kind of more think about the idea of totality as convenience is such a luxury for us. And, I was sort of painting a picture through this dessert of going to the market, grabbing some corn, using it in its fullest form. But, the answer really is to, it takes so much energy to produce food, as we all know. But so this idea that maybe don't produce it in the first place. Mm-hmm. So get rid of the lost thing. I mean, the box is just coming to our back door, the kitchen it just keeps coming. And so the idea of using a fewer things and using them in their fullness throughout, that was an easy, hey, if you have a restaurant or kitchen, what's the immediate is just look at the trash bin, look at the stuff, and somebody said something about bottom line just now, but I stopped teaching, chefs about P&Ls a long time ago and started teaching them about waste, and our food costs dropped 10% across our entire company because they're just chefs love to produce things. So getting them thinking about leftover things and putting that to use is more how they, how we think, not hey, it's 32%. Let me show you this. Doesn't totally land. So yeah, this is a menu. Take a picture. Come to the dinner. And again, I'll just, leave this thought with you as I had to think about it this week, writing this menu is, this is Climate Week. And I think for me, with 20 plus years in this industry and working on all of these issues, that this sort of farm to table, all the issues we're talking about today are important, but I think it's time to think about what a net positive kitchen means, what it truly means to be sustainable, which is actually giving back. And a lot of this is community driven, and there's so many beautiful things to be that are being talked about today, which I love. But just thinking for you, if you're a chef or a restaurant, just thinking sort of what gives back in this way, and start thinking about net positive kitchens. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chef Kelly. So impressive. That menu was amazing, and I'm so impressed that Chef can talk without notes. Someday I'll get there. Thank you again, Chef. So to transform our food systems, we will need global decision makers to put food and agriculture systems front and center. It's what we've been talking about all day. And this year's United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, and COP30, which will take place in Brazil next year, offer real opportunities to do that. So that's why I'm excited for our next panel about the road to COP29, COP30, and beyond. So please join me in welcoming Fernanda Faccini, the head of climate and circularity at Natura. Round of applause. Dr. Ricardo Abramove, who is a professor in the environment program at the University of Sao Paulo and the president of Imaflora's board of directors, and Hunter Lovins, who is a managing partner at Now Partners Foundation. I just need a second to thank, yes, please, round of applause. I'm forgetting my role, sorry. I want to thank a few more of our in-kind partners, including King Arthur Baking Company, Little Sesame, Nature's Path, Niman Ranch, Oatly, Parlor Coffee, Raw Foods, Ceremony, Simply, Strong Roots, and Stonyfield. So give them a round of applause while I grab my water bottle. Okay. I've been excited about this panel for a long time because there is so much that we need to do before the COP this year in November, and there's a lot we need to do before Brazil next year. And I know everyone's excited about Brazil. So, this is really for all of you. This year's climate change conference kicks off in less than 2 months, right? What makes you most nervous, and what makes you most optimistic?
I don't know. I'm Brazilian, so at that moment we are suffering a lot. So I'm a little bit nervous related to this fire and the dry and the floods that we are suffering, and how this is impacting our populations and impacting our economy, because the economy in the Latin American countries needs to evolve, and now we are realistic suffering the climate change impact. And for me, it's very important to have the next year COP in Brazil, because it's an opportunity for us to open the space for our people to talk and to show the world how serious could be the projects related to the private sector and the institutions that we have in our country. This is important for me too.
I'm glad you brought up that the climate crisis is an economic problem. We hear about it being a health problem, an environmental problem, a social problem, but it is definitely an economic problem affecting not just Latin America and South America, but countries all over the world. And that is something that we need to take on seriously. Yeah. Thank you for that. So let's just go down the line.
Well, I think there are two major challenges that both Baku and Belém need to tackle. First, as Fernanda told, is the protection and restoration of tropical biomes, not just the Amazon, but tropical biomes. We already know that tropical regions worldwide are the most vulnerable to extreme climate events. In Brazil alone, in June, 32 million hectares has been burned. It's amazing. We can't breathe in several Brazilian cities, including São Paulo. And we may have already hit the tipping point where the forest could shift into a kind of poor savanna. To give you some context of this, the carbon stored in the Amazon equals 10 years of global fossil fuels emissions. It means that if we lose the forest, all the endeavor to fight climate change is also lost. This is a very important problem. But my fear is that we concentrate in this problem and we ignore another problem very important. There is another challenge just as important as health and deforestation and improved forest regeneration. The global agri-food system, we talk about this during all the day. I was in the train, I heard Bill McKibben and Lappé. The global agri-food system isn't just a victim of climate change. And it's very important just because in Brazil, the agri-food system, it considers itself just a victim. No. It also drives it. It accounts for around 30% of global emissions. It's also the main driver of biodiversity loss and a big contributor to pollution. And I think it's very important to stress that the Green Revolution, which actually helped reduce hunger since the mid-20th century, now is being criticized by some of the same institutions that helped create it, like the Consultative Group of International Agricultural Research, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the World Bank. And the problem with the Green Revolution lies in what we can call its triple monotony: agricultural monotony, animal production monotony, and food consumption monotony.
Right.
I don't know if I approach
Yeah, no,
this.
that lack of diversity we've been talking about today, and I think it's important to keep repeating it. What you're describing is very, very dire, and I think it's important to be reminded that the food and agriculture sector is not just a victim; it's a driver, but it's also a solution. And I think we have to keep coming back to that. Yeah. So, Hunter, give me some optimism about the next COP. What are you optimistic about? They've given you their most sort of worrisome things that might happen. What are you excited about?
I am excited. I'm not optimistic. But let me explain that. I think people say, oh, you have to have hope. No, you have to have courage and conviction. We're going to go into Baku and have dialogues. Now, partners, Future Economy Forum, Food Tank, EIT Food, you guys, Imaflora, we are going to be holding these dialogues in Baku about solutions because we know how to solve the climate crisis profitably, and it involves food. Yes, agriculture is a driver of climate change. Agriculture done wrong, industrial agriculture, is a driver of the climate crisis. Regenerative agriculture is the answer. When you grow food and grow meat in the way that nature always did it, you take carbon out of the air and you put it in the soil. Here in the audience is Seth Itzken. He has a website, Hope Beneath Our Feet, with the peer-reviewed science of what holistic grazing can do in taking 10 gigatons per year out of the air and putting it into the soil. Holistic grazing is a huge part of the answer. Industrial feedlots are a huge part of the problem. So it's how do you grow food?
Yeah.
Regenerative agriculture, as Rodale has shown, can take all anthropogenic emissions every year and put it back in the soil. So you add together holistic grazing, vegetable production done right, and you solve half the climate crisis. You solve the other half with renewable energy, which also is cheaper everywhere than fossil. I was just over at the UN for their so-called Summit of the Future. We did get a pact. We did agree to a pact. It's not as strong as it should be. Will it get implemented? Remains to be seen. But they did keep in the language about transitioning away from fossil. We know how to do that. I run my ranch on solar panels, batteries in the garage. I drive a Leaf. You can do this and have a better quality of life, better quality food. Wendell Berry said, eating is an agricultural act. We all eat. What we choose to eat every day, where did it come from? Do you know the farmer? If you do, you're very likely part of the solution. Absolutely. So we're going to go into Baku with a whole handful of solutions and put these to the leaders who are there and see if we can make a difference. This is the pin from Kyoto. That was COP 3. This is COP 29. The UN's had 30 years of talk. Right. Time for a little less talk and a lot more action.
Woo! Well, Hunter, that leads me to my next question. And again, this is for all of you. When I was in Dubai last year, there was so much attention on food and agriculture, again, as the solution to the climate crisis. I was jazzed, right? Like I couldn't, believe it. It was, so long coming, so many groups, and, including the folks on the stage, worked toward that. Then I got on the plane and went home and felt depressed. And some friends, who work at different environmental organizations said, finally, we have this foundation to stand on. That food and agriculture is in documents now that we can build on. Are we there yet? Are we in a place, Fernanda, where we can build on what was built last year and the years before?
Natura is trying. For the ones who doesn't know, Natura is a Brazilian cosmetic company that are working the Latin America countries. But we are not so big and so important related to the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases emissions. But we are trying to establish a regenerative business more than a regenerative agriculture, because we believe that we could influence and engage our customers, our suppliers, the whole value chain, because if we are working with the big chemical companies and we could support and help them to understand how important it is for them to make this movement together with us, we think we could do in a better way and survive from this crisis. But I think I love to go to COP to talk about examples, the real projects that we are developing, and to show numbers, because every time we talk about sustainability, people ask, okay, it's a beautiful discussions, but I'd like to see numbers. This is why I'm talking about economic topics, and we are measuring these. We have an integrated P&L to show to our shareholders that it's possible, and to show to the investors that is trying to save the global south. That's very important to see what we are doing on the ground. So I believe that we could do, but we need to collaborate in a huge movement together. We will do this only if we do it together.
Ricardo, do we have that movement? Do we have that leg to stand on to continue this work and amplify the solutions that food and agriculture bring to climate?
Yes, I think, and a factor that runs in our favor is the fact that conventional agriculture is more and more expensive. This is very important, and the technique over which conventional agriculture is are based, these techniques are closed, proprietary, and there are techniques that people know, that science know, that are open, and agrochemical sector tries to capture these techniques. We have to avoid this capture, because we only will have healthy food if we have an agricultural sector healthy and sustainable. This is very important. So in Dubai, the declaration, it's amazing that a declaration on the problems of agri-food system is written 30 years after the first conference,
right.
But it is considered a progress. Okay, but they didn't touch the problem of the monotony of the agri-food system, the mindset where our main challenge is to raise the supply of calories and proteins. It is maintained. This is not our main challenge. Our main challenge is to incorporate biodiversity within agricultural production.
Sure.
It's what you do in your farm. Yes. And if we don't do this, agriculture will not be viable.
Sure. Thank you for all of that. Please. Hunter, I think what's often lost in these conversations about the climate crisis and the progress that we have made, it's not enough, right, is that the climate crisis is linked to, all of the other crises we're seeing, whether it's the public health crisis, the biodiversity loss crisis that Ricardo mentioned, and so many other things. How can we bring those sort of there are two things I want to ask here. How can we bring the global community together to understand that? And how can we avoid what Ricardo was saying about this sort of greenwashing? Like the chemical companies start using the words that the regenerative agriculture people use. Big question, sorry.
Short answer, do one thing. What's your dot? Do one thing. Every day, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what am I going to do today? What one thing? No, we cannot, no one of us can solve it all. And people say, what can I do? I'm just one person. Said 8 billion people. Right. Together, we can solve this. Globally representative surveys show that well north of 80% of people on Earth want aggressive climate action. And well south of 40% think anybody else feels the same way. We all feel alone. So one very important thing we can do, which is what we're doing in Baku, we'll do again in Belém, is as organizations, as companies that understand that your bottom line has to be an integrated bottom line. That if you behave responsibly to people and planet, it's better business. You make more money. You attract and retain the best talent. You energize your talent. You better differentiate your brand. You reduce your risks. Notice no polar bears. This is simply better business. If these companies come together in dialogue with the activists, with the academics, we have the solutions. It is simply a question of making them happen. And this is what COPs really are. The United Nations system, every nation has a veto. Saudi makes $1 billion a day every day they delay action on climate change. Y'all really think we're going to get a deal out of any of these COPs, even Belém? No. The reason to come together at these things is to have these dialogues where we sit down with companies like Natura. You are, among other things, one of the largest female empowerment programs because you put your women to work. You are one of the biggest protectors of biodiversity, of rainforest integrity, because you show that because the nuts from these trees can be processed into oil, it's worth more to keep the trees standing than to cut them down. This is what corporates can start to do by realizing that regenerative, and yeah, there is a definition of what is regenerative. John Fullerton wrote it down in a paper called Regenerative Capitalism. If you get into an argument, I don't know what read Regenerative Capitalism. He's laid out 8 principles. We should know what it is we're talking about so that when the greenwashers come around, we can tell them to shut up.
Thank you, Hunter. Thank you. A round of applause for Hunter. Well, one thing that you said, Hunter, is that, we need better business. But I think what companies, unless they're Natura, don't realize is yet that it's not just better business that they're going to have. If they don't make the changes now, there will be no business to be had.
My old boss, Dave Brower, said you cannot do business on a dead planet. Those words are inscribed above the entrance to Patagonia's headquarters.
Right.
The businesses that understand this are part of the solution, and these are the ones with whom we're talking.
And I think the hidden costs of agri-food system are not being diffused to people. There are a lot of works coming from Rockefeller Foundation, FAO, the Food System Economics Commission, and the data is, if we paid for the externalities, it means the use of soil, biodiversity, the atmosphere, climate, health problems of the ultra-processed food, all this, the amount is about 50 to 100% more than the price we pay for food. These costs will be revealed in a way or another, if not in our pockets, in our health.
Conversely, Dr. David Montgomery has shown that regeneratively grown vegetables, regeneratively grown grains, regeneratively grown meat have much higher nutrient density. Paper out in January, Dr. David Montgomery out of University of Washington. This stuff's better for us. It's better for the planet. It's better for your bottom line. Come on, folks, let's do it.
Did you want to say anything else, Fernanda?
No, I think after her, it's impossible for us.
No, but you represent the private sector, and you are one of the companies who are the good ones.
Yes, I think it's possible. My final message for everybody here that it's possible, and we could do this together in a collaborative way. So, for example, we are from cosmetic sector, but we are working hard with food sectors, with huge company, with agriculture, with the chemical companies, packaging sectors. We need to work together and to combine the best practices between us. We are, Natura is investing a lot of technology to implement agroforest systems for palm oil. That's an important monoculture and an important commodity for the world. And we are working with cacao, for example. That is very important for food systems and for the food industries, because the cacao, there is a lot of controversial related to that. So we are trying to collaborate, to work with universities, with everybody in the house to find solutions and to construct a better world. It's real. If someone wants to read more about our company, please be my guest, because we have a lot of beautiful examples to show the world that is possible, and a lot of research that show that at the rainforest we preserve it more than in the median of the other parts of the forest, because we are investing more than 20 years at the region, working with the smallholders, the local communities, and the indigenous people. So we are more than preserving the standing forest, we are generating value for the people that live in that area.
Absolutely.
It's very, very important.
It is very important. What I've heard on this panel is collaboration, diversity, courage, conviction. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Hunter, I adore you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ooh. I love these people. All right. I'm now very excited to turn to our next set of lightning talks as we continue to hear from folks who are working to make sure our food and agriculture systems are more nourishing, regenerative, and equitable. So first, we have one of my very good friends and somebody I admire very much, Rupa Bhattacharya, a transformative change agent. She is wonderful. Please give her a round of applause as she joins me on stage.
Thank you so much, Danny. Can you all hear me? Honestly, when people ask me what I want to be when I grow up, the answer is I want to live up like half as much to the way Danny's introductions make me sound. So I'm going to work on that today. So hi, everybody. Like Danny said, I'm a transformative change consultant. And basically what I do is I help institutions humanize their sustainability work, mostly in the food space. And that can mean a lot of things depending upon the institution and their particular needs. But on the simplest level, it means helping folks take their inherent fundamental knowledge that people are human and remember and honor that when they're building structures in the space. And like, I know that sounds really obvious. We know intellectually people are human. Curt from FoodCorps made a really good point about it earlier, about understanding that we're talking about people when we talk about these systems. But it's a really easy thing to lose sight of in a space like this one, especially that has been sort of haunted historically by this almost ghost of the Platonic ideal. Like there's this notion that there's this like a single best thing that we can do. There's a single best diet. There's a single best whatever it is, single best creme brulee, right? Like there's a Platonic ideal. It has to be X, Y, and Z. Our tech friends might call it optimized, you know, whatever your word is. But basically, like in culinary school, right? Like they tell you it's got to be like, you know, this consistency, it's the right shade of brown, no bubbles on the outside, crack with this amount of pressure. And once you've named those characteristics and told people about them, basically the idea has always been, all you have to do is tell people, hey, guess what? It should be this shade of brown. It should crack with this much pressure. This is what you should be eating. The end, boom, done. And like, that's it, right? Like audiences will just take that. They'll accept it. They'll be delighted. They will make those changes. All they needed was the information, and there we go. But that's not actually how any of this really works, right? At one point, that might have worked, right? At one point, restaurants might have had like a narrow enough audience, the people with the financial capital to go to these restaurants and the cultural capital to understand that when they're being served the Platonic ideal food item, that basically like the biggest issue was ever going to be like, are we going to order that platonic ideal creme brulee or the platonic ideal like souffle, right? Like that was going to be the beginning and ending of like what you needed to do to serve your audience well. But that audience has changed, right? In like a lot of ways for the better. I mean, you all who operate restaurants know this better than I do. The audience, the restaurant audience, is both bigger and broader, and somehow both more and less educated than it has ever been in the past. I think like I blame TikTok, but like I'm sure there's many of reasons that things you can blame. But as a result of it, like the audience is also much more discerning and much more demanding than they ever have been in the past. So now what, right? Like what do we do about that? What do we do about the fact that this audience that we have knows what they want? They have their identity is really tied up in the things that they eat, the things that they desire, and how do we make those shifts and how do we make them meaningful? Something that like we all have to think about now, I think, is that given this new audience and between what they want, what they're used to getting, and what they can afford, some of the ways we can most successfully shift diners through more climate-friendly options is a combination of language and structure. I mostly want to talk about structure here. There's some people doing really wonderful work in the language space. If you guys haven't seen Food for Climate League's work, you absolutely should look it up. But talking about structure, I want to talk. We're also, as an industry, I think, doing a lot of catch-up from where the structures we built have failed us in the past. And to do that, I kind of want to talk about the portobello mushroom and that era. Do you guys remember when the portobello mushroom was going to save all of us, right? Like, all we were going to do, it was just going to be like, we were going to swap out animal protein, we were going to sear off a mushroom cap, give it the nice little cross-heart edges, you'd call it a day. You know, customers were going to accept that. It was going to be great. But they didn't, right? But, like, and why not, right? Because the portobello isn't actually a one-to-one swap for a steak. And we're doing like both customers and frankly the portobello itself a huge disservice here, right? Like, how do you change any system of power, right? Like, is it enough to just be like, I'm gonna take this thing at the top or the center, the steak, and swap it out for this other thing, right? Does that work? I mean, even if it's a great portobello, if it's the best portobello you've ever had, it's still like quite simply not a steak. And it doesn't have the years, the lore, and the cultural meaning the steak has like built up around it, right? So like, how do you solve that? You kind of really do have to treat it like any other system of power. It's not enough to change the thing at the top or the thing at the center. You actually have to scrap the existing infrastructure. In this case, the infrastructure is like the notion that a meal is a starch, a vegetable, and a thing at the center, right? And you kind of got to start over in a way that actually sets the portobello mushroom up for success. And like, so instead of like shoehorning the portobello into this paradigm where it can't win, like maybe you're actually selling it like a beautiful mushroom stew that's like set off by all of its other components. It's the star of the show, and it's something people, not like something people are settling for, not like, oh, we took your thing and gave you this other thing. It's like, oh no, you got this special thing. You got this really cool, beautiful stew, right? It's like, do you remember when Shake Shack first launched? They had that shroom burger, and that was the first mushroom burger that kind of made that difference, right? Well, it's because, I mean, to be clear, they were stuffing it with cheese and deep frying it, right? Like, awesome. But, you know, but it went from this like sort of like sad excuse for like, oh, you can't have a burger, sorry, here's your mushroom, to like something like people went to and like they sought it out. It's like, oh, you have to try this thing, right? And like it made itself a standalone attraction in its own right. So like the question is then like, what can we do as chefs and as people to like build new structures where these new dishes or new approaches can thrive? In order to do that, I really think that we have to take a hard look at our tolerance for discarding old concepts if they no longer provide that base for success, right? Even if we love them, even if we're attached to them, even if we think that our audience can't imagine a world without a steak at the center of the plate, we really have to, our willingness to make these decisions about what systems and what structures are actually still suiting us, and many people here. And I really appreciate being at a climate event where other people are talking about scrapping up structures and starting again, because usually it's just me up here yelling. So I really appreciate it. But many of the other speakers have said this, where we have to look at the structures. We can't just shoehorn other things into the systems that we have existing, right? Because if you're just out here serving portobellos and not making them room for them to be anything other than steak, you're kind of burning the bridge of trust that your consumer has to you. And then it becomes harder for everybody else down the line to maybe serve like a morel or chanterelle or whatever, because we all know what happened with the portobellos and like, we don't want to do that. And that's sort of where I think this like very heavy-handed metaphor kind of ends up. And like, I know, like ask me how I spent 2020. Like I know it's heavy-handed, but also there's a lot riding on our ability to make the change, right? Like I truly believe that our success in changing our menus, our field, and like ultimately the world to be entirely contingent on what systems we're willing to recognize no longer serve us, and then in turn, our willingness to dismantle those systems. We have an entire generation coming up right now that has never known a world outside of climate change, and who see right through the paper straw stuff. Again, thank you, TikTok. And I think are really looking to us, like the adults in the room, to take a meaningful lead. And so I really want to invite everybody here to join me in taking that lead and start to think about what structures you personally can dismantle and rebuild in service of the world we all want to live in someday. 0 seconds left. So thank you so much for having me. If I can help you in any way, please let me know.
Woo! Give it up for Rupa. Rupa talks a lot about dismantling structures, but I think she's an architect for what a better food future could look like. So give her another round of applause. She deserves it. It is now my pleasure to invite Tara Smith, I'm going to mess up your last name, Swible, the general partner for Regenerative Capital and the co-founder and board chair of Teens for Food Justice. Please give her a round of applause. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. It's Scalable. Hi, everyone. So if my life was a Broadway musical, we'd be somewhere near the top of the second act. The first act would have just ended with a really exciting turning point where the protagonist, that's me, proclaims through song that I'm forging a new path. And just like Mama Rose, everything's coming up roses. And I belt out one more final glorious note as the curtain closes and the audience is on the edge of their seats. Now, I know this because I've produced over a dozen Broadway shows that have gone on to earn 53 Tony nominations and 16 wins. So this is where the audience says, is this lady in the wrong room? No, I'm not. But to understand how and why I got here, we actually have to go back to the beginning of the musical to what's called the inciting incident. The opening number has already established me as the main character. We're set in an idyllic suburban Denver, Colorado. It's 1991, and we introduce the conflict that's going to propel me on my journey. We transition to a middle school classroom. Students are at their desks. Mrs. Hoffman has us each reading aloud one by one from a textbook. Of course, this is done through song. This is a musical, of course. And then something terrible happens, a shift in the music, downlight on me. It is the first time I've ever heard or seen the words global warming. I'm looking around, I'm completely freaking out, and I don't know why no one else seems to be. I don't know if I was born an environmentalist or because my parents named me Tara, I have to be an environmentalist. But this was the beginning of a lifelong tension with a capitalist system that devalues nature and human beings. I come home to my parents, they try to console me, and they tell me that this isn't something I'm going to have to worry about. It's not happening in my lifetime. We'll have the answers. And I try to believe them. And now we transition, and I'm alone on stage. And this is where I get to sing what's called my I Want song. And you all know this moment because you've all seen The Little Mermaid. And this is where Ariel says, I want to be where the people are. And I'm going to sing about what I want. And what I want more than anything in this world is to solve this problem. The only problem is that I'm 11 years old. It's 1991. Society is not quite there yet. And as you can tell, I'm a theater nerd, not a science nerd. So we go move into this next stage of the musical, which is this B-plot line, where we're going to dive into my love for musical theater and storytelling. And we're going to see my environmentalism come to life through protesting my school to get rid of styrofoam in my school cafeteria. And maybe it's told through vignettes or montage to get me to my mid-20s, where I'm finally experiencing my dreams of having a very successful producing career on Broadway. And I absolutely love it, especially when I'm in the role of lead producer, which is essentially the CEO. I love building businesses, and each show is a new company that I get to run. And while I should be so excited and so happy, I am terrified and depressed because it is getting clear to me that I am going to have to deal with this thing called climate change in my lifetime, and I don't know what I can do about it. I'm beginning to learn that our agricultural system is as bad, if not more destructive to our planet than our energy system. And if we only transition our energy system without transforming our agricultural system, we're still, well, you know what. I first learned about hydroponic farming as a solution to our current destructive industrial agricultural system. I'm fascinated by the idea of hyper-localized food on city rooftops and in buildings using 90% less water. And this leads me to co-founding and serving as the board chair of what is now a national nonprofit called Teens for Food Justice, where we go into Title I schools and we build these gorgeous high-capacity hydroponic farms. And again, I should be happy and proud and loving life, but I am more depressed stressed because I know this is not enough, and I don't know what is, and I don't know what I can do about it. And now I've also brought a child into this world, and I'm thinking, how in the world did I do this? I have known since 6th grade what is coming, and now I literally have zero hope or belief that we're going to solve this problem. And then something miraculous happens. It is that turning point I was describing at the top, where I hear a podcast on regenerative agriculture. I nearly fall out of my seat. I do kind of fall out of my seat, and I'm pacing around my office, and I'm like actually talking aloud, and I'm saying, is he saying that, yes, with energy transition, if we transition our agricultural system to a regenerative one, we can draw down enough carbon and put it back in the soil, and that's going to help us rebalance the climate. And in the process of this carbon cycle, we're going to restore our small water cycles, restore biodiversity, produce more nutrient-dense food, pay our farmers a living wage, rebuild human and planetary health. I'm like, where isn't anyone else freaking out about this? I really thought in order for photosynthesis to be the carbon capture solution that we needed, we had to go plant a gazillion trees out of the goodness of our hearts, which really seemed like a tall order, especially after years on the philanthropic fundraising hamster wheel. But what I didn't understand is that planting trees isn't the only way we as humans manage photosynthesis. The single greatest way we as humans manage photosynthesis is through our agricultural system, and that system is a $5 trillion market. I'm going to sing, everything's coming up roses. I mean, we have a solution, and I'm going to figure out why, if we have a solution right now, why this thing hasn't scaled yet. So that's the end of Act 1. We're at the top of Act 2. I'm paying homage to Stephen Sondheim. I'm putting it together. I'm studying regeneration. I joined the executive producing teams of Kiss the Ground, the films Kiss the Ground and Common Ground, and then I seek out my business partners, Calla Rose Ostrander and Amanda Hendy, to develop a thesis and investment strategy to scale regenerative agricultural practices. And this is why I was invited to speak today, to talk about how farms and restaurants are connected to that. Small and medium-sized regenerative farmers need access to the marketplace. Yes, of course, they need other things. They need technical assistance. They need access to funding, but what they also need are aggregators to source their product and meet the volume requirements of the marketplace. They need processors to turn the raw goods into those processed goods. They need distributors to help them with delivery and logistics. You all know this. We call this the missing middle of the agricultural supply chain, the infrastructure that connects the farm to the restaurant and the restaurant to the farm to the corporation and the corporation to the farm. So that leads me to where I am today, standing in front of you. I am just now launching Terra Regenerative Capital. It's a new fund. We are raising $50 million to invest in leaders building new systems to support nature's systems. We already have a $10 million anchor. We have $2 million already deployed in demonstration capital into 8 businesses that aggregate, process, and distribute regenerative food, fiber, flora, and soil amendments. It's super exciting. I can't wait to see where it goes, and I really hate to leave you guys at the top of Act 2. I just don't know what's coming yet. We are looking for more characters to join us in this inspiring musical. We're casting people to play investors and regenerative business owners and collaborators, and I imagine more twists and turns and challenges. Of course, there's going to be an incredible show-stopping and 11 o'clock number. It's also in the works. Maybe that will come when we've moved billions of dollars into building regenerative agricultural supply chains. But for the first time since 6th grade, I know for sure that this Broadway show has the potential for a happy ending. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Tara is like a force of nature personified on this stage. I love her. I can't wait for Act 3. Thank you so much, Tara. I now get to invite Pierre Thiam, an author, the founder and president of Yolele, and the founder and executive chef at Turanga, to the podium. I love Pierre, so please give him a round of applause. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Wow, Tara. I'm going to try. So, my name is Pierre Thiam, and I'm a chef from Senegal. And early in my career, I've decided to look for that region of my origins as inspiration for my cuisine. And this really came organically. I was a young cook in New York City in the early 90s. And New York, it was exciting to be a young cook. It was the food capital of the world. But there was a problem with that world. Africa was absent. And I saw this as an opportunity. And I'm telling you this story because it's all connected. How did I get to this place here, platform talking about climate change? It happened organically, following that journey. The journey that took me from finding inspiration from that tradition, following that, opening restaurants, writing cookbooks. And as I'm writing cookbooks, seeing other opportunities, one even bigger one, because as I'm writing recipes for the cookbooks, I have to think of substitutions for ingredients, because those ingredients that make the wonderful flavor of West African cuisine were absent in the market. They were not accessible to my audience. What should I think? Why should I think of substitutions? I asked myself. The idea of starting a company that would bring those ingredients and make them accessible, but in addition to bringing those ingredients, making sure that those ingredients are selected as those that are underutilized, ingredients that are good for you and good for the planet. And it happens that Africa still have hundreds of those ingredients that are being ignored by our food system. And on that journey, I started asking myself that question. What if the future of food relied on those ancient ingredients? What if Africa, even a deeper question, what if Africa could feed the world? Let me explain. We all know that our food system, we agree, we're all here for a reason. It needs to be gutted. And Africa happened to have over half of the world's, what's remaining of the world's arable land is actually in Africa today. In addition to that, we also know that one of the main things that we need to do about the food system is to diversify our diet, is to return to a type of agriculture that is multi-cropping, away from the monoculture that got us into this mess, actually. And African small farmers are still practicing this type of agriculture. Regenerative agriculture is not a buzzword over there. It's a way of life. They've been doing it for thousands of years. So when I started this company, Yolele, we decided to select one ingredient. It was our Trojan horse. It's an ancient grain called fonio. It's been cultivated for over 5,000 years. It grows in poor soil. It's drought resistant. It's very, very nutritious. It's quite versatile, and it cooks in 5 minutes. So it was checking all the boxes. We decided to introduce it to the market, and we wanted to introduce it in a way that not only appeals to the conscious consumers, but in addition, we wanted to make sure it has an impact on the environment. It has an impact on the small farmers that are growing it. And that's the only way we need to rethink our food system, is by including the small farmers and supporting them. There are today hundreds of other crops like fonio that can regenerate the soil, that can restore the soil. But if we do it in the way that we know how to do agriculture for the past 100 years, the way it's been happening here, the result of actually the heritage of the plantation system, we are going to hit a wall. We cannot afford to allow this land grabbing that's happening in Africa now to return to the same type of agriculture, which is going to destroy the soil, mass irrigation, mass chemical implementations to make sure the same crops return on our shelves. This is what we are facing today, and we are facing it, and we have no choice but to fight. It's an uphill battle, but we have to fight it with all our might to make sure the small farmers that are growing, that have been responsible for bringing these crops like fonio to us, are the ultimate beneficiaries. And if we do so, we are also the winners, because we will be able to have a diversified diet, access to a diversified diet, a healthy diet for our health. Actually, it's better to stay away all these chronic diseases that we know today are directly related to this limited diet that we have been imposed upon. So this is the situation that Yolele has been doing, Yolele, our company. We started within 7 years to bring fonio by branding it to the market. Today, you can find this grain across the United States in the supermarkets like Whole Foods and Targets. We have fonio introduced into other industries, which is when you really have an impact. We have the brewery industry now supporting this movement, and we started a movement called Brewing for Impact, with the leadership of Brooklyn Brewery, and today Carlsberg joined. Guinness is about to launch a Fonio beer, and 9 other breweries, even one in China, is launching a Fonio beer. But we need more than that. This is the way to go, but we need the Barillas, we need the Nestle's, we need the Kellogg's, we need all of those big companies to play their role and be contracting the small farmers to get Fonio and amaranth and millet and sorghum and Bambara groundnuts, which is an amazing bean that is traditionally grown in rotation with Fonio. That's the way it needs to happen. Then we need to support it so that it's done in respect of the season, respecting the rhythm of the season, the rotation, the multi-cropping, the way it's been done in Africa for thousands of years. And if we fail to do that, what we have in front of us is products like Fonio would disappear. They disappear because they don't have access to the market. The numbers are scary. We have lost close to 90% of our plant biodiversity for the past 100 years. The big majority of it has disappeared. So it's going to happen. And we have to stop thinking of these seeds that disappear as just commodities. They are not just commodities. Food is culture. Every time a seed disappears, we're losing. For the case of Fonio, that would be 5,000 years since the time it was domesticated in West Africa. We're losing the stories of the recipes that's been transmitted generation after generation. We're losing the knowledge, the farmers. We're losing so much. And that is really what we have to think now. When we're enjoying our meal, we have to think of it as not just food. It's culture. We're enjoying culture, and we cannot afford to let these seeds disappear. Otherwise, we lose culture. We have a civilization that's declining. And on the other side, winning this battle is making our food much more delicious. So that's really what I would like to share with you today. And I hope I have new supporters of Fonio consumers and others. There's really hundreds of them. We can win this battle, but we need to make sure all of us are joining forces to do it. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, Chef Pierre. So nice to see you. I think so much of what he says resonates with all of us. We can find ways to solve the climate crisis through using these underutilized opportunity crops. They hold so much promise for the environment, for communities, for farmers, and I could really use a Fonio Guinness right now, so I can't wait to try that. We're now going to turn to our next panel to talk about developing climate solutions that get real results. So joining me for this conversation, we have Corey Blumenthal, the sustainability specialist for Shake Shack. Round of applause. Andy Levitt, the founder of Brightly. Sorella Gerardo, the co-founder of Simply. Round of applause. And Julia Collins, the founder and CEO of Planet Forward. This is a great panel of experts, and I am excited to dig in. So, Julia, whenever you're on a panel, I turn to you first.
That's an honor.
You work with so many companies and have insight into what they're measuring, what they're changing to implement and how they're changing to implement sustainable practices. What can you talk about what you're seeing with them? What are companies doing, and why are they doing it?
Yeah, I mean, one of the most exciting things that we see right now is an expansion beyond carbon tunnel vision. I think we were sort of locked in a paradigm for a while where carbon was sort of the one and only one thing that companies thought they could really get a handle on. And now we're seeing, in addition to a really solid understanding of embodied carbon, which, by the way, is foundational. This is not carbon. We love carbon. But now we're seeing companies also focus on things like land and land use change, on water usage, on biodiversity impacts, on nature impacts. And I think what's really good about this for our industry is it provides a much broader framework for companies to be able to tell those data-driven stories of impact and to really lean into the places where they have a unique opportunity to drive sustainability forward within their companies or their products.
And that those data-driven stories are what we need to continue this, right? That's setting the example when we have that data.
Absolutely. I mean, as much as we worry about greenwashing, we certainly do, we also worry about green hushing, or this tendency for fear out of fear of the replications of having bad data, to not say anything at all. But that's sort of like erasure. It's just as dangerous to not talk about the good things that we're doing as it is to speak incredibly. So the answer, I think, is green gushing. And it really is using data to tell those stories in a way that's credible and also that really resonates, which Simply does so beautifully.
Simply does do that beautifully, and we'll turn to you in a minute. But Corey, first I want to talk burgers. So
my favorite topic.
Shake Shack has been working with suppliers to help them adopt and scale regenerative practices and create more sustainable supply chains. How are you doing that?
Yeah, so I actually have a really good example, which I want to share because I'm all about open source information. And I think for the restaurants in the crowd, this could be helpful for you. But ultimately, as part of my role in helping implement and develop sustainability initiatives at Shake Shack's domestic locations, I looked at all of our ingredients and conducted kind of an internal, really like low lift materiality assessment to figure out exactly where our impact lies. All right, no shocker here. It's in the dairy and the meat, which we sell a lot of, Shake Shack. So we looked at how we could try and find suppliers that we would still be able to serve the milkshakes and the burgers that our guests love, but do so with suppliers who are focused on regenerative agriculture. So one of these examples is we found a fluid dairy supplier, Neutral Milk, and they are a carbon neutral company. They work for on-farm, to mitigate emissions on-farm, and what they can't mitigate directly, they do buy verified permanent carbon credits for. So we scaled with them at 90 plus locations across the East Coast. So if you go get a milkshake today in New York, you can feel a little bit better about it, knowing that the fluid dairy milk that's used for the milkshake is carbon neutral. With them, since starting in 2023, we've basically essentially avoided over 778 metric tons of CO2 emissions, which, just to put in perspective, and I'm hoping I remember this correctly, but it's equivalent to the carbon sequestered of 900 acres of forest in the US over 1 year. So just by making this simple switch in our milk supply, which guests can't taste the difference, the way our Shake Shacks actually accepted the milk is not different than how they had originally been accepting. So I think that this was a really easy supply chain lift, and definitely something other restaurants can look to is, looking at your high impact ingredients. Are there alternatives that you can switch to that aren't going to change the way you have to market it or the way you have to, have it in the kitchen? I think that was a really good example and something we're really proud of.
And because the switches don't change the taste, you still have this wonderful story to tell. You're not asking anyone to deprive themselves it's really inspiring. Sorella, I have to admit, I love Simply so much. You're sitting on my counter, the salt, the olive oil, all of it. I love Simply. And I have favorites, so you're one of them. So and the reason I love you is because the products taste good, but they also have this great story behind them. And you're building these relationships with farmers in the field all over the world. Can you talk about those relationships and why they're important to you as a company?
Yeah, absolutely. When we started Simply, we just wanted to source the highest quality ingredients to the market. But the more I understood what quality and flavor really means is that they're deeply connected to soil and where food comes from and how they're grown and the people that grow it and the ecosystem and the birds and anyone that shows up every day to work at the farm. And that is what regenerative agriculture is. And as Pierre mentioned, and hearing his story is just so moving, and what he's being able to do, what he has done for the African continent, in a way, is quite similar to how I got started in South America, being Peruvian. And it really goes back to where food has grown for thousands of years, really leaning towards that Asian wisdom, where food has grown in these ecosystems, that the soil is super rich, that these indigenous practices hold a lot of weight and a lot of knowledge that we just forget that there's a lot of value to that. And that's how we started at Simply. We really started by finding the best ingredients, understanding where they come from, where they have grown for thousands of years, understanding the people. And when I met with Elizabeth Whitlow from Regenerative Organic Alliance, she introduced me to this concept 4 years ago of regenerative organic. And I thought that was very, very similar to what my farmers were saying. which is, rotational and minimal, all the things that we know about regenerative organic, and we lean forward on that. So we launched Simply as regenerative organic certified brand. We're the leading regenerative organic pantry staples brand today. We were the first ones to build a regenerative organic supply chain out of South America for grains and beans, and we introduce you to the brand with quality. And as Neil mentioned, you love Simply because quality matters, and people didn't think that quality mattered on these leafy categories of beans, grains, oils, and spices, but it does. Freshness really matters, and we're a category where people thought that maybe it was overlooked and overrun by private label. Simply proved them wrong. That these items that you're eating every single day, that you're putting into your body, why would you not care where they've grown? Just because it's not, they're not produce or meat. They truly matter, and they're just as impactful. Grains and beans with the nitrogen, with the rotation, and that's what Simply was really built on.
Absolutely. And I thank you and Pierre and so many others who have been here today reminding us all that regenerative organic is not a new concept. It's embedded in cultures around the globe, and they deserve that credit. And I love regenerative organic certified products, but we also need to recognize those indigenous and traditional communities who have been doing this for a long time. I want to ask you the kind of demand you're seeing now. So we've been talking about regenerative organic, but when you talk about climate friendly, do you see a growing demand? Do people get it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I always say that getting to that point of certification, regenerative organic certification, it's the gold standard. It's getting to that, and we should celebrate brands and farmers that are there, right? It's really important that you finish the race when you run. I'm a runner. When you run and you finish the marathon, it's really important that you're cheering them on. But it's just as equally, if not more important, for the people that are still running the race, right? There's still at mile 20, mile 22 when you hit the wall for any marathon runners out there, and it is really important. And I think that we're trying to use one term to define it all, for the people that are still in the race and the people that finish the race, but they're very different.
Yeah.
And climate friendly is all of that, right? And regenerative organic certification is at the end, but the transition is really, really important. And it's a high demand. We started with quinoa, and then we realized that in order to be regenerative organic and not to be monocropped, we had to do rotational crops.
Sure.
So quinoa rotates in the high Andes with beans and potatoes, so we introduce a line of beans. And then in the low Andes, it rotates with chia and amaranth. So we introduced chia and amaranth, and we became a pantry staples brand. And that is really leaning towards the demand that we have seen.
Yeah.
The success of Simply, and I was talking outside with Dana Cohen, and she mentioned, what is attributing what Simply is happening. We have incredible products. The quality is amazing, but it's also the right time.
Right.
People
Consumers are
want
ready.
to see change,
Yeah.
and they are ready for that.
Thankfully, and yeah, I couldn't agree more. Andy, Corey brought up carbon credits earlier, and so they're another tool that companies are looking at to reduce their environmental impact. We've talked about regenerative, but how do they work, and how do you, and others can answer this too, how do you get beyond the skepticism of them?
Yeah, thanks. So there's a few pieces, I guess, to unpack there. A carbon credit, as those of you may or may not know, is the equivalent of a ton of carbon dioxide or a CO2 equivalent that's been avoided or removed from the atmosphere. And there's a variety of ways that that's happening, and it's so great to see a range of decarbonization schemes in place. What Brightly does is work with nonprofit food rescue organizations around the world that are doing incredible work of diverting food away from a landfill, and by keeping it out of a landfill to bring it to people who are experiencing food insecurity and hunger. And the data is incredibly pronounced about how much food goes to waste in this country every year, the 50 million people who are food insecure, and the great work that these nonprofit food rescue organizations are doing to address those needs while also playing a really pivotal role with addressing climate. So we're able to quantify the methane they're avoiding and turn that into a carbon credit, and then sell those credits to forward-thinking corporations who want to utilize those credits to offset their own emissions. And so we think, you've talked a bit about storytelling, the importance of a corporation being able to tell that story, that not only do they care about climate change, but they're also caring about food insecurity, since the majority of the revenue that we generate from the sale of these credits goes back to those food rescue organizations.
Yeah, it's so important. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to pop in. I think something that I've always told myself in the sustainability realm, and I think we touched on earlier with the green hushing, is progress over perfection. If we were to wait until we had the perfect solution, it would be too late. Carbon credits are a lever that we're going to have to pull if we want to get to our end goal. That, of course, in addition to mitigating at the source. But I definitely think that it's something that we need to continue to have conversations about.
Yeah.
Like you said, there's a lot of skepticism right now. And I think that, you know, lots of headlines, consumers see what the headline is and they get nervous, and of course be skeptical and really look into the carbon credits. But when you find a company or an organization like Brightly or Neutral that are using carbon credits effectively, it's definitely worth pursuing, because that's the only way we're going to actually meet our goals.
Absolutely. And this maybe is for all of you. Do you think companies can be honest about that journey and when they make missteps and when things don't work out? Or are they too scared because they want consumers to buy their products? Andy, you're looking at me very intently.
I'm just in the conversation. I mean, you know, I think it cuts both ways, because a corporate buyer has their constituents to address. So that could be consumers, it could be their shareholders, it could be their board. And if they're concerned that making a purchase is going to get them in trouble in some way or reflect poorly on them, they may not take those steps. So, you know, there's great organizations that are helping define the quality of credits to provide a more transparent view of what a good quality credit is. But, you know, I think it's that you've got to continue to work on this and chip away. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution for any organization. And I also think, as even Pierre talks about, the role of corporations playing a leading role in driving change. And I think of Shake Shack and others who can do that and shape the way consumers think. And as my friend Seth talks about, people like us do things like this. And the more we can get that happening across these organizations, and especially driven by corporations, I think the farther we're all going to get.
Sorella, can you be honest with your consumers if there's if something doesn't work out?
Yeah, I think that simply because it is an emerging brand, consumers are more forgiving to that. I think consumers see a growing, fast-growing brand, and if you're transparent, and specifically with Gen Zs and millennials, that you bring them on into that journey, right? Yeah. And you're able to provide that transparency. They're able to see you more in a vulnerable place and understand that we're all humans and we're trying to do best. Yeah. But when you're coming from a big CPG or big ag, consumers are not as forgiving to them. Yeah. And we need everyone, right? We need all players to be able to see this change. And I was just talking to a big CPG representative earlier this morning and talking about greenwashing. You know, I asked her, so what is your sustainability goals? How are you getting to the commitments that you've made? And she mentioned she is not looking to go from conventional to organic because you will not have to use inputs like fertilizers or chemicals, but they're looking to look into activate regenerative practices. And as a person that stands deeply on regenerative organic agriculture, my whole goal as a person is to fight that, right? Mm-hmm. So if and I understand that there's stakeholders and shareholders and profitability and changes in supply issues at millions of scale that is really hard to get, but you have to start somewhere. And it goes back to progress, but not perfection. And carbon credits provides that solution to big ag and big CPG. And if you're just aware of what are the things that you can move and make progress towards that, rather than using a term like regenerative practices to fit within a trend that is just the wrong way of looking at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Julia, so we've talked about carbon credits or carbon offsets, and that's one approach, but emission reductions in supply chains are another approach, but they can be combined. It doesn't have to be either or.
It absolutely doesn't have to be either or. And I think one of the big myths to bust up within our industry really is this either or framework. Either we invest in MVR companies or we invest in software companies. Either we work with ROC suppliers or we work with conventional suppliers. And actually, there is no silver bullet solution. It's going to take a lot of things happening very quickly, simultaneously, to really make progress. So in general, I would say anytime someone's presenting you with an either-or scenario, really call that into question and push back. You know, these supply chain interventions can be incredibly fruitful, and not to also gush all over simply, as we've already done, but you know, Planet Forward works with a customer called Just Salad, which have many of you been to Just Salad in New York? It's a fantastic place. And similar to you, Corey, they were really thinking about what are the opportunities to move the needle within our own supply chain. And so they worked with Planet Forward. We did life cycle assessments for all of their key ingredients. And we found that they were selling a tremendous amount of quinoa. Quinoa was becoming incredibly popular. I hope fonio becomes incredibly popular in the same way. Shout out to Pierre. But we found that there was an opportunity with this conventional quinoa. And by switching from conventional quinoa to ROC certified quinoa supplied by Simply, they reduced the emissions intensity of that ingredient by 200%. And for those of us who have spent any time trying to reduce emissions within our own supply chains, you know how hard it is to get even a 10% reduction. So these kinds of interventions within the supply chain really can make a big impact, but it's got to start with high quality measurement.
Absolutely, and that innovation and collaboration is so key. So, Sorella and Corey, for markets to grow for products that are regenerative or climate friendly, we need farmers to feel like stable, right? They need to know that they have long-term contracts. And I would love to hear from each of you how you make farmers feel that security. So Corey, maybe go first.
Yeah. So I think maybe we're a step removed compared to Simply from the farmer. But that said, we understand that everything we sell comes from an ingredient that a farmer has grown. So of course, we're thinking about them top of mind. I will say, I think our perspective is a bit more about our suppliers and holding our suppliers accountable. So we have created an annual ESG survey that our suppliers have to fill out and tell us what they're doing in the sustainability space. This gives us the opportunity to kind of gauge where all of our suppliers are at. Are they doing a lot? Have they not even started? And then find ways that we can work together to continue to move the needle and find ways that, for instance, I'm trying to think, we're doing something very cool with the French fry supplier. Next year, you'll see it. But it's exciting because we came across a common interest in regenerative agriculture and said, okay, how can we explore this further? And I think that that's something that we're working really hard to do, is to hold all of our suppliers accountable, because that will have a wider impact if, you know, we're using a lot of the same suppliers as other QSRs, and then those QSRs are holding their suppliers accountable too, and it has a domino effect, and then it just becomes easier for restaurants to scale and all that good stuff.
Thank you so much. That domino effect, I think, is key because you're affecting the entire market, not just Shake Shack. Sorella.
Yeah, stability is the first step into a relationship. It's like a marriage, right? Like you're not going to get married and have open-mindedness of cheating. At least not in my marriage, right? And it's the same thing. Like stability is the commitment that you make to the farmer. You're gonna come back year over year. You're investing into a regenerative organic ecosystem, or even if it's not certified, you're transitioning. That is not a one-year purchase. That is a long-term commitment to that farmer. You have to invest into the education, you have to invest into the cost of the seeds, into the certification, into the staff that is going to be spending time with the farmer. So it's not just a transactional relationship. Right. It just goes deeper into that. And at Simply, we have our own in-house regenerative pathway program, which just focuses on that. And we have agronomists on staff that are at the farmers, and we're learning from them as much as hopefully they're learning from us on how do we scale regenerative agriculture at a large scale. And we believe at Simply that we're proving to do that. We're proving that you can scale regenerative organic agriculture at the level that big ag plays a role. I mean, I'm moving millions of pounds around product, but it has to be hyper local where these communities have been growing the products. You have to create a process, and you have to understand what is the scalability of that.
And it's real trust that you're building. And so, Andy, as a serial social entrepreneur and innovator in the food space, how do you create that trust with the people who are producing your products and the people who are buying them, and then as a person who has to sort of be the advocate for all of this?
I mean, may be a obvious statement, but it's just transparency. And the transparency of the data, the transparency of the product itself, the transparency of feedback from other people about it. That I think great products, great brands, great services, they're not happening in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And the more people see the greatness, it's going to become self-apparent, and people are going to start noticing that and start acting in a certain way. And it goes back to the theme I mentioned moments ago. So there is really a huge challenge, and at the same time a huge opportunity for those of us on the stage and those of you in this audience and are here all week in New York to really lean into moving the needle so that consumers believe this is such an urgent issue that drives corporations to act, that those leaders are going to make the investments to commit to climate changes, large and small, and it just becomes the way we all behave. Because if we
Absolutely.
don't, we're certainly heading in the wrong direction.
Julia, Planet Forward is sort of based on that transparency, and that's what like attracts people to you and like gets these products to get certified in different ways. And I'm wondering if you can that's a very different model than we've seen in the past.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think we think about what radical transparency really looks like and making sure that all stakeholders have the access to the data and the ability to understand what's being measured. One thing that we're working on that I'm really proud of in partnership with the Climate Collaborative and Compass Group and Sensiba is something called the Aligned Reporting Initiative. And this is standardizing those supplier questionnaires, Corey, and making sure that when we're asking questions up and down the supply chain, that we're aligning around what and how we're asking. We're actually, this is a call to action for anybody in the room who might be interested in joining a working group or even potentially joining our steering committee. We would love to hear from you. We really believe that everyone has a right to be a part of co-creating what a solution looks like to aligning around the way that we collect data and the way that we reach out and share that data across our supply chains.
Thank you so much for that. So in the final sort of minutes we have left, I wonder what your advice, I want to have more calls to action during Climate Week, because I feel like we get off these stages and nobody really knows what to do with all of this great information. So what are your calls to action for people in this room, eaters who want to support companies that are taking action? So Julia.
For eaters that want to support companies that are taking action,
Yes.
I think it is, to really vote with your wallet, to really make sure that when you are shopping, when you're sourcing for your family, when you're sourcing for your organization, that you're buying from the Shake Shacks and you're buying from the Simplies and you're buying from companies that are really doing the hard work to stand up for the planet.
I would say don't eat the same thing every day. Change up your diet, whatever it is, just change it up. And that will open your eyes to learning about brands, about different food items, about ecosystems, and hopefully it will get your interest and you'll be a little bit more curious to know where your food comes from.
Diversity, diversity, diversity. Andy.
I always tell my kids, you've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, so listen twice as much as you speak. And I would say swap that narrative for this audience and talk a lot about the products you admire, the companies that are doing great work, the services that are out there that are going to change the world, because the more people talk about it, the more it's going to start to happen.
Thank you so much. Corey, you get the last word.
Oh, wow. Well, I echo everything you guys have said, and I'm going to actually switch it, and I think kind of similar to what you're saying, but I think there's a huge education gap right now where a lot of consumers might not know what to look for when they're at their grocery store. There's a lot of fatigue around different labeling. I work in this. I eat, sleep, breathe this. And when I go to the grocery store and my fiance says, so what eggs should we be buying? Sometimes I'm like, which is it? But I think that there's a big education gap. So us, everybody in the audience, everybody on stage, we know a lot about sustainability and we should share that with people, and so should these brands. So that's kind of where my goal at Shake Shack is to come in and educate our guests and say, okay, this is what we're doing in this space. This is what you should look for. Personally, I'm also talking about food all the time. I'm a big foodie, but I think that that's just like closing the education gap is a big piece of this puzzle.
Thank you all so much. This was great. It was so great to see all of you. Thank you for the work you're doing. Bigger round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nice to see you. Thank you. So joining me for our next conversation, let me welcome Quan Yin Gra, an analyst for Capricorn Investment Group. Round of applause, please. Sarah Eckhouse, the Executive Director of Food Shot Global. Keep the applause going. And Leslie Kappen, a partner at Astenor. So I'm really excited for this for this conversation. Is everyone up? Thank you. So we have a lot to dig into in a short amount of time. So Leslie, I want you to talk about what you have seen over the last decade on the investment side. Are you seeing investments that support positive transformation in our food and agriculture systems? And just sort of give us the lay of the land, where we are today.
Yeah, definitely a pleasure to be here, and thank you for that. And clearly, we've seen a lot of change over the last 10 years in the impact investing space. It's a new trend. We see people realizing that we need to transform all the sectors, and just focusing on the agri-food sector, there's this realization that we need to transform the sector from being extractive to being regenerative. When we started 7 years ago at Astenor, we were among the first pure agri-food investors. You have a few in the US. In Europe, we were definitely among the first. And there was this realization that we need to transform this entire sector. So that's why our thesis is really to transform the agri-food sector from soil to gut. You have to think it holistically. Clearly, over the last few years, we've seen many more investors in this space, generalists or pure specialists like we are at Astenor. But still, there's a big gap. I mean, it's clear. I mean, if you think about the agri-food sector, it's more than 10% of global GDP. If you think about the agri-food sector as a whole, it's even 30% of global GDP. But if you think about the amount invested by private markets in the agri-food sector, is less than 5%. So if we really want to transform the agri-food sector, we need more capital, any type of capital from private investor like Astenor's, but any type of blended catalytic finance as well to really transform the sector.
Can you help explain why there is still such a big gap and why the capital isn't quite where it needs to be yet?
Many reasons, but I think people are afraid maybe also of the agri-food sector. You know, they don't see that it makes sense. They don't see that, you know, we need to transform, it's urgent. They don't think about the fact that the whole agri-food sector has been using nature's and human's balance sheet for years, and that it needs to be invested, a sector to be invested in. But I think we see the transition, and we see that agri-food has become the solution not only for climate, but for nature, for water. And I think people are realizing that. And so we see from all investors, you know, we've been raising 2 venture capital funds, early stage funds, and we're raising a growth fund as well now. And we see the appetite from the investors.
Right.
So it's coming.
It's exciting. Go ahead, Sarah.
To add to that, I would just say there's been a lack of also government leadership in funding this stuff. You know, when you think about the internet or energy funding, you have DARPA that helped get the internet started. You have ARPA-E that has played a huge role in renewable energy, and there is nothing like that for agriculture when you look at the scale of the need. And also, agriculture has high risk. You know, when you're building an electric car, you don't have to deal with the weather or crop failure or a hurricane or all of these different things that can introduce risk into the equation. So I think for that reason, it's really too bad that Congress hasn't stepped up to provide additional funding. There's a 20-to-1 return on USDA U.S. government funding for agriculture research, and yet it's decreased, you know, every year for years. So we also really need, I think, catalytic funding. So, you know, when you're looking at new technologies and de-risking technologies, there's a need for beyond VC capital.
Yep.
And when you're looking to scale and you're looking at infrastructure, because again, these are not just like widgets. These are, you know, you need storage and transportation and distribution. That all takes huge amounts of capital. And one of the things that Food Shot is trying to do is create linkages between the kind of catalytic grant funding, non-dilutive capital through our Groundbreaker Prize, and then through connecting that to equity investment so that we can, when we identify new technologies that are very promising, we can support them, get them out of the lab stage, out of the university, and into the market. And we've had some real success with that recently with some companies.
Sure, and Kwan, you're digging in. Capricorn is digging into this risky space, right?
Yeah, it's a very new space for us. Actually just made our first investment into the food and ag space just a few months ago into Astenor, which we're very excited about. But I think it's important to touch on, the various types of capital across the spectrum, because I think, Sarah's alluded to it with the work that you're doing. Providing early non-dilutive capital is extremely important to get entrepreneurs to a place where they can then go to the likes of Astenor, which are providing venture and growth type capital. I'd say one of the bigger gaps that we've seen more broadly across the impact universe, but very specific to food and ag, is that these asset managers have huge high barriers for their growth in terms of the capital that's needed to get them to a level of scale. If you think about, we've been looking at the space for a number of years now. I'm talking about the groups that are sub $1 billion. They face all these barriers of capital, such as needing working capital at the top go level in order to build out their team, build out infrastructure, especially if they're at a growth stage, maybe raising their second or third fund at double or triple the size of their prior funds. They also, for folks in the room that aren't maybe as familiar with asset managers, they have a GP commitment that's required, which is 1% to 2% of their total fund size. So if you're raising a $100 million fund, you have to come up with $1 to $2 million. And when you start thinking about what that means for an asset manager that's raising $500 million, $1 billion, that's quite a bit of capital that they need to come up with. And most GPs are funding their businesses to date with their own capital, or oftentimes the founding partners are not taking a salary for a number of years. A lot of their capital is tied up in prior funds, and so we see this massive lack of capital that helps impact-aligned asset managers get from kind of sub 1 billion to that 2 billion, 3 billion stage that's needed to attract institutional type capital, right? From unlocking the checks from the pensions of the world, which write 100 million plus check sizes, which is what the space needs, specifically food and ag, which is heavily underfunded. And so I just like to touch on that because it's kind of a differentiated perspective as to how we've approached this space, and I don't think it's a conversation that's happening enough, which is that asset managers in emerging sectors like food and ag aren't receiving the funding that's needed.
Yeah, it's so helpful to explain all that. Leslie, if we can help investors see that there's a return on investment, right, that is worthwhile, how, but they might not get it right away. How do we convince them to go forward that this is not just a sort of economic obligation maybe, but it's a moral and environmental one? Does that make sense? Am I asking the question correctly?
It's a great question, and I think investors are looking for return on investment. That's it. But they're also looking at return on impact.
Yeah.
And that's what we want to show to them. I mean, going back also to our commitment, I heard someone earlier talking about the bonuses linked to impact or to sustainability. 30% of what we call our carried interest, which is our long-term bonus, is linked to our ability to create impact. So we are committed to that. We want to create impact for our investors, for ourselves, and more important, for the agri-food sector and for our portfolio companies. So the way that we do it, to demonstrate that we are doing the right choices, the right investment into those innovative solutions that are going to transform the sector, is to monetize the net positive impact of all our investments. To really think about, it's not only about creating a monetary value, the financial return, but we bring non-financial return. And when you talk to investors, when you actually talk to most of your stakeholders, what people understand is still money today. So if you translate any net positive impact on biodiversity, on water, on social, on health into a monetary value, it helps investors understand that it's the right decision to make.
That's great. Kwan, I'm interested in your thoughts because I feel like some investors might feel like they're making that sacrifice that I mentioned. But how do you turn that around? How do you flip that for them?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've been trying to debunk for the last 20 years, right? Capricorn was born on this belief that you could have market rates of return while also generating impact in the world. And so I think, in emerging sectors like food and ag, you can look to sectors like climate tech, right, which has been highly successful in reaching a level of scale and attracting institutional capital. You're seeing the large asset managers in the space that previously wouldn't have touched, climate technologies or climate infrastructure 5-10 years ago, but recognize that that's where the space is headed, and it's a massively untapped market. And I think we can use similar playbook from the clean tech and climate infrastructure space for the food and ag space, and showcase, if you're able to reach a level of scale while also proving that you can have market rates of return while also generating a positive impact. I don't think you have to, give up the returns in order to have a lasting impact.
Yeah, I feel like that's such an important point, and it's an important lesson for the environmental community and the food community as a whole to learn the semantics, the vocabulary of those renewable energy and tech folks. And I wonder if you've all been able to sort of incorporate that into what you do.
I mean, definitely it's part of what we do on a day-to-day basis to showcase what happened in the energy sector many years ago. And we go through the same. So the timing is key. We might be a bit early, but we know it's going to be the solutions for tomorrow. So we have to make those investments. We have to support our portfolio companies to scale, from disruptive impact to systemic impact. It's a journey. I'm not saying it's happened in one day, but we see the transition.
Yeah. Sarah, do you see it?
Yeah, and I think the other thing I would say is that we really need to look at the impact also that not having taking action will take, and the risks to the supply chain, and the very real risk to ongoing institutional investors. You have initiatives like FAIR, which is really trying to highlight the risks of continuing to invest in animal-intensive agriculture. If we need reminders, the pandemic wasn't that long ago, even though, we've kind of memory hold it. Yeah. And a lot of, pandemic risk becomes much higher when you have to clear land for agriculture, which is one of the biggest cause for deforestation. When you have climate change that accelerates food insecurity, and also it's a cycle, right? So like the more climate change we have, the more food insecurity we have, the more we continue trying to grow crops in an unsustainable way, the more climate change we have. And I think we really need to reframe these things as like, if you want your investment to still be around in 10 years, look at what we're seeing about the risks to coffee, to wine grapes, all the things we enjoy, right? Chocolate, right? Like these are not going to stay around, and investing in them will raise your risks if you don't think about these new technologies too.
Right. Juan, we talked about businesses earlier today that if they didn't change, then they were not going to be around in 10 years. Do you feel the same about investment? I know that's a very simple question, but do you feel like the investment and finance community, do they understand sort of the responsibility they have and the need to do it?
Yes, I think definitely to a certain degree. Again, I think what's imperative here is proving that and showcasing that you can have market rates of return, that you don't have to sacrifice that in order to achieve the impact that's necessary. And again, not to keep harping on this point, but I think that's where the climate tech space and the climate infrastructure space has been really successful, right? They've been able to allocate billions of dollars into a space, and it's not even deemed as impact anymore. It's just deemed as the next market opportunity. And I think that's a similar playbook that the food and ag space will be taking.
Yeah, it really normalizes it, doesn't it? Go ahead, Sarah.
I just want to say again, the energy transition has had huge support from the government,
right?
And billions and hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I don't think that we can expect private investment to get us there on food and agriculture, especially when you're talking about this kind of commercialization valley of death, right? Where for companies to really reach scale, they have to have additional capital.
And maybe to add on that, I think regulation is extremely important. We see the big push that we get for portfolio companies with regulation. So I think that's the more regulation we have, the more capital we have, the faster the transition will be.
And we know that there's going to be pushback against the regulation. Europe had, massive.
They've done some good things, but they went
But
back.
they had to go backwards, basically because the farmers revolted. And, every time someone even mentions, like, maybe we shouldn't eat meat 3 times a day, it's like, oh my God, they're coming for your hamburgers. There's a real kind of sensitivity around food and regulation around it that personally I think we need to get over.
Sure. Legislation, regulation. You mentioned USDA before. Are there any particular members of Congress who are championing this kind of thing that you can point to?
Senator Cory Booker has really been a longtime champion for really attacking anti-competitive practices within the agriculture sector, getting chemicals and pesticides out of agriculture. He just introduced a bill that would require lower pesticide residue levels in school lunch foods. So, again, when we're talking about our most vulnerable citizens. And then he's also been a great supporter of organic and really the connection between health and food.
Yeah.
And when we look at our costs of healthcare, this is another place. It's not just our climate, it's also our healthcare costs where we are seeing the externalized costs of our food system really balloon.
Right, it goes across the board.
Yeah. He's someone I really admire. He's also a vegan, which I think it would just be funny for the USDA to be led by a vegan or have more leadership by a vegan. I think that would push some buttons, right?
But that will push a lot of buttons.
Maybe they need to be pushed.
Because we have a large live stream audience, and because I have moderated over the years a lot of panels on investment and finance, and I've talked to a lot of tech bros, it's so refreshing to have this panel up here. And I want to, speaking to folks who are in college or graduate school right now who are like interested in getting into this space, whether they're women or other, non-binary folks, young men too. But like this is a refreshing space right now, right? It's very different than it was 5 or 7 years ago.
I fully agree. I mean, I think there's a big change, and I think what I love about it is the collaboration that we have in the space. I used to spend like 15 years in more like traditional asset management in the listed markets. I must admit the last 7 years have been the best of my life. Mm-hmm. Clearly the positive impact we can bring, but also working with our amazing portfolio companies. They're so driven, mission driven, and we know we can make a difference. I mean, it takes time, and we embark on a long journey. We know that, but we have to start. I think that all the work we do on monetizing impact, it's a huge amount of work, but we see already the results and the inspiration we get from our portfolio companies on these topics.
Yeah, Sarah, you're seeing inspiration. Do you feel inspired?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's obviously more to be done, right? When you look, AgFunder puts out reports every year about the number of women, women-led companies that are being invested in, women investors in general in the space, and they aren't great. They aren't, but there is progress being made. I think, it's exciting to see, folks like Pierre who are creating simply like we need. Just like we need biodiversity in our ecology, we need biodiversity in our entrepreneurs and our investors. I would like to see more of it, but I think, progress is slow, but it's progress.
Quan, are you seeing progress? Do you feel inspired?
Definitely. We're fairly newer to the space, I will say, so by no means any experts, but we started looking deeply at the food and ag space around 3 years ago, and it's changed a lot in the last few years, maybe not as quickly as we need it to be, but there has been significant change. I will say when we were looking 3 years ago, the lion's share of investments in the space were in CPG products and alternative proteins. And I think, with groups like Astanor, which are really investing in the innovative technology piece, you're seeing a substantial shift, right, towards what innovations are emerging in the space. And I think it just says a lot about how much the sector has grown. When I was looking at it, it was mostly early stage seed and Series A type groups in the space, and now you have Astanor, which has launched their growth fund, which I think just goes to show, these groups that were perhaps raising early stage capital 2-3 years ago have reached a level of scale that's needed for growth stage capital. So I think, maybe while it's not as quickly as we would all like, I think there's been significant progress made.
It's so exciting. Please give this panel a round of applause. I really appreciate you all. Okay, you have 8 seconds.
The Farm Bill, USDA still hasn't put out a new Farm Bill for which is overdue, and so this is a time to also call your members of Congress and say, like, we should be funding the kind of research that will help us get to where we need to be.
Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much. We're going to continue talking about the role of finance and impact investing to regenerate the food system. So I get to welcome to the podium Eric Reichenbach, the co-founder and managing partner of Astanor. Round of applause. And thanks again to Astanor for their support.
They don't upload yet. So, yeah, because I may tell you a few things that you may not want to hear. So Astanor started really with an oxymoron. I'm a foodie, and I was in Silicon Valley, which, quite frankly, was not the thing you want to see over there for a long time. And so my interest for technology got me into launching Astanor. It was a wide technology and food. So I got to food and ag through philanthropy. I was very lucky to be in Silicon Valley at the right time, and got involved in a few projects, definitely non-for-profit restaurants, and a food foundation. So I chaired the Jamie Oliver Food Foundation for food education. I got involved in NOMA, got involved in the MAD Foundation. And I discovered what was happening in food and tried to find, what was going on. And so that's how we launched Astanor, to try to find something much more regenerative over time. But my work with Jamie at the foundation taught me one thing: education doesn't work. It does work with a very few, number of people. I would say most of them are in this room. Everyone else outside, no. And so one of the things that we learned the hard way, actually, with Astanor, making a few investments in companies that looked really good at a small scale, it was very difficult to scale beyond that. Actually, the bad news is, even when you look in Europe, which used to be a beacon for better food, we've seen in the past couple of years, for the first time, a decline in the sales of organic products. So it's going down. Why? Because it's expensive. And people, unfortunately, are not ready to pay for better food. You may tell them, this type of food is better, nutrient density, although you have to explain what nutrient density is, it's better food for you. We tell people, you're going to die in 25 years if you continue to eat this way. They look at you and say, oh my God, I'm going to do something in 23 years. But for the next 23 years, I'm going to continue to do that. And that's one of the biggest issues in food, is that there is no immediate reaction to what you are doing. So we embarked in a couple of years ago, we really started to look at what could be the set of technologies that could actually bring the cost of good food down to be isopriced with bad food, in a way, And so we have been, looking all over the place, all over the planet for that, and trying to think about, so what's going on? Why would a farmer not use better products? Because it costs more money. Yeah, but where does that come from? It does come from that's why farmers are going to block the cities when you tell them you need to move into something. That's something we have experienced a couple of years ago in Europe with the Green Deal. That didn't work because people said, don't do that. And they say, yeah, but what else can we do? If you go out today with your diesel tractor, and I will not use names, but you put your stuff that kills everything in the field, you go once, it's going to kill all the other, it's called weed, by the way, but they are just normal herbs that try to go, but that's fine. So it kills all the weeds, you don't have to go back. Then the next time you go and plant your seeds, you go once with your seeds with the antidote, the thing that's not going to die because you have the thing inside. You only go twice. That's pretty much it. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but if you use biologicals, you'll have to go multiple times because you need to mow the lawn or mow the herbs that have been going, the grass that's been going up. You need to go back because it's not as potent as the thing. So you're going to lose your shirt as a farmer because you need to go multiple times and do that. So there's just that mechanical thing, the fact that you have to pay someone to sit on the tractor to go 10 or 20 times instead of twice is going to kill the economics. So we have been looking for solutions to change that. So maybe some autonomous tractors, electrical tractors that can go by themselves. Once you have that, then you can start looking at what type of replacement for fertilizers, for herbicides, for things which are biological instead of chemicals. And so you start having a domino effect, look at the entire thing, and progressively find the solutions for that. So we really believe that it's a combination of technology and regulation, obviously, to help the transition. You need to bring some education eventually, but you first need to have the bricks that you can build this new system upon. And those bricks, in my opinion, okay, I'm a Silicon Valley guy, so I'm a technologist and everything, but I really do believe that the bricks are technology, and then you can add the change in the way people look at things. So that's what we've been looking at for the past several years. We think that, and we're not the only one, obviously, investing, but there are not that many people investing in that. So the next step now is to help those few companies that found the product market fit to really scale. Because we are looking for systemic impact. We cannot just have anecdotal impacts, And yes, we work with David Montgomery, we work with John Kemp, all these guys, but you need to go beyond the showcase, the people who have been working on one particular piece of land, worked very hard to make it happen. There are many other farmers in the world who don't have the patience, don't have the stamina to do that, and they represent 95% of the farmers. You cannot just expect everyone to be at that level of passion as those guys who were the pioneers. It's true for everything, but especially true in farming. And then it's going to be true also for all the food industry that feeds on that, and then you start looking at the entire supply chain as going to be changing. So that's what we're passionate about what we do, because we think we're unlocking something that then the other can build on that. So hopefully we are doing something useful.
Thank you so much, Eric. That was exciting. Thank you so much. Really appreciate Astenor and all they've done to support this event. So thank you for that. We're going to switch up the schedule a little bit, and I'd love to bring our next fireside onto the stage and introduce my heroine, Marian Nessel, a nutritionist, professor of nutrition, food studies, and public health, emerita at New York University, and an author of so many books, 15 books, including her most recent memoir, Slow Cooked, An Unexpected Life in Food Politics, and she's just the greatest. So hello, Marian. Give her a round of applause. You have been called out so many times today by different panelists.
I love it.
You're a celebrity. I love it. So, Marian, throughout the day, we've heard a lot of things, but we've heard how important it is to support food and agriculture systems that are good for us and good for the planet. But the reality right now is that we grow a lot of crops that are shitty for us and shitty for the planet.
Yes.
How do we get out of that?
Advocacy. You got to fight. It means using the political system to change the way things are done. And, that seems pretty difficult these days. But there's an election coming up, and that's a really deciding point. Everybody needs to vote.
Absolutely. Go ahead, clap, and everyone vote. Make sure you vote.
But get all your friends to vote.
Absolutely. How did we get to this place, though, where we're growing things like corn and soybeans and not foods that we've been hearing about all day that are diverse and nutritious and, wonderful in so many ways?
Money in politics. You want this system to change. You've got to change our election laws and get money out of politics. The idea that corporations can put as much money into election campaigns as they want to, and they're not accountable for it, and they don't have to reveal it, is so shocking to me that when people say, what's the absolute number one priority, is to get money out of politics.
Yeah. Campaign finance reform, for sure.
Campaign finance reform overturned Citizens United, the Supreme Court a case that allowed that. Well, how do we do that? Well, we have to elect people who are concerned about human health and planetary health. That's a formidable undertaking, and people are so depressed about the ability to do it. But if we don't work for that, who is going to?
Yeah.
It's got to be us.
So I mentioned corn before, and corn has been brought up a number of times. What I'm interested in hearing from you is, what could we do if we didn't grow so much corn?
We could grow food. This is my snapshot of what the American food system is like. 45% of the corn crop is used to feed animals. 45% is used to feed automobiles, ethanol for automobiles. I can't even get my head around that. And that leaves roughly 10% for all of the ingredients that corn goes into, and a tiny fraction of that is food for people. How about growing food for people? What a concept.
Right.
Really. That to me is the easiest way to explain what needs to be done. What would happen if subsidies went to fruit and vegetable producers? The producers of lentils, the producers of, other things that people actually eat, when we know that a healthy diet is the same diet is healthy for people and the planet. Exactly the same diet. So simple to explain that Michael Pollan can do it in 7 words. Eat food, not too much, mostly plants. That's it. That doesn't mean no meat. It just means less. In this country, it means less. In other countries, sometimes it means more. But mostly plants? What's wrong with that? You can have delicious food that way.
Well, I think some people would say, and we've heard this earlier today, that they feel like they're giving up something, that they're sacrificing. How do we convince them that they're gaining something by having a more diverse diet?
Well, I guess the idea of less is un-American. More is American. I think I'm very interested in the new obesity drugs because they have so many political implications, and one of them is portion size. At last, companies are starting to talk about making smaller portions because people who are on these drugs can't eat as much, and they want to sell foods to people who are on the drugs. These are the situation is changing, and less doesn't mean none. Necessarily. It really doesn't. And you can have fabulous food. The traditional Asian and Mediterranean diets way back used meat as a condiment. It was there, but it wasn't a 23-ounce steak.
Not the center, just a flavor.
Yeah,
right?
And it wasn't an enormous slab. Where some restaurants have that. So I think it's possible to eat deliciously and maintain a diversity of foods and not completely say, I'm never going to eat meat, and still enjoy it and eat deliciously.
It is possible to eat deliciously, but in this country, to eat deliciously, which means for me a diversity of foods, fruits and vegetables, tasty things, a lot of people don't have access to those foods, nor can they afford them. How do we get out of that problem, Marian?
Well, we're back in politics again.
Yeah.
Those are political choices. During the pandemic, there were some good things that came out of the pandemic. Not very many, but there were some good ones. And one was, for the first time in this country, there was universal basic income and there was universal school meals. Guess what? They did 2 things. They reduced poverty and they reduced food insecurity. Mm-hmm. What a surprise. And then what happened? Congress said, we don't want to do that, and ended them. Well, that's a political choice. Elect different people to Congress.
That brings me to, I think, what is an interesting point that we don't often talk about. If we want to vote for different people in Congress, we need different people to run. We need more nutritionists. We need more farmers. We need more activists to run for office. That is not happening.
No, of course not, because it costs too much. It's too expensive to run for office. And what I think ideally we would have a system where there's a flat, publicly funded amount of money that goes to candidates, period. End of story. They spend that money, they're done. And then it would be possible for people who are interested in public health or planetary health to run for office.
Yeah.
I think at the local level it's easier. And when people say, how do we start? I say start local. Get on your school board, get on your water board, get on your whatever, city council, and then you're in a position to make decisions that will promote public health and promote planetary health. And what makes the food part of that so easy is it's the same diet.
Yeah.
You don't need a separate diet for any of them. It's the same one.
And those school boards, when I think about school boards, that's a really effective way to change the food system because you can influence school lunches, you can do all these things around procurement and encourage local farmers to be supplying schools with different kinds of crops. It's a really exciting time, I think, for school boards.
Yeah, and if you go to a school that has a good program, it's a beautiful thing to see. It brings tears to your eyes. It's so lovely. And schools are complicated because they are so dependent on who's in the school and who the principal is. But if you've got, and there are two issues. What the quality of the food is like, and that's a big problem because there's not enough money, and whether the kids eat it or not. Those are two completely separate issues. And I've been to schools and have seen every possible combination. Excellent food that the kids eat, excellent foods that the kids don't touch, so-so food that the kids eat, so-so food that the kids don't touch. It depends completely on who's there and whether the adults there care whether the kids are eating it or not.
Sounds like Congress.
Well, yeah.
I want to talk a little bit. We've done a good job of criticizing the government so far in this discussion, but I feel like the Biden-Harris administration has tried to shine a spotlight on nutrition and health and hunger in different ways, and find ways to battle diet-related diseases. Are you hopeful that work that they've done over the last 2.5, 3 years will continue forward?
It depends on who gets elected in November. Flat out.
I hate to disagree with Mary Nessel, but I feel like so much has been put in place that the private sector especially has invested so much in what the White House has done that those things maybe can't go away. No?
That would be nice.
Were you encouraged by the White House Conference on Hunger, Health, and Nutrition that happened in 2022?
To some extent. I went to it, and there were some things about it that I thought were wonderful. It focused almost entirely on food insecurity, which is an enormous problem in this country. Food insecurity has gone up. Really? It's gone up. When it had been going down for years, and now it's up again, and in fact to record levels since they've been keeping track. But they weren't talking about chronic disease, which is what most people die of, and nobody is trying to do anything about obesity. Obesity has become the O word. You can't even talk about it. Everybody thinks the drugs are going to solve it. I'm not so sure. They cost too much, and nobody's talking about the side effects, but they're really pretty awful in a lot of people. And that means a different kind of food system. It means a food system that's healthier, and it means a food system that doesn't emphasize a lot of junk food or what we're now calling ultra-processed foods, which are now so strongly associated with overeating of calories. So if we don't have policies in place that are looking at what we can do to promote healthier eating for everybody, then we're going to continue to have a population that suffers from these chronic diseases that are very expensive. Oh, and we don't have a healthcare system to take care of them.
Right.
Which is the other problem.
Absolutely. One of the things that I felt like the Biden-Harris administration has done is elevate this idea of food as medicine. And I know you have some thoughts about that.
I do. I think food is pleasure. I'm sorry. When I think of food, I think it's one of life's greatest pleasures. And the thought of converting food to medicine makes me sad. It really does. But beyond that, the food as medicine movement depends on the healthcare system. Your doctor has to prescribe it. Has anybody tried to use the healthcare system lately? It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It takes you a year to get an appointment with a physician. And even for people who know how to work the system, it takes really a long time. And physicians are quitting like mad because it's miserable to practice medicine under the current circumstances. You get 15 minutes with somebody. You think that person is going to talk to you about food? No, it's not going to happen.
I'm the exception. I go to a nurse practitioner. She talks to me about food all the time.
Great. Find out who that is. Go to that person. I think it's fine. And for the people who are getting the benefit of having foods prescribed to them at lower cost, that's great. And of course they're going to do better.
Sure. But this medicalization of food is very worrisome. And that leads into the GLP-1s. And I think you should talk about the side effects because no one does. Whenever you see a news story about Ozempic or Wegovy or whatever, no one's talking about what happens.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to generalize. I talk to a lot of people about who are taking the drugs, and some of them are doing just fine, and they're losing weight, and everything's fine. But I talked to a woman at a talk I was giving in San Francisco last week, and she told me she's an Asian woman who has type 2 diabetes. Very unusual because she's thin by our standards, and she's been prescribed one of these drugs. She wakes up at 3 o'clock in the morning with projectile vomiting. I said, "Oh, stop taking the drug," and she said, "No, her doctor won't let her."
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I mean, one of the concerns I've heard from you is that doctors themselves are making a lot of money off prescribing these drugs. And
they've been paid by Novo Nordisk to prescribe the drugs and to promote the drugs. The drugs may work. I don't know. I'm trying to be open-minded and wait and see how that plays out. I don't think we know yet.
But it's concerning that they're being prescribed so widely, and the people who actually need them can't afford them.
Right. Well, that's the inequity in everything having to do with nutrition, health, and the food system. There it is. Another example.
Marion, you and I are very good at talking about the bad stuff. And I feel like there's so much good that you see, when you're giving talks. And I'm hoping you can talk about youth and how we heard from Mark Bittman earlier today that youth and young people are more interested in food and agriculture issues than ever before, and I see that too.
Oh, I do too.
Can you talk about your students in the past and who you've seen over the years?
Yeah,
who's really...
look at this audience. Here you are. It's astounding to me that so many people care about these issues. Everybody eats. Everybody gets it. When I talk about ultra-processed foods, everybody gets it. There's this big pushback from the food industry about how nobody understands ultra-processed foods and whatever. That's not my experience at all. Everybody gets it. These are these junk foods, basically. Everybody knows what they are. And now there's research that shows that they make you eat more. And you don't know why, and you don't recognize it. Well, that's a profound observation, and now been repeated twice. So I think there's this enormous interest in food issues. Everybody eats, everybody gets it. What there isn't is a coalition of bringing people together in some kind of mass movement to try to change the system to something that's better. And that's the one thing we haven't figured out yet. We haven't figured that out. How do we get the literally thousands of groups that are working on food issues issues, every single one of these groups doing superb work, and you've heard from people who are doing superb work. How do they get together to become a political force to make real change?
Well, I mean, we talked a little bit about philanthropy today, and I think the philanthropic system needs to change because all of these small groups, small and large, are fighting for the same funding, whether they're food, health, or justice groups. And so I think, I wonder what your thoughts are on philanthropy because you've been in this space for such a long time.
Well, philanthropies have their issues about what they want, and if you can find a philanthropy that'll pay for what you want, that's pretty nice. But I think always there are strings attached in ways that are difficult. Whenever our students at NYU say they want to start an organization that's going to do something new, my heart just sinks. We don't need any more organizations. We need one huge coalition sending people to Congress to lobby them. To me, the really important thing is advocacy, and there are tremendously useful books about how to do advocacy effectively. The Midwest Academy's Organizing for Social Change is my favorite. I think it's absolutely terrific. If you do everything that book says, you got a really good chance of getting what you want. But nobody's paying people to do advocacy. And that's when philanthropists say, what should I pay for? Pay for lobbying.
Yeah.
Pay for people to do lobbying. That's what's needed. And Coca-Cola, when I was writing Soda Politics, I looked at the number of lobbyists that the American Beverage Association, Coca-Cola, and PepsiCo had in Washington. And at the time, which was 10 years ago or so, they had 67 lobbyists in Washington.
Yeah.
Quite enough to be able to make several visits to each congressional representative, talk to their staff, provide them with information, and make sure that Congress doesn't pass any laws that are going to tax sodas, put warning labels on sodas, or do any of those other things that might decrease sales. So we need lobbyists. We need people trained as lobbyists. We need people trained as advocates. We need coalitions. I don't know how to get there, but I hope somebody does.
I think a lot of people are working towards that. Marion, when you look back at your career and the many, many books you have written, which are the ones that scared the industry the most? Which did you get what were the books that sort of you think had the most impact on both the industry and eaters' lives?
Well, I don't know the answer to that question because I rarely hear from industry people about impact. Every now and then, it was food, but certainly Food Politics, the first one that came out, which came out in 2002, did that. And a couple of years ago, I was at a meeting in Phoenix, and somebody came up to me and said, I've read every one of your books. And I said, really? Why? And he said, I was paid to. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, I was paid to read every one of your books and then explain to the person the corporation that was paying me, how we could rebut your arguments. So that's the only evidence I have, that these things are having an impact. And somebody else sent me a slide from a meeting that he went to in which there was a slide in which they showed the press response to my book, Unsavory Truth, which is about how corporations fund nutrition research, and this whole book about that. And there was a slide of how little press reaction there was to it. And everybody was enormously relieved that nobody was paying attention to the book. But this is the kind of evidence that I have. I don't have any other. The food industry is very polite to me.
Well, I also asked about the impact on eaters. Do you think there's a particular book that had an impact on your students as consumers?
Oh, I think that still Food Politics is the one with the biggest impact. But my book, What to Eat, which came out in 2006, was meant for the general public, and it was a guide to every food issue I could think of, using supermarkets as an organizing device. And I've just spent the last 3 years updating it. That'll come out next year.
I can't wait. That's such a helpful book.
You're not the only one who can't wait.
So, Marion, you're often famous, and Anna Lappé brought it up this morning for saying, you need to vote with your fork, but you're also famous for saying vote with your vote. And we've talked about that before, earlier in this conversation, but I need you to describe, to Gen Z who are listening on the live stream, who may, think this is a choice between the lesser of two evils, why it's still important to vote, not just at the federal, for the presidential level, but in local politics as well.
Well, we don't choose our political system. We have to deal with the political system that we're given. And the political system that we're given gives us choices that are not perfect, at least by my standards. And so you have to vote for the lesser evil. You hold your nose and you go into the voting booth and you vote because the worst evil is really evil. And so you have to. Politics is about compromise. Nobody wants to compromise. And when you're young, you certainly don't want to compromise. But it's about compromise. And you hate to argue for it, when what you want is a world that's better for people in the planet. And so you have to, given the system that we have, you're stuck with it, you've got to use it to the best you can. You don't like it, run for office, please. When students say, what can they do? Run for office. Short of that, join organizations that are working on issues that you care about and support them. If you can't be a foot soldier in those organizations, at least give them money because they need it. And support lobbyists. We should all be raising money for lobbyists, I think.
I think Marion Nestle should run for office. Thoughts?
Thanks.
Thank you so much for this conversation, Marion. It's always delightful to talk to you.
A pleasure, and thanks for having me. Thank you so much, all.
Thank you. Round of applause, please. Thanks, Marion. Oop, I got it. Okay, we're now going to dive into a panel that discusses pollutions that help us reduce food loss and waste, and we'll be looking at a case study from the private sector. So we're going to begin with an announcement from Paul Fairhead, the CEO of Guggenheimer. And while he's coming up, I want to thank a few other of our in-kind partners, including Tyndall, Tony's Chocolonely, Traditional Medicinals, Vital Farms, Whole Chain, Wonder, and Blue Apron. So give them a round of applause, and also give a round of applause to Paul.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here, first of all. So I'm Paul Fairhead. I'm a former chef. I'm now have the privilege of being the CEO of Guggenheimer, which is a corporate dining food service provider that operates here in the US. We are part of a large global company called ISS. They're based out of Copenhagen in Denmark and relatively focused on sustainability as well. But really, Guggenheimer has around 400 corporate dining locations around the US. And what I'm here to announce, and then with my colleagues here discuss a little bit of how we got there, is our program around food loss and waste. And the headlines of this really are that in 2021, coming through COVID in the corporate food space, huge impact to our industry. A lot of offices went home, a lot of workplaces went home, schools were remote, etc. All of those were our consumers, our customers. We then began to recover from that, in our words, in population returning to these spaces, and we had this crazy food inflation aspect. The cost of our ingredients was skyrocketing. The rarity of our ingredients, because again of farms being impacted, factories being impacted, was so material that we decided to make a bold decision. We decided that we really wanted to manage this this raw material, these products that came into our space in a really intuitive way, in a really caring way through stewardship. And so we kicked off this goal to halve our food waste by 50% by 2025. And what we've actually managed to achieve, so today, 2024, so a little earlier than our goal, is a food waste reduction of 64%. So thank you. And thank you. And so this was partnership. One of our kind of tech partners is actually sitting in the front row here, Winnow, but multiple partners across the country from the raw ingredients, the materials that we're buying, from of course our culinarians, the chefs in the kitchens, our managers, our placemakers, our kind of frontline workers that are really obviously servicing our clients, and of course our clients have really supported us on this. We're thrilled about it. We believe that this is true impact. We believe that others can follow in our footsteps here and get on this train and really drive real change. And we hope we can share a little bit about how we did that and then how others can benefit. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Round of applause. Please join me over here. Yeah. Now, and congratulations. It's such a great announcement, and it's really exciting. And I'm going to invite our other panelists to the stage, Rebecca Chesney, the Director of Sustainability and Innovation at Guggenheimer, and Chef Mike Kadala, the Executive Chef for Guggenheimer at Spotify. So give them a round of applause. One of the reasons I'm excited to talk to the three of you is because Food Tank, and even in my previous life, this food waste and loss were something that I looked at a lot. And, it took a while to get that awareness, right? It took a while for people to really understand that this was an issue. And I had people, including a former boss, tell me, like, this is not, you shouldn't be worrying about this, Danielle. It's not a real problem for the environment. And we've gotten beyond that now, where people are really highly educated about food loss and food waste. And now we're getting into the action. And that's really exciting for me. So can you talk about that, Paul, like what you've seen, over the years?
Yeah, certainly. I think, as you kind of eloquently pointed out, I think the evolution has been significant. We are seeing the education out there. There is tools out there to really highlight where this waste is being generated, and then solutions to what actually can be done about it. I think historically we looked at food donation pieces, and we've had some of the speakers talk a little bit about that. But it needed to be more intuitive than that. That's really where kind of the evolution has come in there. And really, I think the narrative, bringing consumers on that journey. We started this program very much as a kitchen waste solution, and it's now actually involved into a post-consumer waste piece. So then you get into portion control, you get into protein sustainability, an amount of protein, portion sizes. So all these common themes that we've spoken about today actually come together very nicely in this. So what you see is it is the whole ecosystem has a point to play.
It really is. I want to take a step back with you real quick, because you've had a kind of an interesting journey as a CEO. Can you just give us a little synopsis?
Okay, the 30-second synopsis. So, born in the UK, my first job was in a pub. That's what you do in the UK. And you're in the kitchens, washing dishes, etc. So fell in love with the kitchen, fell in love with the kitchen brigade, fell in love with the education, the companionship, the growth that you experienced in the kitchen. Worked in restaurants, hotels, in Brighton, my hometown, the UK, then in London a lot. Converted to the dark side of management fairly early on in my career, and found this wonderful thing called corporate dining, which meant you could serve great food, be passionate about things that you were really keen on, sustainability, health and well-being, and ultimately still could then have a life as well, which was a big factor. And so got into the corporate dining space, worked with a lot of the big corporate dining players, did the Athens Olympics, not participating, cooking, and things from there. And then ultimately came to the US about 13 years ago, and long story short, as part of ISS, the Danish organization, we acquired Guggenheimer back in 2017. Unfortunately for them, they got lumbered with me as part of that process, as the COO, and then eventually as the CEO back in 2020.
Thanks for sharing all that. And I mean, you obviously corporate dining has such a big impact. You get to hang out with people like Chef Mike. I'm wondering if you can both talk about what you've learned from one another about food waste and the innovation that it takes to prevent it. And maybe you want to go first, Chef?
Sure. When we have great leadership who's like fully invested in this, and they build teams with like brilliant minds to tackle all these projects, it makes our job easy in the kitchen, right? And I always tell my team in the kitchen that like we as chefs have the easiest job. We get these vacuum sealed pieces of meat in there. All we have to do is trim the fat off, and yet there's still too much going in the trash, right? To truly respect all the farmers who raise these animals, who feed these animals every day, the butchers, everything. We need to do a better job of just trimming the fat. And, that's what I've learned mostly over the years is chefs, cooks, whatever you want to call us, we have the easy gig. And then it's all about the farmers who put in all the hard work, yeah.
Yeah, it's really honoring those farmers, the animals, all of the produce. I'm wondering, Paul, what you've learned from Mike.
Yeah, I think, look, what I've learned from Mike and a lot of our chefs, first of all, is the passion around the ingredients. You ever want to go for an education, go for a chef's dinner, join 6 chefs at dinner at any restaurant, and it's just mind-blowing, the level of knowledge that they have. And so the passion around it, I think, is the key piece. We did a bit of a corporate mandate to say, okay, we're going to halve food waste. Well, that's, yes, words on a page without the passion of the team. And then, of course, all the best ideas come from the kitchen. So what we did is we took the data, that we gathered through here and pushed it back to the kitchen and said, so now what?
Yeah.
And that's then when you get the creativity, and perhaps you want to talk a little bit about kind of what you did there in some real action that just makes a difference.
Exactly. So it's like we have these beautiful resources, beautiful systems, but it's about what to do with it before it gets into the system, into the winnow system, before it gets weighed. What could we do with stems of kale, or what could we do with extra bread? It's creating that ecosystem in your kitchen, right? So that nothing goes to waste. That's the goal. And, we would constantly have extra bread laying around, and we're like, what do we do with it? We can make croutons, we can make breadcrumbs, but let's make something more. And so we decided to make Italian strata, which is the egg casserole with chunks of bread in it. And they became so popular that we had to buy more bread to get them in. So it's just those little wins, and it all, like you spoke about, you asked earlier, like, what could we do? What are solutions that could help right now?
Yeah.
And it's on the ground floor in the kitchens, getting your team engaged, staying dedicated, taking the same amount of thought that goes into a beautiful dish that you're going to hand your guest into that same thought into what are you going to do with the waste. So
That's why chefs are such great advocates, especially on the food loss and food waste issue. Thank you, Chef, for doing all that. Rebecca, if I can turn to you, people like me often talk about how bad big companies are, but there are real advantages when it comes to reducing food waste on a big company's part. Can you talk a little bit about that? And by the way, Rebecca is also a food anthropologist, and I love anthropologists, so I'm so glad she's here.
So I was one of the people completely nerding out that I was on the stage after Marion Nessel, which when I was in food studies, that would have never crossed my mind. Well, and maybe I can answer this question a little bit from an anthropological perspective, which is if I think about sustainability and food loss and waste in a corporate food environment, that actually means that we've got the intersection of 3 different cultures that are all changing. So I'm looking for where can we find overlaps in how these cultures are changing to make progress. So we've got food culture, which we've heard a lot about today. Dietary shifts, younger people getting more interested, kind of this focus on the intersection of food and climate. So food culture is changing. We also have the changing culinary culture. And we've got James Beard Foundation here, and it's no surprise to anyone who's followed the news that the culinary world is shifting, both in terms of how culinary what culinary jobs can look like. Paul got into corporate dining because he wanted weekends, but also, if I think about how that intersects with changes in food culture, what a lot of times you hear about in dietary shifts is how do we really look at a pretty deep-seated hierarchical system that is the kitchen and make it so that the meat station is no longer the pinnacle. How do we focus on vegetables and other things? And so I look at that as an opportunity. Then we have work culture. The role of the office has changed. So what brings people into the office and what is the role of food at work? And maybe I have an idea, maybe, that having sustainable food at your workplace is one way in which employees can feel some sense of purpose at work. So that's where I think because companies are so big, we are able to have a scale in which we can engage with all of these different parts of an interconnected ecosystem. In my previous life, I have consulted with a lot of retailers and CPGs, and I was so excited to join food service because I'm sitting next to two chefs. And the thing that chefs have is creativity that can be deployed in a different way. Because CPGs, which we've heard here, CPGs need consistency, and so do a lot of fast food and quick service restaurants, because if you go to that restaurant in one part of the country and another part of the country, you want that product to taste the same. Our chefs don't have to do that. So to me, that's also sort of an untapped thing we can leverage, which is the role of creativity in chefs to be able to not just reuse foods and to avoid waste, but we're talking also a lot about other sustainability challenges, diversifying our diets, diversifying what we grow on farms. I think it was Paul Lightfoot from Patagonia talked about Patagonia being a demand anchor. Chefs are a great demand anchor because they're so creative that the anchor can actually move and kind of help bring people into diversifying their diets as well.
And I'm wondering if you see other industry leaders in this space collaborating, because we don't want food loss and food waste prevention to be a competitive issue. We want people to work together and collaborate. Do you see that?
Yes, and we actually joined the U.S. Food Waste Pact just for this reason. Pre-competitive collaboration is very important. And it's something that I've done in a few different ways in my career. And what gets me excited about something like pre-competitive collaboration, we're talking about systemic shifts. So we've heard some people talking about farmers and how to support farmers. And Chef Mike here wants to respect the farmer. Well, if you look at refed data on food loss and waste, about a third of the food waste in the U.S. happens at the farm and manufacturing level. And then if you actually look at some of the studies, so I mentioned the Food Waste Pact. The Food Waste Collaborative has done research with farmers, and they did research with strawberry farmers. You can find this case study on their website. And 36% of strawberries were left in the field. And every time you hear this, it's sort of like what we did with Winnow, capturing food waste data. Once you capture the data, you're like, wow, that's actually more than we thought, or it's in places that we didn't expect, so what do we do? And we're starting to see that happen on farms. WWF just released a food loss calculator for farms. So I suspect in coming years, we're going to get more and more data about the food that farmers are growing. Yeah. Those are nutrients that required water and labor and money to grow. And so we can start to see more and more of, okay, now that we know what the nature of the problem is, how do we address it? And I would argue, bring in chefs, because you give them anything and they can make it taste good.
Yeah, they're absolutely creative. I do want to take a step back, because we've been mentioning Winnow, we've been mentioning this tool. If Paul and Chef Mike can sort of describe what it looks like in the kitchen, that would be really helpful, I think, to folks watching.
Yeah, so Winnow is this amazing piece of equipment, and it's in our kitchen. It's a scale, and it has a camera and a little screen on it. So when someone comes and dumps something into the bucket, it takes a picture of it, recognize what it is, and then on the screen, it'll show how much it weighs, how much money you've wasted. And then it all goes into a platform where you can look at all the statistics and see what numbers or what foods aren't working, what foods are being wasted or put into the bin. So you could then craft your menu around this information. Last week we had a lot of stewed beans left over, literally. And I love them, but there was a lot left over. And I'm like, how do we change this so they're not left over?
Right.
And Winnow gives us all that data to make our menus more sustainable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah, and I think just to add, the data side of it as well. I think there's the usability in the kitchen and the real-time aspect. Is there a concern with this dish? Is that why we're seeing waste? Is it just unpopular? But then when you look at it from a cumulative piece, we can actually look at 400 plus restaurants across the country and say, what are we wasting?
Yeah.
And then from there you say, so what do we do about carrot tops? What do we do about salmon skin? Right? What can we do with this? And so I think it was the Shake Shack saying, okay, we looked at our biggest impact, burgers and milk, understood, or beef and milk. Like similar effect, looking at our biggest waste opportunities to say, okay, how can we get creative? Chefs, how do we get creative to utilize this waste product in a better way? And then, if we can't use it as a food product, what can we do in a circular style to actually then, compost, etc., or get those nutrients back into the system?
Yeah. And one thing I like about this is that it's not meant to shame chefs in any way. It's just meant to give you more information to be more creative. And you've talked about the bread story and the strata. What other sort of anecdotes can you share about how this tool has made you more creative?
Well, here I was with my mom this weekend, and of course we're cooking together, right? And so I'm thinking about this talk right now. I'm thinking about waste, and I'm cutting scallions, and I trim off the little dead ends. And I'm like, oh, Mom, we're gonna make a dead end pesto with the the dead ends of the scallions and all that. And so it just gets you in that creative mind of what to do. But she was like, oh, I never trim the ends of the scallion. I'm like, it made me rethink everything I learned, and I was like, maybe you should just be up here talking about.
Clearly.
It opens up your mind. You see it. You see like when you go onto the Winnow site and you see all these pictures of this, that, and that, and it's like you start putting more thought into everything, and that's the biggest thing. It opens up your mind to get more creative, to do more things, to educate your team about what's being wasted, how much money's being wasted, and that money could potentially be a salary for somebody. And that's when it hits, everyone, right?
Yeah, that's really it.
Yeah.
Rebecca,
I was going to share kind of two things that are on the kind of the newer side of our food waste tracking. One is that in some of our locations, we've integrated this kind of back of house kitchen data with our menu management system. And what that allows us to do is actually see, okay, this is not, just a tray of vegetables that we produce too much. It's actually this specific menu item that was on the menu that day. And that level of granularity has really helped. So in the sites that had that integration, they were able to reduce the back of house waste by about half. And the sites that didn't have the integration reduced their waste by around a little over a third, which is still great. But you can see how having more granular data helps. So one of the things we're really excited about is, and you hear it, I've been living in the Bay Area for a long time, you always hear it with innovation, is data, but then data has to be useful. And we're starting to look at how we can have these sort of integrations and APIs and really make that kind of digitalization and a data forward look at our ecosystem be possible. And that's including, how do we connect food loss and waste data with menu data, with purchasing data, with emissions data, and that's far out, but
so
we're working on it. The other piece that we're starting to do in several locations as well is to use Winnow and other kind of plate waste or waste tracking systems to track plate waste. So sort of looking at moving that scale into an eater facing space and having people actually scrape their own plates. And again, you learn different things. We're seeing things like contamination of people putting napkins and to-go boxes in with the food, so we're learning about things that are kind of bigger challenges for those offices and how waste streams get managed, and just different things like that. So we're starting, as the data helped us reach that 50% goal, achieve that and overachieve it.
Right.
But now we have other data that we're starting to collect, which is now it's like, what do we do with that?
And it's so useful. It's common sense. It's practical. It helps chefs like Mike. One of the things when we were talking earlier, preparing for this panel, that really struck me is that the skills that Mike and other chefs are learning from the tool, that will carry them through other jobs in their careers. And I'm wondering if you can talk about that, because I think it's not a new skill for chefs to prevent food waste, but this helps them do it better and manage money better.
Yeah, and if you could reduce your kitchen's waste by 50%, that's a big, selling point to your next job opportunity.
Yeah.
But it's also, not only about the chef, it's about the chefs and cooks underneath you who they could take that and go everywhere. So it's not just about me, it's about the whole team, what I could educate my crew about and educate our guests about too.
The mentorship, I love that. Before we end, I want to get some advice for, the home cooks that are watching and other chefs who are watching. What is the one thing you would all want to leave them with? So, Paul.
It's a tough one. A couple of things.
You can say more than one.
Okay, thanks. So look, I think we talked a lot about education, and Chef Mike there talked about kind of the chefs in the kitchen. The education side of this, passing this on, I think is huge. We talked about schools. Kind of my children's school has just launched a nutritional lab that I'm supporting and bringing in food waste management tools that they can use. So starting at the grassroots level, but then really working with the kitchens as well, because that brigade is designed for education, right? That is how kitchen brigades are built. So utilize that. I think the other piece is, sticking to the food waste side of it, count the amount of, I'd say bins, but trash cans in your kitchen. Kitchens aren't small in our world, in the corporate dining space. They're as big as this room. You have multiple trash cans. You have all these receptacles where you're collecting all of this waste. It's really hard to know what's going in there if you don't have a system to be able to manage that or to be looking at that. So really think about just what is going in these multiple receptacles.
Yeah, great advice. Chef Mike.
I would just, the same way I challenge my kitchen team is just go through your walk-ins, go through your fridges, see what's there, and just put that same thought, like I mentioned before, the same thought that you would go into your roast chicken that you're going to have for dinner tonight, put the same thought into what are you going to do with the leftovers from that roast chicken.
Thank you. Fantastic. Rebecca, last word.
So for chefs or people working in restaurants, one thing to do or two things to do. One is to look upstream and familiarize yourself with farmers that you might be working with already. Maybe ask them, what are you growing that no one's buying? And help really try to reduce that food loss that happens upstream. Look for products that are upcycled that you could purchase and use in your kitchen. And then also look downstream. So familiarize yourself with the EPA food recovery, food waste hierarchy. Actually, now it's a scale. It's no longer a hierarchy. And look at how can we make sure that any waste from our kitchens and our restaurants and our operations are going into animal feed. We have some locations that have created farm partnerships, animal feed, compost. Again, getting back to voting, if your city doesn't have composting, how can you help change that? That will support not just the impact of your restaurant and your operation, but all of the households and all the businesses in your community. And then for anyone, whether or not you work in a restaurant or food operation, one of the greatest examples I've seen that seems obvious until you look at it, of why voting matters. When the Rockefeller Foundation published their True Cost of Food report a few years ago, it was hidden in an appendix, which of course I read because I'm a researcher. And there's a map of who makes decisions in the food system and who bears the impact, including future generations. And I will challenge you to look at how many times those things match up. So the people who are making decisions are not the ones bearing the burden, including future generations. And so really look at that. That helps bring home why, if you are in a position where you can make decisions, we make decisions on behalf of eaters, and that influence farmers all the time. It's a huge responsibility. But also think about who are you putting into place to make decisions on your behalf, and whose interests do they have.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thanks to all of the panelists. Congratulations again. Amazing work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm now excited, and I get to leave the stage, and you get to hear from someone else, which is exciting. We have the chance to hear about how culinary leaders are driving change in this next conversation, which will focus on the ways that restaurants are tackling the climate crisis. You'll get to hear from Anne McBride. She gets to come back to the stage of the James Beard Foundation, who will be your moderator. And I'd like to invite the panelists joining her. Brian Fowler is the chef at Black Barn. Round of applause, please. Liz Newmark deserves a big round of applause for her work with great performances. She's the CEO and has done such a wonderful job curating today's menus. And JJ Johnson is the chef for Field Trip. So, Anne, let me get out of your way. Do you want it?
Thank you, Elena. Hello again, everyone. So happy to be back with you all to talk about the impact that climate change has on restaurants specifically, and hear from some leading chefs here in terms of some of the solutions, both the challenges they face and the solutions that they have been applying. So sometimes in New York, we don't necessarily think of it as a city that is impacted a lot by climate change, but that's not really true. We might not be Houston or New Orleans or California and its fires, but there's a lot of impact that we're feeling here too. So I'd love to have you each talk a little bit about the impact that climate change has had on your operations. JJ, let's start with you.
Hey, well, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure being with all you great chefs and Liz. You do amazing work. I thought you were going to throw the question to her first, but I'll take it. Field trip climate for me is in a small community in Harlem. Right, in a 4x4 block radius between 115th and 116th. It's at the local grocery store across the street that hikes their prices up. It's the people that have to buy fruits and vegetables, maybe from the watermelon guy on 116th Street that has cars driving by it. And then it is a small restaurant field trip that is thinking about where it's potentially buying food from around climate that people can consciously eat better. And that's kind of the ecosystem that exists between 115th and 116th and Malcolm X Boulevard of how different people eat within the climate system. Or it's the bodega on the corner that's been there for 30 years.
Thank you. Liz?
I am not a chef. I do cook at home, but I love being surrounded by these incredible chefs. And I am one of those people who puts my leftover trim in the freezer, and I take it upstate, and I give it to my chickens, who are the best-fed chickens. Climate change is all around us, even in New York. And one of the ways we feel it, we own a 60-acre farm in upstate New York. And when it rains and when it doesn't rain, I'm thinking about it. It was beautiful the last couple of weeks, but it hasn't rained. And what does that mean for our regional farmers? It might be great for us here in New York. So we think about that a lot. We think about hailstorms and freak hailstorms, and when everything is like little tender baby seedling in the field and they're wiped out. We think about climate change here when we have a nice big party booked and there's a huge unexpected 100-year storm that comes in for the second time that year and our clients cancel. So there's an impact on our business, which then cascades through the whole food chain and our labor chain. We think about climate change with our new facility. We're up in the South Bronx. And I was just looking at the high tide warning last week. They said it's, you could have beautiful weather and still have a coastal flood. And I went to the OEM maps to see exactly how it was going to affect us. And it could have, it didn't. Dodge that one. So we don't think of it the way someone does in a really besieged climate area, but it is all around us.
Brian?
Hello, everyone. As far as climate change and Black Barn, how it's affected everything that we do, we are considered farm to table. I do work with a lot of farmers that are in the tri-state. Some I've been working with for years, some I've been working with for a short amount of time. As Liz just said, a lot of the farmers that I work with upstate, if it doesn't rain, they're in trouble. If it does rain, they're also in trouble. So climate change has been going both ways for years, as well as, early frost and things getting a lot colder. So things like, strawberries. I used to grab up a lot of strawberries. I love doing a lot of preservation in the restaurant and taking things from, for instance, summer and bringing that into winter. So to be able to do that, you need the best of the best. So I've seen a lot of farmers struggling just to keep, money in their pockets and be able to pay the labor that they're paying. But the climate is kind of hindering them to do so. with, as I mentioned, the frost and things like this. So then that, reflects onto, our guests ultimately, because they're having to raise prices because instead of something like 40 pounds of strawberries, they're only harvesting maybe 15 pounds of strawberries. But they plant it and threw on in the ground that 40 pounds of strawberries, so they still have to pay that labor. They still have to get all those things and those resources back that they put in the money. So climate change is really affecting a lot of farmers that I work with, not just on vegetables, but livestock as well. So I'm seeing, prices on livestock pretty much go through the roof where we've never seen these before. So a lot of our menu prices have pretty much gone up because of rising costs from everything. We try to stay as smart as possible to source locally rather than getting something from, California. Unfortunately, a lot of things coming from California are going to be a lot more expensive. There's a lot more cost in there. There's a lot more traveling cost in there. So we do try to stay local as much as possible, but demand from our guest is what's pretty much driving cost as well. People want strawberries and berries year-round, pretty much, that they wouldn't necessarily be able to get in December. People still want these things, and they're not really open to the question or the answer as to why they can't have it. So that's a big factor as well for us.
Liz and JJ, are there ingredients also where you've seen spectacular increase in costs or even lack of availability in the last year?
I think, piggyback on what Chef's saying, I think everything we eat is based off of what we believe we should eat, right? Let's just take salmon, for example. Like, we should only eat salmon a certain time of the year, and it would be beautiful, it would be perfect. But when's the last time anybody in this room has had, wild salmon? Anybody has had wild salmon?
You're talking to a pretty specific crowd.
No, but look, a specific crowd with 7 hands that went up, right? Most of us are getting salmon that's really not even farm raised, coming from China, right? That's frozen, that you don't even know you're eating it's coming from China. That's coming perfectly cut because that's what we've been told that's how we should be eating the product. And if you stop just with that, I mean, and I'm a subject to that, right? I believe that if I took salmon off the menu at Field Trip, we would lose a large base of consumer because it's our #1 selling product. So we are also feeding into the climate change. Instead of me saying, I'm going to get salmon from this farmer during this time of the year, and you're going to have the best salmon at Field Trip at an affordable price, but I haven't taken that risk because I'm a business owner. But it goes a lot across the board with a lot of that. My focus is heavily on rice. Last year during this time, during climate change, we talked about Imagine Life Without Rice. And that's a big conversation right now on how people are growing rice in America and using irrigation, flooding system to grow rice, which is really bad on the way we consume rice. Also, in your backyard, locally, you can buy rice. Right now, we can get rice from Hudson Valley, we can get rice from New Jersey, but nobody's buying that rice. So you're starting to...
Why is that?
I think it's a lot of around education. It's a lot around being brainwashed through the way America's been telling us that we're supposed to get food, that California grows this, that Northeast grows this, that Middle America grows this, but you can get strawberries in New Jersey. Right? So a lot of that has to do with just, I think, a re-education process of you can tap really into locality that can help you in your pocket, and also you can feel good about yourself. And I think rice is culture that we should really look into. That is basically the foundation of America's cash crop. And we should really start there on where we are purchasing rice from, because it is going to help the climate. Because rice does put out some type of carbon emission. It starts to put out a lot of things that hurt the climate because of who we're buying rice from, especially in Arkansas.
Liz?
You took me for like, we traveled a lot in that answer. And I think you're asking about food prices and driven by climate change. I'd say in the last year we've seen a lot of pricing go up, but it's not only, it's really because of the labor behind production and harvesting. And so, I mean, what we're experiencing is that it's a huge driver. And some of labor price increases are important. We should pay our farm workers appropriately. We should pay people in the industrial food service industry appropriately. And we've seen the spike. I mean, who remembers, minimum wage used to be $12, $13 in New York, and now it's 18, going up to 19. So that's a huge, huge impact. And you would think it would translate.
Is it 18?
Yeah. I think we're
16, right?
No, it's
coming to 18.
Well,
Come
my
on,
place
Liz.
in the
Liz.
Bronx, we're already at 18.
I know if you're already at 18, but
We're
hold on here.
trendsetters.
You're about to make me get my phone
Well,
out.
there's
and text
also
somebody.
differences. Tipped employees are different than non-tipped employees.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Okay. I don't even want to talk about rates, and it's well earned, and these are the men and women in the room today. So I say thank you for all your work, GPers. But I think it's sort of tying it all together and thinking all those different pieces of the transparency, where my food is from. There are things I will never eat tilapia because every piece of tilapia comes from China. There are things that we make personal decisions, and we think about eating in season. We think about eating locally, and we are very privileged in this room, and we're also super knowledgeable. But there are many people in our city, in our country, who are really looking at price. And that's driving food choices. And there's no externalizing the cost of food production yet. And that externalization is called climate change. And I think it's going to take a huge reorientation of how people think about food. And there's so many, we're such a divided country, it trickles right down into that. So it's really frustrating.
As part of our Climate Solutions for Restaurant Survival campaign, we've been holding climate advocacy roundtables around the country. And last week in LA, a chef was saying, who owns a Thai restaurant, that she cannot get cilantro roots anymore because the soil is too warm. And so the cilantro is blooming right away and is not forming the roots that she needs for something that is so essential to the flavor of Thai cuisine. It goes in curry paste. It goes really to the essence of Thai cuisine. And so she's having not only ingredient issues, she's replacing that with scallions, but identity issues also. What does it mean if you're a Thai cook and your food doesn't taste like the food that you're always been cooking, right? What does it mean for your customers? What does it mean for yourself? So there's a lot of economic implications there, and obviously cultural implication, identity implications. I'm wondering if is there an equivalent for you all in terms of an ingredient you've had to substitute, something you can't get anymore, or any sort of similar tension really between what you want to do, what you're able to do?
Yes, actually. One really good example to that, having an ingredient that you love. For instance, this Thai chef loving that root of the cilantro. You said, right? There was one tomato that I used for years, and I would make my tomato water out of this. And then from that tomato water, as I said before, I would bring that all the way through December, January. But then from these tomatoes, I would also make tomato jam. I would make tomato sauce. I would make so many things with tomatoes because they were just so beautiful, which was coming from a farmer upstate, Rick Bishop. Love him to death. But he used to make these beautiful Canestrino tomatoes. I can't find them anywhere. Not only can I not find them anywhere, I can't find that flavor anywhere. So even if I get a heirloom tomato, which heirloom is the king. This tomato, the flavor that it just had, it was just mind-blowing. So the way that he grew them, the way that he did everything, the love and the care that he put into them, I can't find that flavor anywhere. So then I just haven't made tomato water. Mm-hmm. So there's some chefs that will find another outlet to get that need of what they want. And then there's some like me that if I can't find what I'm actually tasting and actually wanting to do, then I'll just wait around for it. Hopefully it'll come back. Maybe it won't. And then maybe I'll have another idea to do something else. But to climate climate in general obviously led to that, because not only is Rick not growing these tomatoes anymore, but he's retired. He's retired because of, unfortunately, how much money he lost. And I kind of went into that before as far as the labor goes. So he has, all the guys that he has on his farm that help him and, put his potatoes in the ground. And this is just one farmer. So there's all of these other farmers that are having these same issues. And Rick was around for 35 years. And like I said, this is just Rick. But the amount of money that he's put into the ground and the amount of money that all these farmers are putting into the ground, and then the climate, doesn't go your way for 1 month. And then you say, okay, and you kind of wrap everything up, and then the second month comes and you have a frost, and then you have a big rain, and then next thing you know, you're $200,000 in debt with no light at the end of the tunnel almost.
I want to jump in just to share a tomato sad story. Is our tomato crop was decimated this year, not because it wasn't rain or mold, but because it was so dry. And this is the plum tomatoes. The crows were so thirsty, and what quenched their thirst? Are plum tomatoes. Yeah. So there were virtually at Kachki, there were virtually no plum tomatoes this year. That's climate.
Yeah, that's absolutely climate, and I'm seeing this more and more with a lot of the farmers that I work with upstate, that this year peaches were amazing, absolutely amazing. Peaches are one of my favorite fruits. If the juice isn't running down your face and you don't swear a little bit, then you're not eating it right. But the year before, I remember going to the market and asking, and peaches were around for two weeks at best, and you couldn't find peaches. And not only could you not find them, they were just super, super hard. And a lot of farmers were saying that the crops just weren't great. They weren't getting, the bushels that they would normally get off the trees that they would have.
But I also feel like there's no more 4 seasons, right? There isn't. Look, as a chef, I used to get excited for spring. I used to get excited for corn coming from Montauk. I used to get excited for all these moments. Now I'm just like, okay, I'm talking to farmers, asking, okay, what do you actually have? And you're talking about peaches. I was in Martha's Vineyard. They were the best peaches I've ever had in my life this year at Morning Glory Farm. And I haven't had a peach like that in, I don't know, forever. I don't even remember last time I even opened a peach and it wasn't dry on the inside.
Yeah, apricots as well. Peaches
right.
and apricots. I haven't had an apricot in years that has been a nice, sweet, juicy apricot. And a lot of this, unfortunately, is due to climate. Us as chefs, even you, Liz, you have a beautiful farm that I would love to visit one day.
Get the chickens.
Absolutely.
The chickens, remember, she said
Yes.
the chickens.
Over the years as a chef, I've seen so many ingredients come in and out of the market, one of which being a chestnut mushroom, which I cannot find anywhere. But this is also due to climate change, and I have no idea. The farmer won't give me much other than they're not available. But yeah.
And it's not only local stuff, it's coffee, it's chocolate, it's saffron, it's these unusual spices. The global market is changing, and it is climate.
So interesting, sorry. But I was just in Mexico City. And Mexico City, I'm sure many of you have been to Mexico City, but I didn't realize it was built on streams, canals, lakes, right? And there's an area in Mexico City, I wish I know the name, that is very much
Xochimilco.
Yes, thank you. Where there's pods of land that people grow whatever they want to grow, right? From family to family to family. Well, there's only 30% of those pods that are active right now because people don't want to grow anymore because they're not getting the money to grow. But the land and the soil is probably they say, the best soil in the world. And when you touch it, it's dark black. It's clayey. I mean, I ate the most amazing vegetables I've ever had in my life. And I'm thinking to myself, why doesn't anyone want to grow the food? And then they say, well, you got to think about it. America's taking people to grow food on their soil and then sending that food back to us, right? So there's so much capitalism in this conversation as well. When you talk about climate change, talk about soil, talk about farming, that the guy who's growing those tomatoes, maybe he lost his guys to somebody else, or the soil, or this, but this, and what's the name of the place again? Say,
I'm going to mispronounce it. Xochimilco?
You should all go. You should all experience it, and you will see how I call like ancestors have kept this land very protected to hopefully come back one day to grow food the way it's supposed to be grown. But capitalism is heavily in this climate change conversation because a lot of that could change it if the right people put their money in the right places.
You know, the other thing is we are a food sophisticated crowd, but I will tell you from the probably thousands and thousands of meals that we make possible on a yearly basis, you know what's number one. You know, it's beef, it's burgers, it's meat. The cheaper, the better. Operators nationwide are thinking about pricing and how cheap can I sell it, which means how cheap can I buy it, how cheap can it be produced. And it's sad. And even in New York, where we are sophisticated diners, and, you know, we used to have a food truck, and we have an expression, you know, there's never a line at the veggie truck. Ours was a veggie truck. And there's always a line for the smash burger, pash, whatever the latest burger thing is. And I have nothing against burgers. I don't eat them, but that's okay. But how do we move the dime in terms of educating our buyers? No, you may not have asparagus in January. No, you may not have this. I mean, we're hospitality. We're supposed to be, yes, but we do say no. We do try. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
I'm seeing a smash veggie burger opportunity, Liz, though.
There'll be no line for it, I guarantee you, except everybody here.
I was going to say, we'll all stand in line for you. So you'll each have 1 minute to answer this. Let's end on a note of hope. What is one innovation that you've made in your operation? So Brian, you have a full-service restaurant. Liz, you have a catering operation. JJ, you have a fast casual. You each have different business models. What's one innovation that you've done related to climate change that you feel has been very positive and that anyone here can adopt?
Not necessarily an innovation on our part, but last year was it last year or the year before, the city has mandated composting. Composting and putting garbage in closed bin, but mostly composting, being that, you know, this is what we're here to talk about. Last year, I think we sent out something like 14,000 pounds of compost. But from that, we also work with a company that takes this compost and makes mushrooms. From those mushrooms, we're able to buy those mushrooms and incorporate those into our recipes, into our restaurant, which has really helped out as far as, you know, the food waste things go. If you actually think about it, there was some people that were just willing to come pick up the compost and do God knows what. So at least we're able to see real time where our efforts are going, as well as, you know, the number that's an alarming number. When you see 14,000 pounds, you're like, wow. It's all food waste that would generally go nowhere, but being that we're turning this into something else really, in my honest opinion, helps the environment, but also helps us bring the dollar down on our food cost as well.
Thank you. I'm going to cut you off so that Liz can go.
Quick, two things. One, storytelling. The more storytelling and making pictures that people can see and buy into, maybe it's not going to affect their purchase today, but maybe it's tomorrow. It's planting seeds. The other type of seed planting we do is really focusing on youth and young people and getting them behind this mission and understanding the importance of food choices.
Thank you. JJ, last word.
I would say change your rice game up. And stop buying, you know, bleached, enriched, parboiled rice. If you're in the restaurant industry, you own a restaurant, and you are serving that at a family meal, stop. Right? I know you don't have it on the menu, but think about putting rice on your menu and supporting a farmer somewhere in America. If you're in New Jersey, Hudson Valley, North Carolina. And when you do talk to them, ask them what type of rice they grow. They probably grow somewhere between 10 to 12 different type of grains. They're probably a duck farmer as well, or a crawfish farmer, and you can buy the duck or the crawfish from them as well, alongside their rice and make a dish. But I would say change up your rice game. It's going to help the environment tremendously. It's going to help the table, and it's going to bring culture back together.
Great. Thank you all so much. Liz, Brian, JJ, so I appreciate your insight today.
Thank you all so much. Bigger round of applause, please. Anne McBride gets to stay right where she is. That was a fantastic conversation, and we have a fantastic conversation coming. It is the final convo of the day before the reception, and it's going to be great. So no one leave. I will rein you back in if you try to leave. So it's my pleasure to welcome Chef Eric Ajapon, the host of Alex vs. America and the upcoming Wild Card Kitchen. He also appeared on Bravo's Top Chef and Top Chef All-Stars. He's the author of the children's book Sankofa, A Culinary Story of Resilience and Belonging, and the author of a forthcoming book called Ghana to the World. Please give him a huge round of applause.
I'm doing well.
Thank you so much for joining me here, Eric, and joining all of us and a big virtual crowd as well.
Hi, how's everyone doing? The last one, we got to get a little bit more energy. Hi, how's everyone doing?
Love it. So you mentioned on our call that you have a philosophy of know better, do better. Can you talk about how that applies in your daily life?
That has been instilled. That is like a family value, a lifestyle value that has been instilled in my family, really throughout the culture where I come from. It's the knowledge of, or it's really the wisdom, taking the knowledge and turning it into wisdom. And when you have certain responsibilities, i.e. in having a restaurant, and we're talking about the climate especially, it's very, very important to take onus on the role that that restaurant, you, the people, the food, all kind of play in that whole ecosystem. So it's really about always keeping my ear open, always being willing to change and adapt, and always looking to new practices as well, and fine-tuning the stuff that I'm doing right now.
Do you do any values-based work with your team? Like in terms of discussing what their values are, how that aligns with the business?
Extremely. That is like probably 101. The first day that any new hire comes in, for me, how I've been trained and kind of went through the ranks of the restaurant, but also how I like to see new kind of chefs and waiters and anyone who wants to work in the restaurant industry come in, is I want to know what you want to do. Like, what's your why? You're helping me achieve my goal, but how can I help you achieve yours? And there's so many different reasons why you may want to work in a restaurant. There's some people who truly have a passion for it, who want to go through the ranks and go through the rigor and put the 10,000 hours in and really kind of hone their skills. And there's some people who just want to get a check and pay their bills and make sure that their kids have food on the table. And I completely respect both sides of the field. So I want to be able to really genuinely have an authentic conversation with my employees, with the people who kind of are in the orbit of my restaurant, and want to know, your reasons why. So if there's anything that I can do, then, you know what I mean, I have an immediate understanding. There's context as well.
So this takes us slightly away from climate, but I think leadership is so important because if you're a good leader, you're going to be leading your team through whatever challenges. So how do you lead a team that might have such different whys in terms of being there, from the paycheck to the values?
That's really on me. I think my why is the most important, and it comes to the restaurant and the ethos and the kind of like the mission statement of the restaurant. That is the ultimate why, and everyone needs to buy into that objectively. So I think when we have that sort of buy-in, there's a little bit of kind of relinquishment. You kind of take a little bit of self away. And I think that's truly the best part of a team, is when you can kind of take literally the I away and really realize that there's you're a part of the sum, and you're part of your cog in the machine, so to speak, is really turning the whole kind of industry and the whole restaurant and keeping things going and flowing. So really kind of being selfless in that aspect. And that's what I ask anyone who comes into the restaurant, regardless of your why. If you really want to kind of go through the ranks and follow me, or if you really just want to be able to kind of make ends meet, I ask you to just have a little bit of selflessness in the objective of the actual restaurant.
And this idea of selflessness is interesting. I mean, that ties it very nicely back to climate, because in terms of making any change, we do need to have a selfless attitude, right? And thinking especially of the indigenous ways of thinking 7 generations ahead, right? What you're doing today is not necessarily for you, it's for generation 7 generations ahead. Does that fit into your work at all, or this longevity element and the changes that you might be putting into place now that you might never see come to fruition?
Well, like a time capsule kind of thing? Maybe. I think subconsciously, yes. I think we all have habits and practices and rituals and traditions that we do, maybe even what we're not even thinking about it. Things that we've watched our parents do, or things, if we're speaking specifically in the restaurant, things that we watched our sous chef do that we do now, or things that we watch our general manager do that we do now. So there's kind of like that inherent sort of like practice that always happens, and you want to add a little bit of value to I guess my spin and my view at hospitality. For me, there's a chef out here, Farial, who we spoke about this very, very specifically about coming from West Africa and eating with your hands, right? The idea of eating with your hands, the actual visceral textile, or the visceral kind of like touch between having something hot, knowing something's hot, using your hands, that kind of like receptor. I'm not sure what it is, but you're pinging off from your hand to your brain that something's hot. You kind of know immediately how to handle it, versus having a spoon and having that sort of connection between your food and your mouth kind of stripped away, right? Between that utensil. And then it's such a huge part of where I come from and how I grew up eating. Eating with my hands is very, very normal. It's very, very normal to my culture. I want to add that to the restaurant that I'm doing. Like, I think that's important. And ways that you can, someone mentioned earlier, teach, people, if they feel comfortable, it's not by force, but, welcome that. And if you're coming to my space and I'm welcoming to a space that, is West African themed and it comes through the music, it comes through the food, it comes through the experiences, it comes through the service, then that is very authentic to how we serve food. And I want you to experience that as you're eating my food. Yeah.
What are some of the stories that you tell through your food in a restaurant, beyond just the sheer deliciousness of the experience? What are some of the key things you want people to know?
Communalism is extremely important to me. That is just massive. I think the kinetic energy between a table is what I love to see. I love watching hands being kind of like passed around and sharing plates, and really watching people enjoy a meal. Again, coming from West Africa, and it's not just an exclusive West African thing. It's a part of so many other cultures. But I've never remembered a memorable meal that I've had by myself. It's always with someone, and that aspect of communal eating is what I want to really, really, really push forward in the restaurant. Obviously, if you're a solo diner, you're more than welcome to come through.
Thank you.
You know that, but definitely, I think the full kind of robust experience of the restaurant will be felt when you have that sort of like kinetic flow at the table. Yeah.
So how does climate change mitigation fit into the new restaurants that you're going to tell us a little bit more about too?
So many ways. So this is my first project that I'm working completely 100% all in by myself. So there's a lot of, thank you. Cheers. So there's a lot behind the curtains that, as I opened 3 or 4 other restaurants that I just wasn't privy to see, and kind of above my pay grade, so to speak. It's a lot, it's so much. Where to get material, the shipping, the freight, the packaging. Oh my gosh, the packaging. The packaging costs more than the actual item sometimes. And depending on where you're getting it from, how fast you need it, the wait times. There's almost like you're gauging it, right? You have a kind of a deadline, and you really want certain materials, or you really want a certain look, but sometimes you just may not have the time, or it just may not even be worth it because it's coming from literally the other side of the world, and you're like, okay, is it really worth kind of affecting freight and really what I'm doing to the climate to just have a nice kind of chandelier? Is it, is it really selfish? So that all of that kind of comes to play when I'm thinking about now, like the fixtures and everything else. But then the food aspect of it as well is very, very important to me. Like, the footprint, again, coming from having a West African themed restaurant in Washington, D.C., it's completely different climates, not Africa at all. Like, how do I figure that out? There's so many different ways that I'm kind of like breaking that down and cutting that tree down, so to speak. So yeah, it's a challenge, and it's always kind of like a Rubik's Cube to figure out.
Are there certain, I don't know if you heard me mention earlier the example of Thai chef who could not have access to cilantro root anymore. Are there examples like that? So maybe they were never even here, but in terms of ingredients that you cannot get, that cannot grow in DC, where you've had to adjust your menu? Totally,
for sure. So West African climate, in Ghana specifically, is very, it's hot. It's rainy maybe about 3 or 4 months out of the year, but for the most part, the produce that comes there is very, very specific. There's a lot of indigenous things like prekese and grains of selim and alligator pepper and sorghum leaves and sorghum itself. Even specific rices, types of brands of rice that come from the area. So how do I kind of figure out a way to have authenticity in the restaurant while keeping true to some of these ingredients, but then I can be innovative as well and talk to different farmers, being able to speak with Tuckahoe Farm in Maryland and Glenberry Farm in Maryland as well about some of my kind of like problems, and they're helping me solve that by specifically kind of finding cowpeas and the seeds for cowpeas that only grow in West Africa and sourcing them for me, so I don't have to go and get them from West Africa. I can just go 45 minutes away, and that's absolutely like amazing. And the fact that they're doing that, it really builds a sense of community, because that's business that I'm always going to give, and that's business that they're always going to get.
Are there certain business models you create around that? So, for example, saying, all right, if you're planting this for me, I'm buying everything from you? Or like, what are some of the conversations you have?
It's helpful, yeah. JJ mentioned it earlier. Like, if you're going to a rice farmer and that rice farmer just so happens to have duck, then that's 2 for 2, right? So, like, if I can kind of, no pun intended, kill 2 birds with 1 stone in that regard, then that's a win for me, because then I'm cutting the freight, I'm cutting the shipping, right? We're shipping everything together. And again, it creates this really amazing relationship between a farmer and a restaurant that it's symbiotic. Like we end up needing each other in ways that like is really, really cool. And I respect his business, he respects mine, and we always look out for each other in that regard too. So if there's a deal, if there's anything, or even if I can call Charlie and like, hey, I got a great idea for some like a duck dish, load me up. Like, how much duck can you get me? And he's excited because now he's gonna feed a bunch of ducks and he's ready to go. Then that's a win. That's a win-win. Yeah.
This has been interesting in some of these climate roundtables I was mentioning. We're hearing a lot of chefs who are having much closer relationship with farmers than before, because it might mean you're getting the one case of the one ingredient that's being kept in the back for you because you have that relationship. Yeah. Do you have
100%. I know a farmer. I won't say the name because I'm keeping him close to me. But the location I may give away. He's from Bermuda. I love Bermuda. It's like a third home to me. And it's funny because I went maybe about two years ago when this happened, and there is so much abundance and bountifulness in the island. Their soil is just gorgeous. Like everything under the sun grows, and it grows so much, guys. Like people walk around like hibiscus, like it's like pigeons. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, it's nothing. So it's crazy to think about. But there is a field of nasturtiums, this beautiful, fresh floral leaf that you might see on garnishes or in a salad or anything like that. If I were to show a chef here in New York City that patch, they would give me $700 easily, like off the bat for that. And people are stepping on it in Bermuda. Like, people are like walking on it. And this farmer saw an opportunity, harvest them, and he's selling them for an amazing number. And it's just kind of these really, really cool ways to utilize these incredible farmers that have these really cool, unique kind of like ingredients or ways to get certain things. And it's fun. It's kind of like, the best way it's like the best kept secret. You know what I mean? You have a chef, another chef that you respect. They have a farmer, and you're trying to get their you're trying to get the plug, and they're not telling you, and they're trying to get your plug, but you're not telling them. So it's kind of like one of those things. Yeah.
Is it tougher? Is that environment just a little more closely guarded now?
No, I'm joking. People share. No, people share, and I think that's really the key and the hallmark for it all: passing information and spreading information. If I have an idea, or if I have a connection between a farmer and I know another restaurant or chef who may have a similar concept or maybe using similar ingredients, then it would be it would be a disservice for me to not pass that information over, honestly, because I would want that. Yeah.
Are there compromises that you make or you feel you have to make when you're creating menu or in whatever food you're serving?
There's always compromises, 100%. I mean, that's the name of the game. I think the fun part is figuring out how to work around it and still provide an authenticity, still be true to yourself, and understand that sometimes tomatoes could be dry in one season, or the plantains that I wanted to be green came in yellow, and I got to figure it out today. So there's so many different ways, but truly the name, and honestly, your best restaurants, some of your favorite restaurants in the city or wherever you go, play this exercise every single day, and they just do it with a smile, and you don't notice. Like, they're getting food, they're getting shipments that that they thought it was one thing, it's probably something else, or it's a different cut of beef, or it's a different protein in general. Like, I've seen that before. You can send it, or you can figure out a way to make it special and make it delicious and truly not make an excuse out of it. So that's my mindset, unless it's completely like just an atrocious error, then I'm going to figure it out. Yeah.
Well, in the previous panel talked a little bit about all the challenges around getting diners to really understand what's happening and the realities of running restaurants these days, right? We have a lot of diners here. So what would you like to tell people about the realities of eating out at this point?
The realities of eating out. I'm a diner too. I love eating out. I'm a diner at heart. I think we got to give credit to diners as well, a little bit more. I think diners are very, very educated about what they want, how they want it, who they want to go to for it, and that type of I guess balance on the scale really puts the other kind of weight, or at least tips the scale for the chefs and the restaurateurs to really be honest about like what they're doing and their service and how they're getting their food and where they're sourcing it from. And I think that's sort of like honesty and keeping a true balance between a really pivotal relationship, because restaurants want you to keep coming in for your milestone weddings and your birthdays and your graduations and every other reason why you want to celebrate. And you want to go to a restaurant because the food is safe, it's coming from places that you respect and honor, and you're going to enjoy your time, you're going to have a really great experience. So there's a true kind of like honor system between that, and that to me is really the genesis of a great relationship in a restaurant, especially a community restaurant, like a place, like a go-to spot, and one that you can go to maybe like once or twice a week. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, and that trust between the chef and the diner is something that we talk a lot about at the foundation. And obviously that's what makes chefs so powerful, and why your voice is trusted by diners, by lawmakers, by media, because you're feeding us, and you can make us happy and alive, or you can kill us pretty much just as easily.
That's dramatic. No, we don't want to kill you. No, we don't want to kill you. But no, that crazy enough with I guess with great power comes that great responsibility, right? Shout out to Peter Parker. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think you really have to have, and that's the kind of the onus, the responsibility that I take when I see anyone come into any restaurant that I have is, you're taking the time out. You could be anywhere in the world, but you're here right now, kind of vibe. And I really appreciate that. And we're going to honor and make sure you have a great time, for as long as you're there. Yeah.
What's one thing that you wish more restaurants did when it comes to climate mitigation?
Composting. Brian mentioned it. Composting is massive. Also, I think more plant-based, focused things on the menu, whether it's incompletely, whether it's a complete kind of takeover, whether it's a heavy focus on your menu. You'll notice so many things. Your cost go down. Almost immediately. You'll notice labor goes down almost immediately as well. It doesn't take long to braise. Vegetables. It doesn't take long to cook certain things that are coming from the ground. And there's a true beauty in just celebrating seasonality as well when it comes to vegetables. So load it up. People that just a great way to just beef up your menu. No pun intended. Cheese. to bulk up your menu, but then also really just show the amazing kind of seasonality of where you're at. And then composting. Composting is massive. If you can find a way to make a system out of that, and there's so many different ways. I think Brian mentioned it as well. The kind of cyclical relationship between the composting, the farmer, the mushrooms, buying back the mushrooms, and then using it again in the restaurant. That's amazing. And to see that kind of circulation of dollars, but then also waste, come back in money. It's pretty cool. So I would say two things like that. I would definitely subscribe to. But yeah.
And you have a cookbook coming out in March. Can we look for a lot of veggie recipes there?
For sure. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Nice plug. So I have a cookbook coming out next March, Ghana to the World. And absolutely, there's going to be a whole bunch of vegetable-forward dishes. Ghana inherently is just a very veggie-focused kind of cuisine and the Ghanaian cuisine, rather. And I'm excited to celebrate that. And there's so many different ways, to break down. There's a lot of traditional recipes, but we, in the recipe book, there's different ways to kind of pivot and use different ingredients if you don't have, cowpeas at hand, or if you don't have sorghum leaves at hand. We find different ways to make it work. But it's a very exciting book, 4 years in the making. Jeez, I say I will do it again. I probably won't.
You will.
Yeah, I know. I probably will. But no, it's a labor of love, written with Portia Wilson as well. So super excited to share that with the world.
Wonderful. Eric, thank you so much. Everyone, go visit Eric in DC and buy his cookbook.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Wonderful conversation. Wonderful way to end the best day. I can't thank Anne McBride enough. Please give her a round of applause. She just has been an incredible partner, and it's such a great honor to share the stage with her earlier today. I want to take another moment to thank all of our incredible speakers who have joined us this afternoon. Please give them a round of applause. I also want to thank, again, the James Beard Foundation, and thank you to our partners, Planet Forward, Guggenheimer, Protein Pack, Brightly, and Astronaut Ventures. Please give them a round of applause. Mode Events, who are sitting over there, made this possible. None of this would work. The live stream, nothing. My microphone would never work if they weren't here. I love them. I love you, Mode. Thank you so much. I want to thank my co-founder, Bernard Pollock, individually. Please give him a round of applause. Again, nothing happens if Bernie doesn't make it happen. I also want to thank Elena Seeley, Kenzie Wade, Jessica Levy, and Jared Kaufman for all of their work behind the scenes, as well as our volunteers, Annie Rubin, Sycamore May, Vanita Vanthia, and Fritz Meyer. They are incredible, and I'm honored to know them all. And thank you to all of you who tuned in online. We really appreciate you sticking with us throughout the day, and I hope you learned as much as I did. Have a fantastic evening. There's lots to eat and drink. Thank you all so much. Woo!